everyone, my name is Cindy White, and I am going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite 30X Model and Actor Boot Camp, 30X Challenge Model and Actor Boot Camp. I even have a t-shirt on that gives me the clues. Awesome. So let me tell you a little bit about me, and then what we're going to do is we're going to introduce people. So I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I'm also an accountability coach, and I am the president of talent services for our mother agency, Truth Management. So the first thing we want to do is there are some people that for whatever reason are watching us on Facebook. They're watching us on YouTube. I'm not sure why they're doing that. So what we want you to do is we want you to come join us. Come on and join us over here on Zoom. How do you do that? What you're going to do is you're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Click on the Zoom link and come on and join us. All right, guys. So we are going to have an amazing day today. We have so much to go over. So we're just going to get this party started. So before we get started, in the comments, this is what I want to know. If you are here, let me know where you're from, how old you are, and whether you're interested in acting, modeling, or music. Okay. And whether this is your first time here or if you're a seasoned professional and you've been here before. Doesn't matter whether this is your first time or you've been here for every single one of these events we've done. I want to see your beautiful faces on camera. We are having agents come on. This is an audition. You're going to be learning a lot this weekend, but this is an audition. So I want to make sure that you are on camera as much as possible. Okay. If you agree to be on camera as much as possible, type yes in the comments. Yes in the comments, because again, how are you going to be seen if no one knows that you're here? Okay, awesome. So let me go over what we're going to go over this weekend, and then I want to start with a presentation on how to earn 6 figures as a model or actor part-time. How many of you want to know how to earn 6 figures as a model or actor part-time? Raise your hands or say yes in the comments. All right, so we're going to talk about, that's how we're going to kick off our day. We're going to talk about what type of model are you? How many of you know that in order for you to earn 6 figures, you have to know what you qualify for? And by the end of our second presentation, you are going to know what you qualify for. Is that okay? Yes or yes in the comments. We're also going to hear from some of the talent that we work with. Here at VIP Ignite and Truth Management, we consistently have talent on set booking work. I'm going to say that again. We consistently have talent on set booking work. How many of you are here because you want to book work? Type yes in the comments. If you want to start booking even more work, type yes in the comments. We're going to we're going to learn about wardrobe choices. How many of you know that in your closet, you should have a couple items that you can just pull out at any time if you get called for an audition, if you get called for a go-see? We're going to go over that today for you. We're going to hear about a framework that you can apply to your acting career to help you consistently book work. There are certain things that all actors do. It's a framework that you can start applying today so you can start consistently booking work. Is that okay? Yes or yes in the comments. We're also going to hear from one of the people that we work with who is known as the pitch man of Hollywood. He's currently pitching huge projects throughout the world. He's going to talk to you about how to get booked internationally. How did he go from a little boy in the Bronx to now living in Beverly Hills? How many of you would love to hear that story and start applying those principles in your life? Type yes or yes in the comments. We're going to talk about branding and marketing. Each one of you, whether or not you know it, has a digital resume already. Whether you've been doing this for a month like Crystal, or you've been doing this like for 10, 15, 20 years, like some of the other talent on here, you already have a digital resume. Are you using it? How many of you want to learn how to use that effectively? Type yes or yes in the comments. And then by the end of the day, at the end of the day, we're going to talk about how to become our next success story. You're going to hear me sharing story after story of people who are successful. If you want to be our next success story, make sure you stay on till the end of the day today. Then tomorrow we're going to hear a lot of stories from our talent that are consistently booking work. We are going to hear from working actors who are currently working now. Despite the writer's strike, they're still working. There are ways that you can continue to work despite the writer's strike. We're going to hear about how your mindset is 80% of your success. How many of you know that? Mindset is 80% of your success. 20% is the actual skill and talent that you have, but 80% is knowing that you can do it. We're going to go over all of that. By the end of the weekend, it's my goal that you are a transformed person. But again, like I said at the beginning, the only way that's going to happen is if you are all in. So before I start, what I want you to do is type all in the comments. You're not committing to me. You're not committing to Alicia, who you'll meet in a little while. You're not committing to Michael. You're not committing to the agency. You're committing to yourself. This is you're signing something saying, I agree to be all in this weekend. All right, so let's get started. All right, I'm going to start sharing my screen and we are going to get this party started, everyone. Let's see here. Okay, if you can see my screen, give me a thumbs up. Awesome, thank you. Okay, we're going to go into slideshow mode. Okay, so what we're going to learn right now, we're going to kick off the weekend with how to earn 6 figures as an actor or model working part-time. How many, if that sounds amazing, type yes in the comments. If you guys are ready for that, if you're available for that, type yes in the comments. But before we get started, let's break down the numbers, because you know what? 6 figures sounds like a lot of money to a lot of people, okay? So let's break it down by the numbers. If we're going to say 120,000, because that's really simple math, okay? So imagine this, if you make $120,000 a year, that means you're making $10,000 a month. How many of you could use $10,000 a month of income? Type yes in the comments. If you divide that by 4 weeks, that's $2,500 a week. How many of you could use $2,500 a week in your bank account? Type yes in the comments. And if you want to break it down to the minutia by day, it's $500 a day. How many of you would love to earn $500 a day as an actor or model? Type yes in the comments. So let's think, okay, how, like, Deneen, this sounds amazing, but how do we do this? Like, what do I need to do in order to make this happen? Okay, there are 3 things that you need. You need, first of all, a system. Anything that is successful has a system, okay? If you break down molecules, there's a system to the whole universe. So it makes sense that there's a system in order for you to start earning 6 figures a year. You also need a team. Let's be honest. You can't do this by yourself. How many of you have tried to do this by yourself? Raise your hands. Okay, how many of you have been successful doing this by yourselves? Raise your hands. You can't raise your hands because otherwise you wouldn't be on this call, okay? But what we want to do is, if you've had any level of success, the fact that you're on this call, by the way, means that you're successful. We want to elevate your success. We want to create even more success. So you need a team. And again, you also need the right mindset. You have to have the right mindset in order to start earning 6 figures a year. Okay, so let's talk about systems. I mean, let's be really honest. Systems aren't sexy. You guys are probably like, oh my God, she's gonna like shoot off some fireworks to start off. Why are we talking about systems? Well, let's talk about that. The reason that you need systems is, first of all, you need to know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, you're just going to drive around in circles. How many of you have ever gone on like a Sunday drive? I don't know where we're going, we're just driving. Do you want that to be your life? No, you don't. You want to know where you're going. So the first thing you need to do is you need to set clear objectives and break them down into achievable milestones. So what does that mean? That means that if you want to earn $500 a week, that means, okay, let's break that down one more. Let's see. I'm going to bust out my calculator. So if you wanted to earn, oh, I don't even need my calculator for that. What's wrong with me? If you want to earn $500 a week, that's $100 a day. That would be cool, right? All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to start setting clear objectives and break them down into achievable milestones. So what that means is you have to be able to write it down and you have to be able to calculate it. You have to be able to say, okay, check, I did that. Got it? So does everyone understand that you need clear objectives? If you do, type yes in the comments. Okay. Let's talk about time management. How many of you have ever had a day where you were like, okay, I have a to-do list. I'm going to be awesome. And then at the end of the day, your to-do list is just as long, but you find yourself, you go to your screen time on your phone. You're like, oh my God, how did I spend that much time on TikTok? What happened? What I want you guys to do is think about setting up your day. You have to have clear objectives, right? But then what I want you to do is think about how are you using your time? So many times we sit down, we're like, okay, I have 8 hours. I want to accomplish these 5 tasks. What I want you to start doing is breaking your day down into 30-minute chunks. So for 30 minutes, I want you to be laser focused on one task. Okay. And what I want you to do is give thanks, show gratitude, because you know what? There is someone in the world who wishes they had the opportunity to be doing what you're doing. Even if for you, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I have to do this. There is someone who wishes they had that opportunity. So be grateful for those things. Be happy. I want everyone to make yourselves laugh right now. Think about something that makes you laugh and just start laughing. How do you feel now, right? Do you feel more grateful for being here? Of course you do. So whenever you're feeling stressed out, just start laughing. Make yourself laugh out loud. Be resourceful. You already have everything that you need to be successful, but the problem is you're not taking immediate action. So you already have everything you need. Start taking immediate action. What can you do right now that will push you forward? I want you to visualize it too, because when you visualize something, see it as if you already have it, because you do. And when you visualize, what'll happen is you'll start making decisions as if you already have it versus the person who's just dying to have it. And then be enthusiastic about it. Tell yourself you have energy, because you know what? Your brain doesn't know whether or not you have energy or not. That's your job, to tell your job you have energy. Okay. And then, but what I want you to do then is after you focus on a task for 30 minutes, literally set your alarm. I know you all have phones. Set your alarm for 30 minutes. When you're done 30 minutes, get up, move, take a break, get some coffee, get some water, do whatever you have to do. But what I want you to do is I want you to practice this at least 4 times a day. Practice this 4 times a day. If you are hyper-focused on tasks for 30 minutes, 4 times a day, you are going to be a lot more productive than just kind of lollygagging and hoping it happens. Okay. Let's talk about the next thing here. Let's talk about networking and building relationships in the industry. You have to be systematic about it. Okay. You have to be systematic about networking and building relationships in the industry. You're here today, which means that you're networking. Type networking in the comments. You're networking with people who have won Tonys, who've won awards, who've won multiple awards. You're networking with people. I have the award behind me with someone who won a Guinness Book of World Records. She's a Guinness Book of World Records holder. You're networking, but you have to be systematic. You have to know who to network with. And I know that might seem a little bit overwhelming when you're just getting started, but we have you covered. Okay. But be systematic about your networking. Be systematic about building relationships. It's not just about what can you do for me. It's always about what can I do for you. So be systematic about that. Let's talk about developing a personal brand. Later today, we're going to go through exactly how to build your own personal brand. Okay. But you have to build a personal brand and be consistently working toward building a strong portfolio. What does that mean? That means that you have to use your social media as a tool. It's not a game. It's not a way to just waste time. Oh, I'm bored. I'm waiting. No, use it as a tool, and always use it to be building a strong portfolio. Let people know what you're doing. We're going to talk more about this later today, but how many of you shared, hey, I'm going to be on this boot camp this weekend for modeling and acting. I'm so excited. How many of you shared about that? Or how many of you are like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. Let's see how it works. No, you have to be consistently working toward building your portfolio. Let people know what you're up to. But we'll cover this a lot more later today. Keep learning and staying updated with the industry trends and techniques. You always have to be learning. Type that in the comments. Always be learning. You always have to be learning. Literally, last night, Mike, who you're going to hear from next, we were having dinner and we were watching Ron Howard on how to be a great director. We're always learning. Whenever we go anywhere, we were at Hollywood Studios last week, and as we were there, we had fun. Okay. I rode roller coasters. We went on rides. It was all really cool. But you know what else we were doing? We were studying the way that they were treating us. We were studying their systems so that we can make our systems better. You always have to be learning. Okay. And again, you need a team. How many of you think, again, I know I've asked you guys this before, but you can't do this on your own. Or you can, but it'll take you a lot more time. And you know what? Time is your only non-renewable resource. You need a team. So who do you need on your team? You need agents on your team. And so many of you are like, oh my gosh, Denise, I want an agent. How many of you want an agent? Type agent in the comments. If you want an agent, type agent in the comments. I know the answer. You need managers. You need someone who's going to help manage your career. When your career gets to a certain point, you need someone who's like, okay, here's all of your teams. Let me be the manager to let us go forward. Kind of like the manager of a baseball team. You have hitting coaches, you have pitching coaches, you have fielding coaches, you have all these different coaches, but the manager oversees everyone so that everyone can move together toward the same goal. Okay, so you need a whole team. How do teams work? Like if you have a team, that's great, but how can you make sure that your teams work? First of all, you need effective communication and collaboration. When's the last time you reached out to your team? Hey, what can I be doing? Hey, this is my goal. How can we make this happen? When's the last time you did that? That's very important to do that. You have to establish strong professional relationships with team members and maintain regular contact. So you have to have a professional relationship. What that means is you don't just call when you're like, oh, I need this, I need this, I need this. Hey, how's it going today? Relationship. How many of you have ever been in a relationship where someone only called you for when they needed something? You know what I mean? Is that a relationship? No, a relationship is give and take. It's communication, it's collaboration. And make sure your team believes in you and supports your goals and aspirations. If you have people surrounding you that don't believe in you, why are you working with them? Why do you have them in your life? Think about that. If you need everyone moving in the same direction. Okay. Let's talk about your attitude and tools. This is something that comes up so often when we're talking to talent. Okay, you need to have the right attitude and tools. You must have a positive mindset and a strong work ethic. So let's talk about a positive mindset. A positive mindset and a strong work ethic, they go hand in hand. They're like apple and pie. Okay, they're like you need both of them together, like peas and carrots. Okay, you must have a positive mindset and a strong work ethic. You can't visualize it into being. You actually have to take action. One of the first things you do when you start working with us is I have you create a vision board because I want you to know where you're going. But the next thing I have you do is I want you how to take that vision board and put it into action. This industry is awesome. It's so much fun. There are days where it's absolutely tremendously rewarding, but you always have to be working. Okay, if you're in this because you want this to be easy, oh my gosh, someone said I would just come on here and get this covered, it would be awesome. No, it takes work. Al Pacino. How many of you know who Al Pacino is? Type yes in the comments if you know who he is. He has an acting coach. What? Al Pacino has an acting coach? Yeah, he does. He's always working. He's always improving himself. As he's aged, he's had to learn how to become different characters. That's not easy. He went from being like a young gangster, cool guy. Now he like has to play an old guy. You have to always be learning. You have to have a strong work ethic. Okay. You have to have self-belief, perseverance, and resilience in the face of challenge and rejection. You have to believe and you have to know that this is what you're meant to do. Okay. You have to be able to persevere. Because you know what? You're going to get rejected more than you're going to get yeses. You're going to get more no's than yeses. Oh my God, Denise, this is so depressing. Why am I even here? Because I'm telling you the truth. What I want you to understand is every no gets you closer to a yes. But you have to know why you're doing this. You can't just be here because you want to be famous. You want to get rich quick. If you want to get rich quick, there are so many better ways in the entertainment industry. But you have to understand that you're going to be told no. You have to understand there are going to be challenges. But if you know where you're going, because you've already set your goals, and you know every step of the way, you're one step closer, then you know when you get told no, you know, okay, you know what? Thank God that's not for me. Let's just keep moving. There's something better for me. Okay. You have to utilize the right tools and resources. So you need to make sure that you're always honing your skills. Acting classes, workshops, online platforms to expand skills and expand opportunities. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. We offer you the opportunity to work with people who are on the cast of The Sopranos, people who've worked with Hugh Jackman, We offer workshops here. This here is a workshop. You're here because you are going to be enhancing your skills and expanding your opportunities. At the end of this weekend, you're going to have the opportunity to get signed by an agency who's going to develop you. How cool is that? If you think that's awesome, type yes in the comments. That's what this weekend is about. And what you need is that team to show you the right tools and resources to use, how to use your online platform so that you're not just sitting there hoping and praying. How are you actively using these things? How are you expanding your opportunities? That's what we do. That's what we show you. That's why you need a team of people who knows what they're doing. Okay, here's something else. You have to maintain a healthy lifestyle, including proper nutrition, exercise, and self-care. Oh my God, you mean Deneen, I have to listen to you and now I have to go run, I have to drink water. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you know what? Everyone drink some water real quick while I'm talking about this. Yes, you have to maintain a healthy lifestyle, proper nutrition, exercise, and self-care. Even if you're a plus size model, you still need to be in shape. Sometimes these days are 8, 10, 12, 16 hours. You need to be in shape. You need to be able, if you get a job that's at Hollywood Studios, you have to be able to go and walk for 6, 10 miles without sweating too much. You need to be healthy. Yes, the industry is much more inclusive than it's ever been, but that doesn't mean you still don't have to be healthy. And let me give you a new definition of self-care that I learned a couple of weeks ago. Self-care is not only eating kale or taking a bubble bath or getting a massage. Self-care is realizing that everything you do every day that's getting you toward your goal is taking care of yourself. What? Write that one down. Self-care isn't just about bubble baths and massages. Self-care is knowing that everything you're doing today is getting you to that place where you need to go, where you want to go, that you've written down where you're going. Okay, attitude and tools. Let's see. Seek feedback and constructive criticism to continuously improve your craft. How many of you get shook if someone says, oh my gosh, you need to do this? Like, how many of you crumble like a cookie? Don't type yes in the comments. What I'm going to tell you is that in order to be a part of this industry, you have to seek feedback and constructive criticism, because you always have to be growing. You always have to be learning. So if you have a thin skin, then you know what? I'm going to tell you, someone told me this a long time ago, because I used to be super, super sensitive. She said, Janine, you need to grow some duck feathers and let that water roll right off your back. And I was like, what? I didn't understand it. But you know what? I've developed some duck feathers and water rolls off my back a lot easier. You have to be able to you have to be able to receive feedback and criticism so you can keep growing. Okay, you have to leverage social media and online platforms to promote your work and reach a wider audience. Again, we're going to talk about this later today, but I cannot overemphasize how important social media is. Trust me, I wish that it wasn't, but it is. And this is where we live in 2023. You have to be able to leverage your social media. Stop posting pictures of last night's burger and beers. Start posting pictures of what you're doing right now to move yourself forward. When someone looks at your social media, they need to know that you are someone who is an aspiring actor model. They need to know that you aren't a working actor or model. They need to know what you're doing, because they're all going to look at your social media. Okay, but we'll go over that more later today. And again, we already talked about this, but stay informed about industry trends, casting calls, and audition opportunities. We actually offer you a resource where you can find casting calls that are real, not those ones that you hear about on the news. We're going to show you where to look for the industry trends, okay, and audition opportunities. There are ways that you can do this. We show you here at VIP Ignite. We empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. Stay on. We want to give you the tools, resources, and connections that you need to create your own success. You have to define that. And let's go back. Let's go back to now. We're earning $120,000 a year. That is a significant milestone and requires planning and consistent effort. You can't, like, I know there in the past couple of years, oh my gosh, just invest in this, just do this, just do that. You have to be in it for the long game. You have to be willing to plan and put in consistent effort. If you are, type yes in the comments. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. Are you willing to put in consistent effort to get yourself where you want to go? Type yes in the comments. Okay. And one of the best ways to achieve that goal is to secure multiple sources of income, such as acting gigs, modeling contracts, and brand endorsements. Are you thinking, oh my God, Deneen, how do I do that? How do I do that? Oh my gosh, I need to start doing that right now. How do I do that on my own? You said I need a team. You're right, you do. But are you ready for the good news? The good news is, the great news is that we're going to be going over learning that this weekend. All of these things that I just showed you, we are going to learn this weekend. Okay, so what I want to ask you right now, again, is this. Are you all in? Are you all in? If you're all in, type all in the comments. Because you know what? I just laid out what you need to do to earn 6 figures as a part-time model or actor. But what I need to know is, are you all in to do this? Okay. So with that thought in mind, are you guys ready to start learning what type of modeling you qualify for? How many of you want to be a model? Type yes or yes in the comments. Type yes or yes in the comments. All right, so let's do this. Let me introduce our first speaker to you. And this, hold on, I have to tell you guys a rule though. When I introduce the speaker to you, this is what I need you to do. I need you to celebrate him just like you just won an Academy Award. You just won an Emmy. You just won an Oscar. You just won a Grammy, okay? You just got your first 6-figure modeling gig. So practice celebrating for me real quick. I want to see this. I need to see that you guys are able to celebrate. Piyomi, you don't look very celebratory. I know it's early. Come on now. I want everyone to celebrate like you just won. Okay, awesome. So now, with that thought in mind, I'm able to introduce our first speaker of the day. Our first speaker, for almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, which is the fastest growing talent management firm in the US, with placement of talent in a range of TV shows, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 children from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in digital marketing and branding. Are you guys ready to welcome to the stage the one, the only, Mr. Michael Falcon?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. All right, well, we got a long day today. We got a lot to cover. It's going to be super exciting. So we're going to kick the ball off rolling for all our new talent that are here today and all our new people who want to learn about the industry. And even if you heard this presentation before, I can always guarantee you when you get to hear it again, you're going to hear it from a different perspective because you're a different person than you were originally. Well, we got a lot of new content today, a lot of really cool stuff we're working on. I just want to thank everyone for being here. Give a special shout out to Craig Bruce, who's here today. He's one of our speakers. He's actually, we're working with him as talent. So that's really exciting to see the opportunities and the things that he's going to learn from. So as you see, you just never know who's going to pop on the call here today. But we got a lot of really exciting stuff, a lot of exciting content. Just want to give a shout out to Deneen and to Alicia. Happy birthday, Alicia. I know she'll be on here later today. We got some fresh new speakers for you guys, some really incredible agents and actors and some really, really amazing people that'll be here. So with that thought in mind, we're on a really tight ship today. So let me start up and let's make sure that I keep us on track. All right, let me just share my screen here. Okay. All right, everybody can see my screen? Yes, okay, perfect. All right, so this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? For most people, when they're first starting off in the entertainment industry, especially gearing towards modeling, there's always a lot of confusion as to how they get, not only how they get started, the steps to take to get started, but where they actually fit into the industry. So a lot of this, a lot of things you're going to learn this weekend is really foundational, especially today. Today's foundation, tomorrow's transformation. But a lot of it's just mindset. It's really just having an understanding. A lot of people, when you're new to the industry, you're learning all new ideas, new concepts, new words, and so forth. So I'd like to start off this weekend with going over where people qualify as far as the modeling industry is concerned. So obviously the world's changed, right? We all know that. Each decade brings different changes and trends and technology. We went through a lot with COVID. We have a writer strike that's going on right now. We're going to talk about that later today. You guys are going to learn a lot about how that affects you, how it affects the industry, and just how one thing can affect something else and things that you might just not realize. So we're going to talk about that later today. So I'm really excited to share that with you guys later today. So obviously we know the world's changed. And whenever there's change, you have to accept the fact that everything changes and everything ends. Things will never stay the same way. And the sooner you can make that realization, the lot happier you will be in life, right? It's all about having a new mindset. When you have a new mindset, you're going to get new results. If what you're doing right now is not working, you need to make an adjustment, change it, and then try again. And if that's not working, you try again. You keep doing it until you figure out what it is that will get you from where you are to where you want to be. Everybody that's on this call is on a different journey of where they're going to be as far as success. Our goal is to have everyone on the cover of a magazine, everyone appearing in a TV show. But at the end of the day, it goes by your mindset. If you're just kind of always filled with excuses or you're just always living in fear, it's going to be really hard for you to be able to push forward. But once you're able to accept having a new mindset, you get new results, right? In today's industry, it's all about diversity, different types of models, different sizes, different ages, different ethnicities, okay? The industry has changed a lot. And it's consistently evolving and giving the opportunity for more and more people to be a part of it, okay? In today's industry, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter, okay? There's all different types of brands and marketing. You really need to separate yourself and start seeing this as a business. Look at yourself as an entrepreneur. Say, I'm a model and I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm an actor. I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm a musician. I'm also an entrepreneur because this is a business. It's called the entertainment business for a reason because it's all about business. And you need to start seeing the different types of ads, the different types of people in those ads. Okay. It's all about what makes you unique. Each and every advertiser today, they're looking for people who are unique, that can appeal to a very specific demographic market. One of the greatest things about social media, it's so tied in. When you're on your TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, the ads, the things that you're seeing, the things that you're sharing, create a persona that now these companies are able to target you very specifically. If you love gardening, all of a sudden garden ads start, popping up. You're out shopping for a car, all of a sudden car ads start popping up. So what is it about the things that you like, the person that you are, that these advertisers are able to target? They're always looking for people that fits within that demographic market, so they can target very specific things. So it's all about what makes you unique. What's great about this industry now is that 99% of the people, I was kind of going through everybody that was on camera, will fit into probably at least one category, if not more than one category. Obviously, Deneen mentioned Truth Management. I'm the CEO and founder with my co-partner, Alicia Kabak. We started this in 2020, and Truth Management is all about representing a wide variety of talent from different looks, different ethnicities, different backgrounds. And it's all about recognizing where the world's headed and being able to have talent that fit into various different projects. So unlike a very high-end agency that may be very specific to one type of market, maybe editorial or high fashion, which you guys will learn about shortly, our agency is designed to represent, develop, and manage talent to place them with larger agencies. And it's something that we did, during COVID. And this was a great undertaking, but it's probably one of the best things we've ever done. And it's really exciting is we're just in the infancy of this. So like now, not only are we developing talent, but we're helping them with their reels, we're helping them with their monologues. We're really helping them being able to place and find work in their local markets to help build their resumes. So there's some really exciting things that we're working on for Truth Management. I can't share them with you today. I might share a little bit tomorrow, but there's some really amazing things that we're working on. And a lot of the great things that we're working on, we get feedback from our talent, feedback from our inner circle, feedback from our clients, the people that we work with. So we're really excited about that. For those of you who are looking for agency representation, tomorrow Deneen will go over how you can apply and actually be one of our talent, okay? There's a qualification process, there's an interview process, but our goal over the next 2 days is to educate you, because there's nothing better for an agency than to be able to work with the person who's educated on the industry versus a person who's like, I don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. Today is all about, I don't know what I'm doing. But over the course of the next 2 days, you guys will have a lot of access where you're really going to see a big transformation in the amount of information that you have and really a deeper understanding of how the industry works. So again, we work with a wide variety of talent, everything from fashion, lifestyle, commercial, social media influencers, TV, film, children. We're actually going to be expanding our children division in the next several months, spokesmodels, music, reality TV. So we got some really cool announcements to make about reality TV, especially for those of you that are going to be joining us in Miami next month, or no, August, joining us in Miami in August. We got something really cool that we're working on. So I'm super excited about that. But obviously, again, it's all about being unique. It's about finding different people, different looks that can appeal to different products, being able to play the doctor, the lawyer, the banker, the next door neighbor, and so forth. You know, the high-end brands, Rolex, Cartier, but at the same time, being able to work with brands such as Samsung or, you know, kitchen appliances, right? All these different brands, all these different ads. Like, I want you guys to realize, like, how much advertisements you see every day, the mail, billboards, those are all talent. Those are all people with agency representation who went on an audition, they got booked, they got paid, and now those ads are now helping generate revenue for those products that they're representing. So let's take a step back and let's talk a little bit about modeling and the different categories. Now, if I was to go up to the average person and I would say to them, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? Okay. And this is somebody who doesn't work in the industry, somebody who's brand new. They are not, you know, educated on the industry, just the average Joe, right? And maybe I'm doing a TikTok video and I'm just walking up and down the streets of New York and I'm going up to people randomly and I'm like, hey, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? 90% of the people will actually give the wrong answer. This is usually what they'll always say. They'll always say, well, the average model, well, they're probably tall, they're thin, they walk the runways of Milan and Paris and New York, and they lead a very glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And they'll usually always say female, they're always going to say tall, they're always going to say thin, they're always going to say young, they're always going to say that. So like literally the population, the average population has been kind of, for lack of a better word, brainwashed into believing that's what a model looks like, right? They're going to describe what's considered high fashion or editorial, okay? So let's talk about that. Let's get, you know, I love science, I love math. So let's talk about what exactly is a high fashion model, right? There are standards for the entire industry. So the first standard we're going to learn about is high fashion editorial. So high fashion editorial models, tall, slender, and unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. British Association of Modeling Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement, right? So that's your measurements. You have to be a very specific size, and we're going to learn about that in a moment. For men, runway models, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Okay. The reason there are very specific height and measurements for high fashion is because you're walking the runway wearing designer clothes. These clothing items are what's normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means when something's one of a kind, it means it's labor intensive, which means then when something's one of a kind and labor intensive, it means it's very expensive to produce. So if I'm an upcoming designer and I have a budget, right, just to do a show, and Fashion Week is $1 million to rent out, you know, the runway for an hour, to get the press there, to give out the goodie bags, to hire the models. It's a tremendous amount of work. Okay. So when you think about all these moving parts that are going on, designers, they can't fit clothing to everybody who shows up, right? Like if we were to just have everybody on this call start dropping their sizes, we're going to see the sizes are different waist size, different heights, different measurements. So by having a set standard, when a designer calls an agency and they say, I need 10 guys and 10 girls for a runway show, the agency knows, okay, great. These are the girls and guys we represent that fit these requirements. They send them to the client, to the designer. When the model shows up, the clothing that he's already made will fit them with very little alterations. Okay. Which means that when that show's done in New York, he can fold the clothes up. He can send them to Milan, to Paris, to Tokyo, to London. When he calls an agency in those cities, and he says, I need 10 girls and 10 guys. When those models show up, the clothing will fit the models in London, Tokyo, and Paris the same way it fit the models in New York, LA, Miami, and so forth. Okay. So when you think about it, if you take the glitz and the glamour out of high fashion, the models are they're just walking hangers, right? They're just walking hangers. And what's another interesting thing, and this picture that I have here, the gentleman is a perfect example of a runway model. They have to be what's considered striking looking with unique looking features. And what that really means, and that's a polite way of saying in the industry terminology, is they're really not that attractive. So if you had somebody who was like the head of Ford, Wilhelmina Click, and like, oh my goodness, you're so striking looking. You have such unique features. They're really kind of saying you're not that good looking. But what it means is, and here's the reason why, because when you're walking down the runway, if you just put the most gorgeous girl in the world or a most hottest guy in the world, and they were just so hot, so beautiful that when people walked out their door, people saw them, they're like, oh my God, that girl's so hot, they just faint. Right? Just, oh my God. So what happens is you're not looking at the clothing, you're looking at the person. So that's why they want them not overly beautiful, because they want you to pay attention to the clothing. So when you break down the math for this part of the industry only accounts for 10% of the industry. So even though everyone's been brainwashed into thinking that models are tall, thin, they walk the runways, in the reality, the math, the reality of the industry, working in the industry for almost 2 decades, it's the smallest segment of the industry. It only accounts for less than 10% of the industry. You have to have exact measurements, which means that you have no control over this, right? It just means genetically, your right mom met the right dad, and boom, there you are. Okay. Here's another interesting fact. So not only is this the smallest segment of the industry, but 98% of the world's population will not qualify for high fashion or editorial. They're not going to have the measurements, no matter what you think, whatever. Yeah. Oh, but Mike, I did a small runway show in like Missouri for like a local designer. Yeah, absolutely. We're talking high fashion, New York, Milan, Paris, doing like a fun little show, something that's a hobby. Yeah, that's great. But you can't put on your resume, you are a runway model. It's just not. It's like saying you joined the Boy Scouts, but somehow you serve, in Iraq, and you were the superstar, hero. You're not. It's 2 different things. It's just not in the same ballpark. Just so we're clear on that, because sometimes people will always ask me about that. Okay, so now we know high fashion. We know high fashion editorial, 10% in the industry, 98% of the world's population won't qualify. We understand they're just walking hangers. We understand why there's specific measurements, right? The designers, one-of-a-kind pieces, very expensive to make, so forth. So now the next category we're going to talk about is what's called commercial print. Commercial print is going to be billboards, magazines, catalogs. Okay, commercial print is going to be the largest segment of the industry. This is going to be 80% of the industry. Okay, so when you see this picture here, this is a stock photo that can be used for an ad. So you can see the mom, the dad, the baby, right? This can be used for child health care. It could be used for a hospital, right? For their maternity ward, right? Hospitals advertise. Hospitals are big business. I'm sure everyone here, if you start noticing now when you're driving around, you'll see hospital billboards everywhere. You see billboards for attorneys, right? Those are all advertisers. When you see the people in those ads, they didn't actually go into the hospital and, oh, look, let's shoot some sick people in bed. No, they set up a time where they brought in talent. They hired an advertising agency. We'll learn about the whole process of casting later today, but there's a whole process for that. Okay. Having representation. They have to have the right look. You can see here, they have an African-American woman. The husband or the dad is playing the role. Maybe he's the uncle, maybe he's the brother. I don't know what the ad, could be done for different types of it, but you can see he's Hispanic or he's a different type of ethnicity, because they want to appeal to different types of people, right? If you're of a different type of ethnicity, you're African-American, Latino, Persian, Asian, this is the best time in the world to be in the industry, because it's such, the advertising is such about the mix of cultures and so forth because of social media, where before it was very targeted more towards Caucasians, blonde hair, blue eyes. Now it's really opened up to a wide variety of people. So commercial print's going to be 80% of the industry. So now we know the difference. Commercial print, we'll talk a little bit more about it. We understand high fashion editorial. Understand high fashion editorial is 10% of the industry. Commercial print's going to be 80%. Now, going around the room earlier while Deneen was talking, 99% of you guys that are on this call today will fall into commercial print. This is where you're going to fall into, is commercial print. So for commercial print, commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. Okay. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile, right? So when you see the different types of ads, the Sunday Times, the Sunday paper, all the catalogs that are coming in the mail every day, right? Things you probably never paid attention to, okay? This is your industry. You need to pay attention to these things now, right? It's not just about focusing off in the distance. It's focusing on what's in front of you, realizing the resources that are in front of you, the local magazines, the local advertising agencies, the local people that are creating ads for a very specific market. As I travel, I do a lot of traveling around the United States. Even a national brand like Coca-Cola, they have targeted advertising depending upon what part of the country they are. Right? Like where I live up towards New York, I won't see ads for Coca-Cola involving NASCAR. NASCAR is not something that's super popular up here. But if I go more in the Midwest, I'm going to see a lot of ads tied in with NASCAR and people, you know, enjoying their racing and so forth. So realize that even national brands are targeting local markets and local advertising agencies, even in one country, because the country's broken down into small segments. And each segment is a little bit different, right? We know the Bible Belt, we know country and Nashville is different, right? Hip hop's more on the West Coast and East Coast, right? So the way the country is broken up, advertisers understand that and they target people specifically based upon their interests, the things that they like. And that's why they're always looking for people with unique looks, but they're looking for a wide range of people to appear in these different types of ads. You can see the Easter sale one, right? Caucasian dad, mixed son, the mom, right? So you can see even in the one ad, African-American in the center, then you have the guy with the beard and so forth, right? Here's again, some more examples, right? Different ages, right? Women in their 30s, 40s, 50s. Age doesn't matter. You know, so many times I see women, you know, that are over 30, they're, oh, well, I'm too old to be a model. Like, what? What are you talking about? Like, you're actually going to be the best demographic. People who are over 50, it's going to be the most opportunity right now. We're in an aging market, right? People aren't having as many kids. So now the disposable income that people are going to be spending the most money are going to be people who are older, right? Then you also have Generation Z, which are younger, but they're not, they spend differently. They spend on apps, they spend on more on technology and so forth, right? So like a different thing where you advertise, whether you advertise on TikTok is advertised to a younger market. Instagram's a little bit older. Facebook is definitely older, right? Facebook is 30 and over, right? It's a different demographic. So these advertisers know this, they track this. When you sign up for all these different platforms, the reason they're free is because it's all targeted advertising. They track your like geolocating, where you're shopping, where you're going, what time you wake up, what time you go to sleep, what supermarkets you're going in. All that data is being consumed at a rapid pace to help target advertising. This is the industry that you're in. You're like, oh my God, they're watching me. Okay, well, you're on the wrong call today. Maybe you're on the right call, because if you're really worried about it, you know, you can shut that stuff off on your phones. But the moment you shut it off on your phone, what happens? Your phone stops working. Google Maps stopped working. A lot of the technology stops working the proper way. This is just the world that we live in, right? Again, commercial print, right? Different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different relationships, right? 2 dad families, 2 mom families, mixed families. Kids are always going to fall into commercial print. Kids, the most important thing are going to be their parents. Can they bring them on set? Can they show up? Can they be there with them all day? When you're working on a television show, it's not like mom can drop the child off in the morning. All right, I'll be back later, honey. Mommy's got stuff to do. No, you have to be on set with your child all day. Do you have working papers for your child? Do you have a trust fund set up for your child? You know, there's so much misinformation online. And, you know, the reason why we do these boot camps is we really want to educate people. Only people we work with new content and fresh ideas, and always being at the forefront of where the industry's headed. but also just making sure that people are aware of how the industry really works. That way you can never be taken advantage of by anybody. Here's some of our talent. Truth Management. Here's Christine. Christine's got a great look. She's part of our inner circle. So somebody like Christine, she can play a wide variety of roles. Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna get something to drink real quick. So anyway, but somebody like Christine, she can play a lawyer, a doctor, she can play a mom, she can play an aunt, a best friend. She's an entrepreneur, she's an international speaker. She has her own life outside of this, but this is something she chooses to do. She actually just got booked for a job. She's actually working this weekend. She actually was supposed to be here this weekend, but we got like a last minute text message from her. I think if you guys are in the 30X challenge group, you can actually see the moment it happened. Deneen actually shot a video and she was saying, hey, oh my God, I'm so excited about you being booked for the job. If you saw that video, this is the girl she was talking about. So this is Christine. This is the girl that she was talking about in the video. So again, like we really, when Deneen mentions like we really get excited for our success stories, we really do. Like think about this. We're doing a free boot camp for 16 hours for 2 days. We really got to love what we're doing to be able to do this, to be able to put that out there, right? It's all about having a why. And our why is seeing people being successful and really, you know, that moment when you see somebody go from, oh my God, I didn't know this, to like, wow, this is really amazing. Okay. Again, commercial print ad, right? Age doesn't matter. Here's an older woman, right? Property manager, grumpy cow, relax. Nice ones do exist. Again, right? Different types of ads, different types of things that they're promoting, right? AARP, right? Here's a very attractive African-American woman, middle-aged, right, for AARP, but she can also still do acting. She can do TV. She can play the mom, the grandmother. She can play the college professor. Okay. And when I'm talking about all the different roles you can play, it's all about versatility. So I want you to think, what are the different roles you can play? And a great little thing, if you don't know, you're like, well, Mike, I'm not really sure what I qualify for. I think I can play a gangster. I could play a hero. I can play the best friend, the sister. You know, next time you're out, maybe you're at a drugstore. Don't do this with your friends and family because they'll never give you a great answer because they don't want to hurt your feelings. But if you're like, I don't know, waiting online somewhere and you're paying for something, just ask the shopkeeper. Just say, you know, crazy question. I'm actually applying for some different roles as an actor and a model. What characters do you think I could play? And you'll always be shocked at the answers people will give you. You're like, oh my God, I never saw myself that way. Because you got to realize when you look in the mirror, who you see yourself. Like you see the pain you've been through, the happiness, the joy. You see yourself from your inner dialogue is speaking, right? Like inside your head. When an agent, a manager, casting director sees you, they're just seeing the outside. They're seeing the person who can play different roles. So that's why, like, when I see people, I'm like, oh, okay, they can play this person or that person. When I get to know them, then I know a little bit of accents and just the way they maneuver themselves, that it opens up even wider. Okay. But again, commercial print. Again, another example, commercial print ad, the mom, the dad. This is e-commerce. E-commerce is huge. So this is ads that are used for, this was something that was used for Old Navy, right? So again, e-commerce is a part of commercial print. Ton of work in e-commerce. Here's Sid. Sid's on the call today. I saw Sid earlier. Okay, great example. She's from the Philadelphia market. She's a little bit older, right? But she's still got that young vibrancy to herself. She has a great look. She has that mixed look. She's done a ton of background work. She's done some really great stuff with photos. She's super hardworking. She just retired. And she's somebody who's also, again, part of our inner circle. And she's somebody who's going to be a star. Like she literally will rise to the top. And she's right on that cusp, right? And she has her struggles and she has her good days and her down days. But let me tell you something. When she shows up on set, people remember her. She like follows the process perfectly. Okay. And she puts the time, the effort, and the dedication to it. These things don't happen overnight. They're like planting a tree. Like, you know, there are some people, it seems like it happened overnight to them, but you never hear the story of the hard work they put into it. What's great about us and the Fearless Rebels and the people we work with, Truth Management and our clients, is we get to see this development over time. And there'll come a point where Sid's literally doing covers of magazines and commercials and TV shows. We're always going to remember that. We're going to remember the hard days. We're going to remember all the effort, the time she put into this. But for somebody who's new, they're just going to see the results. They're just going to see Sid on the cover. They're going to say, oh my God, how amazing is that? She's just like literally an overnight success story. Okay. That's not how this industry works. Okay. And an overnight success story can take 2 years. Now there's a buildup, right? Smaller jobs lead to next jobs and so forth. But I can tell you one way that you'll never be successful is to quit. The people who quit will never be successful. The people who put the effort in and you just improve by 1%, right? Think about it. If you can improve your health, you can improve your finances just by 1%. You just instead of I need to double my income. No, if I could just improve it by 1%, but I focused on that every month, right? Over the course of time, you're gonna double that income, right? It's just the power of math. So it's the same thing in this industry. It's realizing where you fit in. It's realizing having the new mindset, getting the new results, having the right tools, the right resources, putting the time. You guys are putting in 2 full days to learn about the industry. I can guarantee you the information we're going to give you took us decades to acquire. You're getting decades of knowledge. Some amazing speakers we have lined up this weekend that have all spent decades learning their craft, understanding the industry, making the mistakes. You'll hear from our testimonials. Okay? You'll hear them tell their stories. You'll see them on their journey. And it's really great as you progress, you get to now become a part of that. Like I said, everyone's on their journey at a different point, but they're all headed towards the same direction. And they're all here to support each other. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs. Start looking at the industry differently. Start paying attention to the different types of ads. I want to alter your perception of the industry. I want you to never be able to look at a commercial the same way, right? We've been doing this, like I said, for almost 2 decades. You guys will get to hear from Alicia later on today. She's the co-founder of the company. We've won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. Okay, we won the Tony in 2013 for Best Play. We've had the opportunity to open up the stock market. We've had the opportunity to interview people like Neil Armstrong, Senator John Glenn, working with celebrities, working behind the scenes, producing movies. We have a new independent film. It's streaming right now on Apple TV and Netflix and Amazon Prime. It's like, whoa. I never saw myself 10 years ago saying I'm going to have a movie streaming that I'm executive producer of, right? It took 10 years to make that happen, to reach that level of hard work, of dedication. Okay. But you know what? I never give up. We always push forward. Every day we try to get that 1% better. Again, billboards, commercial print. Okay. Location doesn't matter. You're going to hear from Ryan Colby. He's a New York Hollywood agent later today and tomorrow. He'll talk a little bit about the industry, having the right photos, how to prepare for working with an agency. This is a Korean clothing company. These images were shot in New York. Okay. Like like the perception of how the industry works, location doesn't matter. There's opportunities in every single state and every single market. Okay. I do a whole training on that where I show you guys how to pull like the castings, real casting, legitimate companies, not all that scam stuff. You guys have to put the work in. You're just sitting on the internet and waiting for somebody to come to you in your DMs. It's not real. It's not how it works. We'll talk about that later today. Okay, again, some examples, right? Shot in New York, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter, right? Here's one of our talent. He lives in LA now. He lived in a small town. His town was so small, James Johnson. His town was so small, they had one coffee shop in the entire town, one traffic light in the whole town, okay? But he came to New York about 3-4 years ago now. He met with Ryan, he got signed. His dream was to actually walk Fashion Week, and he met the qualifications. These photos are phenomenal. I actually got to pull the photos of what he looked like the day he arrived. You wouldn't recognize it, like night and day. But his dream was to always walk in Fashion Week. And one of the speakers we had that weekend was Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. And I remember James like, oh my God, like I'm going to get to meet Phil Sullivan. And I have a photo. I got to put this on next time I do it. Maybe I'll drop it in the Facebook group where you guys will see it. I got to find it on my phone. But it's the moment that James met Phil for the first time, and he's like in awe. He's like shaking his hand. He looks like a little kid. He's just so excited. And it was the first time they met. And, of course, Phil was nice to him and gave him some advice. But a year and a half later, Phil Sullivan and James would get booked both for the same show in New York. So what was a dream became a reality. We actually walked the runway with him. He kind of outpaced himself a little bit in modeling. He did a lot of modeling in New York, but he now relocated to LA and he kind of pursued acting. With high fashion, it's very hard. It's very high pressure. And acting something that For those of you who want to do like can fall into commercial print, being able to do TV and film is a great way to really boost your income to get to those 6 figures a lot faster, because there's so much opportunity with TV and film. And it's a lot easier to accelerate your career when you focus on that, on TV and film. Modeling's great. Don't get me wrong, modeling is absolutely phenomenal. But when you can do both, you actually you'll get where you want to go a lot faster. Here's Mike Trash, right? Great versatility. He's done a half a dozen films. He's a filmmaker. He's an actor. He hosts his own podcast. He's a former WWE wrestler. Okay, stand-up comic. He's funny. He's brilliant. He's got the heart of an angel. Okay, and he's hardworking. Like he's also part of our inner circle. There's not a time, at least 3 times a week, we're not on the phone talking with him. Deneen's always going back and forth. He's always working on something. He follows the process to a T. And he's just amazing. Like he's just somebody, he lights up the room. He's done horror films. He leans into his characters, right? He can play the dad, the uncle. He can play the boss, right? The army general, right? He can play the monster. One of the films that he plays is a short film. He plays a monster at the end. You got to see the video. He's all in the makeup. He's got like one eye and he's all deformed, right? But he leans into the characters that he can play. It's all about versatility. It's all about what's making you unique. What makes you stand out? Start paying attention to your favorite TV show. See the different types of characters, the different types of people. See the things that you can do. Here's Tony Aguilera. He just recently got signed to one of the larger agencies in LA. He's a nurse. His background is a nurse. Okay. You wouldn't guess that. If I said, guess what job I don't know, he's like a lawyer or a doctor. Yeah, because that's what the photos look like, right? He's got that James Bond kind of, he could play that Latino gangster, right, for a show, maybe on Power or, a reboot of Ozark or a spinoff of Ozark, right? But he could play a general, a brother, a dad. It's all about versatility. Now think about seeing photos of him without his beard or dyeing his hair, right? Or wearing a t-shirt, right? It's all about versatility. It's about playing the different types of characters you can play that you can lean into. Okay, here's a great example, right, guys? Right? Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter, right? Everybody should recognize that voice, right? Think of Geico ads, right? You see the mom, the dad, the child, the dog, the grandmother, okay? The star of the ad is Geico, right? It's the commercial, but they want to show a set family unit, right? Because they're appealing. It's advertising. Here's Flo from Progressive, right? Sheeran's over $2 million a year playing this character. How many of you guys know who she really is? Right? I do. Named Stephanie Courtney. There she is without a little Flo outfit going on. She could probably walk right past you on anywhere in middle America, anywhere. You probably wouldn't even pay attention. You wouldn't recognize her. Okay, but yet her face is everywhere. E-commerce, billboards, airlines, magazines, on TV all the time, right? Her original background is she wanted to be a stand-up comic. Here's another one. Jesse Hyman is considered the world's greatest actor. He's been in like over 200 films. Several of his films have won Academy Awards. He plays the geeky character, right? He was in American Pie. He was in The Social Network. He's been on dozens and dozens of TV shows. He was in a Super Bowl ad for GoDaddy. He got to kiss Bar Raphael. It was a shocking commercial at the time, right? Because he leaned into the character. He's playing the geek. He's playing the nerd. He's playing the kid that in every movie gets picked on. He's the kid in band camp. Actually, in American Pie, he was in band camp. He was like a trombone player or something like that in band camp. Okay. But again, he leans into that character, right? So my whole point is you don't have to be the geek or the nerd, but if that's who you are, then lean into that because there's tons of opportunity for you. And he proves it. Okay. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to impress upon you guys that there's opportunity there. You just have to see it. You have to have the right team. You have to have the right structure, the right systems, because mindset is everything. Here's Flo, right? I couldn't pull a whole resume because I'd be talking to you guys for 2 hours, but you can see all the different shows, the TV shows, the film, the commercials she's done. Okay. She invested in her career. She invested in professional photos. She invested in training. She went to Second City in Chicago for comedy. She wanted to be a stand-up comic. That is an expensive school to go to. Very expensive. Some of the top comics in the world have graduated from there. Steve Martin, like every comic you could probably ever name name in the world has gone to Second City. You guys need to know these things. You have to be familiar. Well, how did this person get their start? She wanted to be a stand-up comic. She's doing all kinds of funny stuff for TV and so forth. An agent called her one day, hey, I got a commercial for an insurance agency. Now, she could have been the type of person, oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just want comedy. But no, she said yes. When you have an opportunity to do something, say yes, right? Deneen got shot off to space the other day. She said yes. Was she afraid? Right? But she did it. Guys, I'm sure all saw that video. If not, it's definitely floating around online. It's cool, right? We do exciting things like that. The point is, like you just never know what opportunity is going to be. But if you don't say yes, it's just not going to happen. And you can see here, right? She's SAG-AFTRA. We'll talk about what that is for the guys, you guys not familiar about that. When we talk a little bit about the strike that's going on for the writers, right? But she's earning like over $2 million per year playing this character. That's just one character. She gets to make appearances and autograph sessions and so forth. Like there's so many doors into the industry, right? You can land a hit TV show. You can land a cover of a magazine. You can become a spokesperson for a brand. There's promotional modeling, right? That's another aspect of the industry. It's something you could do part-time on the weekend. Make an extra couple $1,000s every weekend. We earn 6 figures doing promotional modeling. One of our girls that we work with, her husband's a really good friend of mine. He owns one of the largest promotional modeling companies in the world, in the United States at least, based out of Nevada. He places girls and guys for live events, trade shows, book shows, baseball games, boat shows, car shows, the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, technology shows, movie opening nights, and so forth. His wife actually is a promotional model for Ferrari and Porsche. She earns over $100,000 a year. And twice a year, she gets flown out to Italy and she learns everything there is to know about the cars. She actually gets to drive them on racetracks. She's a promotional model. Okay? She's earning 6 figures. Right? You can start off earning $15 to $80, $100, $200 an hour on the weekends. There's tons of work for promotional modeling. When you get represented by us, you work with us, not only we give you the opportunity to book, but we'll show you how to get signed to some of the best legitimate promotional agencies. We'll act as your mother agency, so we'll get you placed. We'll get you there. That's what you want to do. Just raise your hand. Say, Mike, that's what I want to do. We make that happen for you at a snap of a finger. Fitness modeling, right? Another subdivision of commercial, right? So you have promotional modeling, fitness modeling, right? Maybe you're in better shape. Maybe you have like you can see the girl on the right there. She's a bigger girl, right? But she's strong. Sneaker companies, supplement companies, energy drink companies. There's so much, especially in e-commerce. Health, relationships, and wealth are the 3 biggest businesses. With health and relationships being right there. Health is a multi-trillion-dollar business. Weight loss, sneaker companies, all these smaller brands are looking for new faces constantly. You just need to know how to get in front of them. You have to have the right tools, the right photos, the right training. You have to have the right connections, right? I can go in anywhere. I could just walk up and down the streets of any city and say, who wants to be a model? Who wants to be an actor? Raise your hand. People are going to raise their hand, right? So if I can go anywhere and find so many people who want to do this, then why is it so hard to get into the industry, right? What separates the people just raise their hands from the people who agencies want to sign? That's what you're going to learn over this weekend. That's the trick, right? New mindset gives you new results. Ask better questions, you're going to get better answers. Curve modeling, plus size, multi-billion-dollar business. Okay, as people get bigger, right? So, and this also feeds into health, right? And you got curve models. What do they all want to do? They want to get healthy too, right? But be proud of who you are because there's opportunities there. Don't hide from it. Don't shy from it. There's work there, and there's inspiration to others to see your success. Kids are easy, right? We talked about this earlier. Kids are always going to be cute. How well they behave, well, that's another question. How well their parents behave, right? You have to be very well spoken. You have to be able to pay attention. You have to have good grades. You just can't, if kids are not doing well, it's hard for them to be taken out of school. The schools aren't going to let them be taken off on being on set. There's a lot to kids. I'm not going to go into all of that today, but trust me, it's not just as easy as, applying to a Disney casting you saw online. And if you saw a Disney casting online, I can guarantee you one thing, it's a scam. How do I know this? Because Disney doesn't advertise castings online. They only go through agencies. It's all done behind the scenes. You will never see any of those castings. Same thing for Paramount, HBO, Stranger Things, all those things that you see advertised online, and you always wonder why they lead to dead ends. It's because that's not how the business actually works. Those castings are done strictly offline through agencies and so forth. So, companies that take advantage of people that don't know this post that. Whenever I see it, I'm like, "Yeah, I know it's not, I don't even have to click on it because I just know. And I know where to find the legitimate castings. And we'll teach you guys that, how to find the legitimate castings, the databases where they're actually stored and how that works. Again, commercial print, right? Versatility, different ethnicities, different ages. The lady on the right, the blonde, blue eyes, your typical classical Caucasian middle-aged woman. She can play a lawyer, a doctor, a secretary, right? Maybe that's for a Sears ad, right? What else could it be? Could be an ad for the blouse, right? My guess is it's the ad for those glasses, right? So that's going to be used for those glasses, right? But then see, the ad also kind of takes you to her eyes. So maybe it's for contact lenses. See, all the different things that it could apply to. Those are all products that you guys can advertise. These are all ads you guys can be placed into. It's 2023. We are on our way to 2024, guys. Every moment counts. Time is your most valuable asset. We all know the world has changed. Mindset is everything. And in today's industry, it's all about what makes you unique. So people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky. They're just doing something differently than everyone else. Tony Robbins is one of our partners. We work very closely with him. And, I love using some of his quotes. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And this quote's very important because tomorrow, for those of you that are brand new, we'll have the opportunity to schedule it. Right now, it's a dream for you guys. Right now, I'm opening up your minds to envisioning this, the possibilities. Tomorrow, you'll have the chance to schedule and be able to go through that interview process to make this a reality. So again, we do all kinds of events. You guys will get to learn about them. We work with talent from all over the world. You guys are going to get to meet some of our talents. You're going to get to meet some of our speakers. This is just the beginning of the weekend. We have so much in surprise for you. But my name is Michael Fomkin. This is Diversity and Being You, the science, instruction, the framework. What type of model are you? Are you high fashion, runway, promotional, fitness, plus size, curve, teen, commercial print, lifestyle? So now you guys should know where you fit into and where opportunity lies in front of you guys. With that thought in mind, I want to keep the show on the road because we got let's see, who do we got coming up here? I got my schedule somewhere here. We got coming on soon. So that's going to be fun. So I can't wait to see what Mr. Colby Woody's going to be wearing today, but it's going to be exciting. And we'll also talk about his skincare routine and so forth. So let me turn this back over to Mr. Dean, and I'll see you guys later. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn just now? How much did you guys just learn? And this is what I want to know. I know he asked that, and I know we're gonna ask you this all weekend. But the question I have for you is this: what type of modeling do you qualify for in the comments? And how exciting is it to know that at the end of my last presentation, I said, okay, you know what? You have to be diverse. You can't just act. You have to model. Now you have one avenue that you know that you can take. Oh my gosh, say yes to any opportunity. I love that. What was your biggest takeaway from what Michael just shared with you? Or from what I shared with you earlier? I want to know, because you know what I want to do? I want to check in with you guys all day. I told you earlier today that my goal is for you to be successful. I told you I want you all in. I told you my goal is for you that by the end of the day tomorrow, you are a brand new person. So what did you learn from the last two presentations? Fitness models, commercial models, sport model, runway model. I know there's so many different types of models, right? And he just touched the surface. There are actually 17 different types of modeling. What? That's bananas. New mindset, new results, right? No matter how many times you hear that, it's always, for me, that always clicks in: new mindset, new results, right? Over 50 is right on time for commercial print. Exactly. You know what the best thing about aging like fine wine, like those of us who are a little more mature, is? The people our age are the ones spending the money right now. So who do you want to buy from? Do you want to buy from someone who doesn't look at all like you? Do you want, like, if I'm going out and I need a face care regime, no offense to all my young friends, because I love you guys so much, but my 47-year-old skin needs a little different care than your 20-year-old skin. So I'm looking for someone who's my age for skincare, right? Can I get a yes on that one? Anyone who's a little bit older, right? But yeah, no, it's very, Colin, trust me, you're 20 years old, you're 6'3". There are plenty of opportunities for you, my friend. Do not be sad by that. But I'm not buying skincare from you because you're a kid. I could be your, anyway. Awesome. How did I go down that rabbit trail? I'm not sure. Okay, let's see here. What do we learn? It's very possible for me to go for it. That's awesome. I love that. You have to be consistent. Don't be lazy. iPhone, I wish I knew your name. If you could figure out how to change your name so I could call you out instead of just calling you iPhone, that would be amazing. Yeah. Over 50 is right time. Show up for yourself, right? How many of you are already happy that you showed up for yourself this weekend? Type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. I know I'm excited that I showed up for myself. I'm going to tell you guys a really quick story, and then I'm going to introduce Alicia to you. So this morning, we woke up and we're online, right? How many of you are using your internet to be here? Everyone raise your hands. We didn't have any internet. We were like, oh. So when I was telling you earlier about making sure that you're resilient, make sure that you're able to like push through, I was sweating it out, y'all. I was like, we almost had to drive to Ryan Colby's house. You guys have no idea what that would have been like. Anyone who knows Ryan knows that would have been crazy. But what I want you, the reason I'm telling you this is not because I want you to be like, oh my gosh, poor them. Because you know what? When you want to be a part of the entertainment industry, you do whatever it takes to get the job done, right? You do whatever it takes to get the job done. And that's what you guys are doing here this weekend. All right. So speaking of getting the job done and doing whatever it takes, I'm going to introduce Miss Alicia Kabak to you. And when she comes on, don't tell her I told you this, but yesterday was her birthday. So I want you guys can cheer for her, but I want you guys to wish her a happy birthday and like break the Zoom comments with happy birthdays. Got it? Okay. Okay. So let me introduce Alicia Kabak to you. She's the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. I would have sweated to death. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, and the one and only Les Brown. Her first movie, Target, is currently streaming on Apple and multiple streaming sources. She is about to start filming her second major motion picture. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She has helped over 10,000 talents successfully get signed and booked work through her program. She has been in business for over 2 decades. She has done we're going to up the number now, over 5,000 live presentations. And she is a 4-year running 2 Comma Club winner. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only Miss Alicia Kabak.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm amazing.
Oh my gosh,
I'm so excited to see you.
Wishes. Oh, thank you. I'm like texting and my mom's like, how are you? I'm like, I'm good. I'm on here with you guys.
I'm boot camping, Mom. That's how I'm doing. It's amazing.
Yeah, like usually Saturdays, I'm talking to everybody live anyway. So it's like, hello. Hi, everybody. How are you?
Yes, I love your shirt. It's so
It's a dress.
Oh, a dress. Very nice. Look at you.
Lily Pulitzer. I figured I'd go back to my Palm Beach like roots. So that's what we're doing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. From New York to Palm Beach, a story of a girl. Hi, everybody. How are you?
Awesome. Well, why don't you tell everyone a little bit about your story? And then what I would love to do is call on maybe one of our talent who can talk a little bit, can volunteer to talk for a little bit.
Okay. What story do you want me to tell? The story of last night at my birthday party with belly dancers and fire and everybody doing tequila shots? That story, or the story about how we started this company? And
how about how you got your start in the entertainment industry? We could
Who
talk,
wants to hear
we'll
the
talk
tequila
tequila at
story?
5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but not here on
So on
the.
my Instagram, I wasn't the one doing tequila, by the way. I was joking around. I said, we're getting old. It was funny that you were talking about skincare because this morning I was like, whoa. But it was funny because last night I went out for my birthday and we went to this really cool place called Taverna Opa. I want to say like Opa, where you drink
Opa!
everything. Oh my God, it was so fun. And if you follow my Instagram or Facebook, you'll see I have a 2-year-old that was like dancing the whole time. And he's been networking with like the Hollywood elite, which I love. But last night I was joking around with my mom. I go, you know how I'm getting old? And she goes, well, I don't want to hear that because I'm your mom. I said, because I'm taking videos of other people doing tequila shots. I literally had one sangria and I sipped it the whole entire time. Oh my God, Caden was all about that. How many of you guys know my son? He's a maniac. He's 2. And I always joke around. I know Mike was talking about a kids division, which makes me very excited. And Caden's already booked his first job, by the way. When he was 1, he booked a major campaign in Japan already. So cool. But I love helping people that want help. And I'm so glad everybody's here. I love the fact that when you're trying to get into this industry, like, again, you're going to get people that don't think they can do this. You're going to get people that are clueless as how this business works. How many of you guys have been trying to get into this business for a while? Anyone? Yeah. So when you're trying to get into show business, like if you're really trying to do this, what the very first thing you need to know is that no one is ever going to like wave a magic wand and like make you famous. Do you guys understand that? Like this business is so much work. And I joke around all the time. It's the unglamorous, glamorous life. Deneen, how much time do I have?
Well, Ryan Colby will be on in about 9 minutes.
Oh, say a prayer for everybody on here. I can only imagine what he's going to be wearing today. But I'll tell you my story very quickly. And I'm just reading some of the comments. It seems as though I had somebody on that I've rejected before numerous times that decided to come on today. How many of you guys have haters? That's the
Don't
only
let
way
that
to keep this
person dull
company
your
legit.
shine. Tell your story.
That means you tell people no. Okay, we're not Netflix. You don't put a credit card in and buy services ever. But one thing I kind of wanted to go over, Deneen, and I think it's super important, and I like to say this, the unglamorous, glamorous life. My profile picture is me and Al Pacino. And it's funny that you were mentioning Al Pacino, that he still takes acting lessons, and he totally does. And people that don't know like our story, I mean, Mike and I aren't like magical unicorns that just like, hey, let's invest in Broadway and let's win Tony Awards. Like I literally have pictures, of me holding Tony Awards, me on Fox News, me opening the stock exchange, again, Al Pacino. Vivica Fox is a friend of mine. How many of you guys know Vivica? But the one thing I always laugh about, Deneen, is when people go on my Facebook or Instagram and they'll comment, oh, you're so lucky. 2 letters typically come out of my mouth when somebody calls me lucky. Anybody know them? F you. How dare you say I'm lucky? Like I've literally given up my life. I didn't have my first child till I was 44. I've given up my entire life for this business. And I'll tell you very quickly that when I was 6 years old, I had a dream. And one of my dreams was to make movies. How many of you guys have a dream? Anybody? Right? Hi, Marilee. So there are so many people that have these dreams, and how do I want to say this without sounding really bitchy? Oh, well, I'm just going to say it anyways. But like, no one gives a shit about your dreams. If you can't fight for your own dreams, why would a parent, a friend, a loved one, why would they ever have to convince you to live out your dreams? If you agree, type amen. Like, so stop asking for permission in life. Like, oh, can I be an actor? Can I be a model? You've already like lost the battle by asking people if you can do that. Never ask for permission, ask for support. So at the age of 6, I had this dream that I wanted to make movies. I was that freaky kid that loved watching Alfred Hitchcock, which I'm going to show you something very quickly. Deneen, do I have time to show something very quickly? I'm just going to hold on 1 second.
All right. Who's excited to hear more of Alicia's story? I know you guys are. I just wanted her to share her story because, I feel like her story is so inspirational. Oh, here we go. Alfred Hitchcock.
So Alfred Hitchcock is my favorite director of all times. How many of you guys have ever seen an Alfred Hitchcock movie? Anyone? So I remember watching Rear Window and Vertigo and Psycho. And again, it's pretty psycho if your parents are letting you watch Psycho at the age of 10. But I decided at the age of 6, when I grew up, I wanted to make movies. And at the age of 17, I started pricing film schools You should know on a side note, nobody in my family understands this business, even to this day. And I don't give a shit. It's not for them to understand, right? It's for me to understand. And so when I was 17, I started pricing film schools. And one of my dreams, well, I had two dream schools. One was NYU and one was Chapman out in LA. It's $70,000 a year for film school. 70 grand. Anybody here think that's costly? Right? With no guarantees. I mean, you can go to school for anything. There are no guarantees ever when you're trying to get into show business. And I can tell you that my dad went to West Point. He graduated from West Point. He was a corporate lawyer. My mom is a paralegal. And at the age of 6, you're told you could do anything you want to at the age of 17. How many of you guys have parents like mine that think you're like on drugs that you want to get into show business? Like there must be something wrong with you, right? Like, why are you doing this to us? You know, you are capable of so much more. What do you mean? Like I'm capable of so much more? Like do you know how lucky I am right now that everybody is on here on Zoom? Back when Mike and I opened up the office, you would have to fly into one of our offices just to come meet with us. And, you know, every day people, is this going to cost money? Well, you're trying to get into show business, right? Show business. So if you got a chance to audition in New York or LA, you would have to fly there. That's going to cost you money, not with a guarantee that you would actually get a booking. If you understand that, type amen. So I understood at the age of 17, I really wanted to follow my passions. The problem was I was 100% reliant on my parents to help finance it. And that sucks. So if you're 20, if you're 30, if you're 40, if you're 50, figure it the hell out if you want to get into this business, because at the age of 18, you could take a bullet for your country. Do you understand? If this is something that you want to do, you're going to figure it out. Like excuses, there are no excuses in this business ever. And so I ended up going to school in Orlando. I grew up in South Florida, Boca, but I went to school in Orlando. I graduated with a double major in TV and film and communications. I spent almost $100,000 just in financial aid. Plus I had scholarships, graduated from college with a double major, and nobody gave a shit. Zero. I joined every single website. I asked every friend, anybody in this industry, like that I thought was in this industry, what should I do? How do I become successful? How many of you guys have ever asked people that are not in show business, how do you become successful? Anyone? How many of you guys have friends and family constantly giving you advice on what's real, what's not real, what to look out for, right? And Deneen, I heard you mention like 5,000 Zoom presentations. I get almost 100,000 people a month that like go on our website, try to text me, you know, on Facebook or Instagram. This company, like services aren't for sale. You actually have to earn your right in this industry. And I loved Michael's presentation because you cannot get real castings on websites. So like all these things that we've learned over the last 20 years, I mean, you know, I'll jump ahead. Like I moved to New York City when Mike and I started this business. I was baffled. I would see Broadway and I would go and see these big signs in Times Square. And I would say to myself, how the hell do you do this? Like I went to school for this. How was it possible? And I want to see very quickly. And if you agree with the statement, type amen. So don't type it until I say it. But no one gives a shit what you feel like you can do. On paper, my resume sucked. It was literally college and waitressing. I felt that if I met somebody that can literally snap a finger and change my life, I just needed a chance to kind of preach to the, you know, preach your case. How many of you guys feel like face-to-face would help you? Because paper resumes, nobody gives a shit where you go to school. You could literally go to school at Harvard. No one cares if no one knows you exist. And Deneen, this is why so many talent get taken advantage of every day trying to get into show business, because A, they pay for photos that typically aren't even good. I'll tell you right now, a lot of times that people send me their photos and they suck because you're running out and getting photos done by people that aren't really in the industry. You're getting photos that you want to see because you're so eager to get into this industry. You decide, I need photos. You don't even know what you qualify for yet. Why are you running out and getting photos done? And then you're posting them where? On Facebook or Instagram, so your friends who aren't in the business can give you a thumbs up. How does that put food on your table? Right? If you understand, type, I get it. Then you're out there joining websites. No legitimate castings are on websites. You cannot get speaking roles for TV and film, all those Disney, that's called clickbait. Do you guys know how clickbait works on the internet? Here, fishing rod. Oh, let's get all the gullible people. You guys constantly fall victim to these fake brand ambassador things. You have to stop. Real castings are not posted on the internet. And, when I graduated from school, Deneen, I thought it was going to be like, I hate to sound like this, but I was entitled. I spent so much money and time. I graduated with honors. I overcame so many amazing things. College for 5 years. Nobody gives a shit. You're one of a billion trying to get into show business, and you better fight. I mean, I'm talking about like roll up your sleeves and get down and dirty, not in a Harvey Weinstein way, but you better be able to fight for your right to get into this business. No one is going to come searching for you. I see people on here that literally have been on my calls in the past, or people, is this real? I'm sorry, are you real? Do you understand this? Like, anybody with a credit card can join a website. Anybody with a credit card can go take classes. And when Mike and I decided to start this company, we wanted face-to-face interactions with real people in the industry. But because of that, we had to pre-screen. Do you guys understand what that means? That means we don't want just anybody getting a chance to network with the Hollywood elite. And Deneen's right. Like, we've done a lot of amazing stuff between opening the stock exchange, being featured in Forbes, and Entrepreneur, and Huffington Post, and had a hit radio show with CBS. We had Howard Stern's old studio at CBS. We had a huge production company. You guys may have heard of him, Ryan Seacrest. One of his production companies came to us and they wanted to do a reality show about our company. You know what I mean? Like, we are New York and LA based. The only reason why I live in Florida currently is because I got pregnant right before the pandemic with this little sweet baby. But I moved down to Florida, and now, Deneen, that this whole business is done on Zoom. I'll tell you right now, for anybody here that ever uses the excuse, my location is holding me back, you are a fool. When was the last time you hand wrote a letter to your friends and family and actually like made out an envelope and put a little stamp on it? You don't do that anymore. Nor do you have to live in New York or LA anymore to really get into this industry. Everything is done on Zoom. And because of that, Deneen, when people say, oh, I'm so excited, I can live anywhere and get in this industry. Yeah, you can. Yes, for convenience. How many of you guys love that? If you love the fact that right now, no one had to fly out to us. I'm not even at the office. I'm home. No one had to pay for flights or hotels or Airbnbs or Ubers or Lyfts or try to figure out parking. This is freaking great that we have people on from all over the country, right? But do you think this industry got easier or harder now that it's all done digitally? Because back in the day, Deneen, you had to live in New York, you had to live in LA, and you knew your competition. It is 100 billion times harder to get into this industry if you don't know the rules. So everything has changed. I mean, when I went to school, Deneen, I graduated with a wonderful double degree, a double degree. Do you guys know how hard that is? Not one college degree, but two. Busting my ass to pretty much wait on tables. My parents and my friends said, oh, you're crazy. Why didn't you just go to school like your dad and go to law school? You would have made a great attorney. That's not my passion. If your passion is getting into show business, you're going to stay on this call until we're done. Don't you dare say, how much longer is this going to be? Because I'll just reject you right now. I'm not interested in ever working with somebody that ever says, hey, how long is this going to be? Because your career is all that matters to me. I talk to talent that go to Yale. I talk to talent that go to Juilliard, Carnegie Mellon. They've literally spent so much money and time getting into this business, and they put 2 years, 20 years, thousands of dollars, thousands of hours. The fact that you guys are able to get this call for free this weekend, you should be taking notes. Your camera should be on. As I'm speaking, you should be nodding your head like we're on, some kind of like, dinner party date where you're acting like you're caring about what I'm saying, because you don't need to be here. If you want to be somewhere else, go. I'm not going to cry. I promise. But if you're here, I want you to be really sincere about it. Who here really wants to get in this industry? And I know Mike is phenomenal and Deneen is phenomenal, but like, you have to be blunt if you're trying to get into this industry. And I really want to say this. When I moved to New York City, it scared the shit out of me. Every single day, I was like, oh God, how am I even going to be able to manage this? Like, everybody here, like, they pushed their way into this industry, and it was super abrasive, especially growing up in Fort Lauderdale. Oh my God, I'm used to like, Key West, like relax and, sit back. New York City is hard, y'all. And LA is just as bad. And the fact that we can help everybody, Deneen, on this call, I'll tell you what, there's so many people. How many of you guys have joined websites trying to get into this business? Paid for crappy photos with your friends, or maybe you ran out and got photos done, right? And then you're posting about on websites, or maybe you went to like a Barbizon John or Howard John Casablancas to learn how to walk like a model. Unless you're 5'10", size 0, you're not going to walk like a model. You have a better time walking on water. So like when you're trying to get into show business, I want you guys to be on here all weekend and I want you to play full out. And if you can't do that, there's no reason why you deserve to be in this industry. Okay. Anybody here offended by anything I said? Because I'm here to help.
If they're offended, they're in the wrong spot.
For sure.
So
I mean, Mike and I, we've invested $1 million of our own money just in Broadway. Just in Broadway. Our first Tony Award, we beat Tom Hanks. That's baller. You know what I mean? We have some of the cast of The Walking Dead and Disney and the Goldbergs that work for us now. Even Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. I mean, that's got to give us some kind of street credibility. We have 50 Cent's acting coach that is part of our company. So if you guys are serious, don't ever confuse us with any other company. I don't care if you've been lied to, cheated on, or scammed. You're here now and everything's going to be okay. You now have a super powerful team as long as you want it. Okay. Scale 1 to 10. How much do you want to get in this industry? Scale 1 to 10. And maybe you've been in this industry for a while and you can't seem to get past, you know, the gatekeepers. Maybe you're doing a lot of the same crap over and over and over again. Because if it's not a 10, log off for real. I'll look at the number right now. I will not lose respect for you if you log off. Because I only want serious talent on here. That is it. And if you're not serious, just go enjoy your day.
speaking of serious talent, is it okay if I bring one of our talent on that's a
Oh
tremendous
yeah,
success?
who's here?
Okay.
Just texted
So
me.
we have a surprise guest here. I was looking
Uh-oh.
through the I was like, wait, are you on my Zoom? Can you turn on your camera so we could say hello? Everyone, I would like to introduce you to Brandon Dermond. So he has been working with our company now for a couple of years. Oh, there you go. Hi, Brandon. How are you?
Where is he?
Good.
I was like, I know that name. Awesome.
Hey,
So Brandon, when you first started working with our company, what were you doing? What were you interested in?
I was interested in being a different person, put it on different masks, trying to be somebody different, trying to be a bad guy, be a good guy, be something different, try to get out of my comfort zone. I always seen films and everything, but I always thought, man, I could probably try this, or maybe, I don't know, maybe I could just, be somebody that maybe I could be somebody different. And
So
I
I'm
think
glad you're you.
it's a great, right?
Wait, I have a question. Did you come into one of the offices or did you go through a Zoom call?
I
you
went through a
physically-
Zoom call.
Okay, so this started with a Zoom call, right?
Yep.
And now you're booking covers of magazines, you're walking Fashion Week, you're traveling,
Yep.
like, you're signed to a major agency now, booking work. So it started with a Zoom call. What was your first,
Yep.
let me ask you a question, and this is
Okay.
totally off the cuff because I didn't know you were here. But
Oh,
okay, so you registered for a Zoom call. So everybody here also registered. Were you like
Right.
skeptical? Were you like, oh, it's probably not real, it's probably a scam, or, I've been to companies like this before. Were you apprehensive at all? Or what made you want to get on?
I said to myself, I wanted to take a chance. I wanted to open the door and see where I could put my foot in, if I could put my full leg in or my whole body in. I really wanted to see it. I always was told that, hey, you look good and everything, you should try it, And then when I got this Zoom call on Instagram and everything, I took a chance. I was really nervous because I thought, man, I don't know, this could be, a hit or miss. But I said, I should take the chance to jump off the diving board and see if I hit water or hit sand.
Okay. Well, whether you hit water or you hit sand, I'm glad you're here. So that Zoom call changed your life. And this is not me like touting my ego, but prior to this, right, modeling and acting, you were doing what? What was your day job?
I was doing construction.
Okay. How many of you guys relate to this? Having a day job that pays your bills, but still wanting to get in the industry and not knowing how to start. If that's you, type, that's me. Okay. So you came on a Zoom call. were we doing boot camps back then, or did you just come on and meet with me? Do you remember?
No, we were doing boot camps. I think I did like 20 or 30 of them. And then I took a chance in going to New Orleans.
Okay, so you went to New Orleans with us. So you came on a bunch of Zoom calls. What made you want to join the company? And you don't have to say me because I'm here. I won't yell.
Yeah.
You do have to say me
Well,
though.
I do. Thank you all. But no, I really felt comfortable. I took those Zoom calls and I really felt that they were pushing you. I felt like they were really engaging you. They weren't just selling you down the river, but they were always testing you. They give you all these FaceTimes on Facebook with all these industry people that have been in it. They always challenge you on, I'm
just going to show some pictures of you while you're talking.
God. I was in LA.
Oh, excuse me, LA. So you've been to LA, New York, where else? New Orleans.
Chicago.
Look, cover of a magazine.
That
Who
was
are
Mexico.
you right now? Like, I saw these pictures. I remember when you got signed, and I was like, this is not the same guy that was on the Zoom.
Yeah,
Who
that
is
was
he?
Chicago.
Oh, but this is like one of my favorites. You're like waiting
That
for
was
the Zoom
in
to
New
start.
Jersey. New Jersey.
But okay, so you decided to take a chance, not on us, but on you. What was your biggest aha moment now that you're in the industry? What do you wish somebody told you about this business?
That you're going to be through a lot of hoops. It's not just a handout. It's not a place where you just basically are given it. You have to show them that you're a person that listens, on point. There are times that they're going to have a bad day, but you got to turn the photographer into somebody that wants to take your picture. And sometimes you don't feel like it, but you have to do it. Sometimes you're going to have a bad day, but you got to flip the switch and turn your smile or frown upside down. I mean, it's a place where you have to be a role. You basically have to look yourself in the mirror. Who can I be? Who can I not be? But be yourself. If you have the heart, if you feel this, and if you want this, you have to put in a lot of work, and it's not easy. I'm gonna tell
Did
you
you
right
have
now.
any friends or family tell you shouldn't be in this industry, or were they
Oh,
a
yes.
little bit apprehensive? I mean, this is him in New York City, guys.
Oh,
These are
yes.
actually photos we did. Look at that.
Yep.
Gorgeous.
It was a lot of people are skeptical that if you do modeling, it's is steepy slope. It's not, worth it. A lot of people don't, think you can do it. It's a place where you have to put your name out there. You have to write your name into the stone. It's not going to be done by, a pencil. You have to really chisel your name in there and your last name. And if you put yourself out with your last name and you prove to them that you can be coachable and especially listen, then you will go far.
And that's why we do a full 2-day boot camp, because we want to
Yes.
see if you have the endurance to do this, because you've been on set, you've walked New York Fashion Week, you've done tremendous things. Do you just show up and you're like, I'm here, and they're getting you in and out in 30 minutes? Or are you there all freaking day?
It can
All
be
day.
24
How many of you
hours.
guys
It
now
could be-
see the unglamorous, glamorous life? So I want to be a model. You may be on set for 8 hours. Do you guys understand this? This is why we're putting you through boot camp. If you can make it
Yes.
all 2 days here, you can do it our way, because our way works. We have 10,000, if not more, success stories, or you can keep doing it your way, which we already know the outcome. Okay.
Yes.
So
And
now
there's
that-
going to be. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. I was just going to say, so now that you've been on covers of magazines and you're traveling the world, are your friends and family a little bit more supportive now? Or are they saying, can you help me get into the industry?
It's funny. Now all of a sudden they want to, be, rubbing shoulders with me now and say, hey, can you help my friend out, or can you help me out? And I'm like, hey, excuse me?
We're doing
It's
a boot
not
camp right
easy.
now.
Yeah,
VIPignitesummit.com.
right.
Just so you guys understand, I want everybody to write 99.9%. 99.9%. High Fashion Runway has a 99.9% rejection rate.
Mm-hmm.
99.9. 99.9, which means if it were 99%, that's 1 in 100. 99.9 is 1 in 1,000. So when you get haters in this world, oh, I want to do high fashion, you know, I've been to all these companies, maybe you didn't qualify for high fashion, right? There's commercial print, there's catalog. So, and you also have a tremendous body. Fitness is very much part of your regime. I mean, I love to see you dressed and also, you know, showing off your physique. But
Oh,
now
thank
that your friends and family see you on covers of magazine, how important is it? I mean, other than when you're taping or taking photos, you're also keeping up with everything, correct? Like your diet, working out, right?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
and your
key.
agent's on now.
Oh no.
Wow. Lord help us.
Before we unmute him, I want to, I also know you've been recovering from some injuries too. So I just want to commend you for pushing
Oh,
through.
thank you.
You were here, Ryan was here the last time you got injured. He was like, oh, I was like, what? Put him in bubble wrap. But I had the opportunity to be in New York City when you walked your first show at Fashion Week. That was so amazing. I was like, it was like one of those things where I'm a mama bear. Alicia's like the one who's like blunt and to the point. I'm mama bear. I was like,
Yep.
oh my
Totally
God, my
cried,
baby's
didn't
all
she?
grown up. It was
You
so
cannot
cool.
Well,
cry
thank
at
you.
Fashion Week, Deneen.
Well, I
You've gone
cry
over this.
everywhere, but okay. Let's bring Mr. Colby on so he could say hello to you, and then I lost
Oh,
him.
all right. Oh no.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Brandon, you texted me like an hour ago. You didn't tell me you were coming on here.
Well, does he have to go through his agent every single time he wants to come back home?
Yeah, I was trying to get on, but
but
I kept getting pushed out, and now I finally got on.
no, he doesn't have to ask. But I don't know. We spoke like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Ryan, so Brandon is thinking about shaving off all of his hair and doing a really short cut. Would
Yeah,
that be
right.
okay with
We highly recommended it.
Yeah, right. He's smarter than the average bear. He knows that's
Okay.
not fair.
So when you have an agent, you can't go get your hair cut. Just, I want everybody to understand that there are rules. Somebody type rules.
Very true.
There are
Yes,
rules.
Brandon's lived with me for months at a time. He knows what I will and will not tolerate. So
Yeah.
All right. Everybody wants an agent, but the question is, does an agent want you? Right. So Ryan, really quickly, other than the fact that he's very attractive, what made you want to sign him very quickly? Give me like some of the key quick topics.
It wasn't quickly. He had to chill for a bit because he was way too quiet and shy for me when I first met him. And it took, I don't know, 6 months before I was like, okay, I'll give you a chance to come to New York, but you better deliver, because I just didn't see, I physically saw it, but I didn't see him surviving here.
So looks aren't everything. Is that
so-
what you're saying? Looks aren't everything. It's like Tinder.
No,
You can be
no,
super
looks are not
attractive,
everything.
right? There you are being super attractive, but then you actually have to come out of your comfort zone to do like photos and stuff, right?
Yeah, and
Yep.
also just the full package, the demeanor, the speaking, the
Yep.
engagement with others. There was none of that, and I had to get that out of him, because without that, no one's going to want to work with you. No one wants to work with a lamp or a shoe or a pillow. Like, you need to do something.
They want to see this laying on the pillow. How many of you guys are right?
Like,
So,
no one
how
wants
many
to
of you guys
work
have ever
with.
been on a first date and you've ever seen somebody super attractive and you're like, yeah, right? And then that person opens your mouth and you're like, no, right? Welcome to boot camp where your camera's on. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to see if he could pull it off. I think the first
Yeah.
trip was 2 weeks or something. I don't
Yeah.
remember. And
Okay,
I
are
still had
welcome
notes
Fashion
for
Week.
him. And over time he got it, and that's it. As long he put the effort in, and that's all that matters. I don't expect people to be gregarious and outgoing like day one. It's just not possible. But as long as you're trying, and I see that, if it takes a year, then it takes a year. It just depends upon the person. And it's only been in the past 6 to 8 months. Unfortunately, he's been injured for half of that, but where he's really shined, and big photographers like him, and he's really gotten the attention of A-list people. We're just waiting for him to recover and get it together.
Yes. So Brandon, please be safe. No more,
Yeah,
no
don't
more
hurt
being
yourself
crazy.
anymore.
Be safe.
Everybody say a prayer.
All right.
No
Well,
more
Not
Brandon,
just for you, but for your
motorcycles.
agent.
Brandon, thank you so much for jumping on. I know you like answered a text message at the last minute and said yes. So thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you.
How
And
many of you
when
guys
do I get to see you again? When are you coming to New York? Is he coming to New York soon?
you coming to
Mhm.
Florida soon?
Okay.
Florida, no, but New York, yeah.
Oh, whatever. Wait, I want you all to type, it started with a Zoom.
Mhm.
It started with a Zoom. Had he not gotten on a Zoom or his friends and family got in his head, he wouldn't be on the cover of magazines and walking Fashion Week. So it all started with a Zoom. Then the question is, I want everybody to type, or I don't even want you to type. How many of you guys think you're going to be next? Because it starts with a Zoom. Saba's
If
like,
you think you're going to be next,
Sorry
type
for the
yes in the
noise.
comments. Type
Sorry
yes
for-
in the comments. We want to know. Yes. Awesome.
okay.
All right. Well, Brandon, it looks like you're driving now. Thank you so much for being on. We appreciate you and can't wait to see you in New York soon. Thank you.
Love you.
Awesome.
Keep up the good work.
All right. Well, I know Ryan Colby came in with a boom, but let me introduce him and introduce his topic because we're really excited for his topic today. So Ryan Colby has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. He opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy at the age of 15. He art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he never wavered. He had the record number of covers for his agency, 72 in 1 year. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, and he has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hey, again.
Hey, again, for real. We have to be official here. That's what we do. Well,
It's easier when we go over all the accolades. I mean, obviously, we could have spent all day today and tomorrow going over them, obviously.
I know we had to keep it brief, but Ryan, we're really excited for you to be here today because the one thing, everyone wants to be a model, everyone wants to do all of these things, but the first thing that you see, and you talked about this a little bit with Brandon, like you liked his looks, but maybe he had to work on some things. So what we would really love for you to talk about today is
Actually, what we're talking about today is he had to work on his wardrobe.
I know, and we had another one of your talent as well that we highlighted earlier. You remember him, James Johnson. You remember the first time you saw him.
Wait, you had him on a Zoom today?
No, we didn't have him on the Zoom, but
Oh.
Michael showed pictures of him like as a model,
Okay,
not
yes,
as
yes,
the guy
yes,
we
yes,
met.
yes.
So
He
so
did have.
every person,
He had worse wardrobe problems than Brandon.
I
There's a
remember
tier level of hideousness, and his was at the height.
you pretty much told him to leave and go buy clothes. I remember. So we have people here who are really excited to have the opportunity to meet you face to face. So to keep them from having that experience where like, get out, go find something. Can you please talk to us about wardrobes and staples that we should all have in our wardrobes?
Yes, wardrobe is fairly important. It's not, it's not going to ruin you because you can replace things, jeans, skirts, tops, but it is important to walk into appointments or a casting or just a quick meeting looking like a model. I say that phrase literally weekly. I don't know why I have to say it all the time, but sometimes these models don't understand that their personal style when they're sitting at home in Chattanooga, Tennessee isn't going to work here, and you have to change it and church it up for New York. And it's subtle things that I just know when I see a model walking down the street, whether I'm representing them or a friend of mine is representing them or they're from a foreign market. I know a model is different than some girl or guy walking down the street, going to get a soda, going to get a sandwich. I can tell the difference just by what they're wearing. And some of the staples that you need when you're a model is, especially there's tiers. When you're a brand new model, you need the basics. You need, for men, you need skinny jeans are still in. I know you don't like it, but men of a certain age, if you're under 28, you got to have a couple pairs. It's, if you're an older model, like more commercial print, you're 30, 35, 40, 45. Yeah, maybe not so much, it is more of a young guy situation. So but you still need nice looking jeans, blues, grays, blacks, some colored jeans wouldn't hurt you, reds, greens, they have them out there, and you got to show a little style. So colored jeans, regular jeans, you need lots of t-shirts that are grays, whites, blacks, grays, white, black, colors, purple, blue, V-necks, circle necks, and they need to fit you. They don't need to be skin tight, like peeling yourself out of them, but they can't be floppy. They can't be to the waist. They can't be to the thighs. They need to fit you, hitting you at the waist. They need to fit around the arms. They need to fit around the chest. These are important. Some, thin sweaters are important. V-neck sweaters, thin, meaning like not bulky Christmas sweaters, but thin sweaters, light wools, light cashmeres, grays, maroons, blues, beige, stuff like that. You need, especially for the younger models, you need jean jackets. You need to look like, young and fun and, cool. So jean jackets, black, gray, blue, whatever, I don't know, purple, it doesn't matter. For the older men, you need blazers. You need a gray blazer, a black blazer, a tan blazer. You need to look professional when you go, especially if they call you in for a businessman role, you need to have that. Button-ups, especially for the older men. The younger guys, you don't need button-ups so much. You should have one or two, because just because if something comes up that's formal, you should have them, but it's not a major priority. For the older men, it is a major priority. You need several button-ups, blues, grays, beiges, light purples, dark grays, black, white. You need all of these colors. You need proper shoes. Shoes are like always a nightmare for me. No one ever has a pair of black shoes. I don't understand how this happens. Everybody needs black shoes. Black shoes that are formal, dress shoes, going to dinner, going to a graduation. You need, a pair of brown shoes. You need nice sneakers that are dressy / casual. They're very, very common now. There's lots of lines out there that have those athleisure sneakers that go from day to night, where they look like a sneaker, but you can wear them with a pair of nice pants and still go to dinner and it still looks cool. So stuff like that you need. Those are pretty much covers the men from age, 20 to 60 to 70. For women, the younger girls, you need leggings. You need every color legging. Just basically say you need 20 pairs of leggings. Just get them, different colors. You need leggings. You need sports bras. You need, tank tops, and also in every color. Just get them, 20 tank tops. You need heels, black heels, beige heels. It depends upon your posture, whether you need 4 or 5 inch heels. 3-inch heels will work. It's kind of a cop out, but if that's what you can do, that's what you can do. But 4 or 5 inches is always better, because the legs look better, the stance is better, et cetera, et cetera. So whatever you can handle, but the highest you can handle, you should get. You need full heels, strappy heels. I'm not a fan of wedges, but if you must get a wedge, it needs to be a high-end wedge. Do not spend $12 at DSW on a wedge and expect that to work. It's not going to work. You need a high-end wedge because wedges are very passe, but if you're going to do it, get a high-end wedge. For older females, you need business looks, you need business pants, you need skirts, you need wrap dresses, lots of wrap dresses. Wrap dresses are very popular. They tie on the left or the right. Obviously, Diane von Furstenberg is the queen of this, so she's got a whole juggernaut, a line of wrap dresses, nice lycra, cotton, pullover dresses are great too if you don't like wrap dresses. Light prints, don't go crazy with the prints, especially if you're not being monitored. If someone isn't suggesting that for you, don't just do it. Certain faces and shapes can't get away with heavy prints. So usually what I tell women is just get solid dresses or light print dresses with something light on it that you can't really see from far away, but nothing too crazy until you learn the business more and learn what works on you. Now, as far as faces for women, especially, and this goes for men too, don't ever over groom. I'm not a fan of men grooming their eyebrows to death. Don't look at mine as an example. Do as I say, not as I do. But I can do whatever I want. I've paid my dues. I could wear a paper bag and I'm fine. But men, I do not like it when they overgroom their eyebrows. It doesn't work. It looks very bizarre in imagery. Women, same thing. I actually don't like it for women to do it either. Grooming your eyebrows is fine, but over grooming them, not fine. So there is a line that you cross, and when you cross that line, it looks weird. Same with hair. Don't over groom the hair. Not too much wax, not too much hairspray, not too much product or whatever it is you're using. Keep things as natural as possible when you go on appointments, because I'm not saying don't ever wear makeup or put some, concealer or powder or lipstick on. Of course, you should look your best, but don't overdo it, because don't look like you're going out to the club to meet a man or meet a woman. Like, don't do that, because then you've killed the deal, because you're walking in looking like a character, and that's not what these clients want to see. They want to see as bare as possible without you walking in looking ghastly. So, that line can be crossed really easily. But for women, I would suggest light makeup, some mascara, no lashes, like fake lashes, light mascara, a tint on the lip that's natural, a peach, a light maroon, something natural. No pinks, no bright reds, no crazy
Yes,
colors.
I'm out.
What?
Don't wear anything too busy. Okay. Don't wear red. Okay.
For
I'm literally
appointments.
going through all my.
For appointments. No heavy jewelry, no heavy bracelets, watches. For men, no heavy watches. Same for women, no heavy. I was on the subway the other day and I was looking at all these women, and there was like 10 women that were wearing these massive watches. I wanted to grab all of them and be like, what are you doing? But anyway, no heavy watches. No heavy watches. Just nothing heavy to distract from your face, because it's funny. Like I said, I was on the subway and we were stopped in between stations for like 8 minutes. There was some track work, whatever. So I was just staring at people like I'm bored. I'm like, and I do that sometimes. I'm not casting. I'm never casting when I'm never looking for models when I'm on the subway. It just doesn't really happen. But I'm always looking at people like wondering, why are you making these choices? And so I'm looking and I see all these women with heavy watches and I'm like, that doesn't work. So because it cuts you off, it makes you look shorter when you're standing up. It makes you look bottom heavy when you're standing up. Just keep things light, so when they look at you, you look as tall and as clean and as usable as possible. And jewelry can ruin that too. So that's why I said what I said. Not a lot of perfumes. You don't want to not insult people. You don't want to offend people. Some people are sensitive to heavy smells, cologne and perfume, oils, stuff like that. Especially if you're going on appointments, because you never know if they're going to have you try something on, or, you don't want to be doing that to other people's clothes. or costumes or whatever for TV, because every time I get a TV fitting, at the bottom is like, do not wear perfume or cologne. Like that's the first sentence, because they don't want the clothes to smell like you when you leave the fitting, which is 5 minutes, so yeah, that's a good overview of, and keep things natural with the hair as far as colors. Obviously, women, like to dye your hair. That's fine. You can dye it brown, you can dye it blonde, you can dye it black, but keep it natural to your skin tone and make it look like believable. Not unbelievable, if you can, especially when you're a little bit older. You definitely want to look expensive, regal, believable. You can't be 60 with pink hair and expect someone to take you seriously and get a job anywhere. It's just not going to work. Save that for the 16-year-olds who are, following, some K-pop band. Let them do it, but not you.
But the blonde eyebrows, Ryan, you pull them off. I just want to let you know that.
Well, I don't have to see clients ever.
Yeah.
Like I sit at a computer and I type on my phone. Like unless I go out in public, like to a party, like, or to an event, I don't really see anybody. So.
And no tanners either, guys. No sunless tanners.
No tanners. If an agent, like I just told a boy the other day to go tanning, because I'm not a fan of it, but there are rare occasions I accept it, is because he was just looking kind of too gray, like white gray. He was just looking weird. I was like just go to the salon twice, like on a Monday and a Thursday for 8 minutes, and just like brighten up a bit. You look a little too pale. So. But I'm not a fan of it, but there are rare cases that it's necessary. And I will tell you that, and an agent will tell you that when it's necessary. So yeah, that's basically it. I mean, it's not a lot. You'd be surprised at how many wasted items of clothing you have in your closet that you could get rid of and replace with useful items. It's not expensive. I'm not, no one needs to, use their rent money to go get a pair of black jeans. Like, these are cheap items that you can get over time, obviously, and probably 70 to 80% of it you have. You just need to fill in with certain things that you're missing. But those are basically the staples. Now, once you're a working model, especially for the younger people, once you're a working model and you're in the city or LA or New York and you're working on a regular basis and you see the style of the celebrities, you go to the parties, yeah, you can spice things up. You can wear a printed shirt. You can get a crazy blazer. You can get crazy t-shirts, and you go to these parties. Absolutely. I go to parties. I dress my guys. I tell my guys. Last week we went to a party for Bravo here at the Hustler Bar in New York City. Larry Flint's Hustler Bar. He had a big party for Bravo, and the boys were getting dressed. And I came out to the living room like, no, none of this is acceptable. There's cameras everywhere at these parties. You're not embarrassing me. So I went through their suitcases. I went through my closet. I have some things, and I changed all of them before we went out the door. You're not embarrassing me, looking like you just got off the train from like Des Moines, Iowa. Like, that's not happening.
Well, I remember when we saw James Johnson, and he was wearing these big, like, baggy jeans that were like falling down past his butt with a belt, and like this like shirt that he probably bought at Walmart, which I have no problems with Walmart.
Walmart's great. You just gotta
Walmart's
get the
great.
right
You can buy staples. But I remember you saying go to H&M and work it out. So can you give everybody some like just basic components? Like, okay,
well, for him, he was thin, and he was more runway, and he was looking overweight because of the clothes he was wearing. So I'm like, go to H&M and buy clothes that fit you. It's the cheapest place I could have thought of off the top of my head. Are there plenty of other stores you could have gone to? Absolutely. But H&M is fairly universal right now. So I figured he'd know what it was, and go there and you could spend $100 in H&M and just look more expensive, and so he got a couple pairs of skinny jeans, like I told him to. I think a red pair and a white pair or something like that, and a couple shirts that fit. That's all. It was really that simple. It wasn't like some astronomical amount of money. It was like $100 because I asked him how much did you spend. He said like $100. I'm like, okay, that's fair because now you look like $1 million. So you don't look weird and like unmarketable. Like I couldn't market the way he looked when he walked in. Like there's not a single client I could have thought of that would have seen him because he looked a mess. Everything was oversized. Everything was worn. Clearly had been in his wardrobe for I don't know however long. Just didn't look fresh and expensive and new. And expensive doesn't mean expensive. It just means looking authoritative, walking in the room and commanding it, looking fresh, looking confident. And, it's hard to do that when you're wearing things that are just like drab and bringing you down. And that's what he looked like when I saw him originally. So.
But he didn't know, Ryan, because in South Dakota, which is where he's from, that's how they dress. And I'm sure it's how his friends dress. But when you're trying to be a model, well, then you got to dress like a model. And no matter how great his book was, if he showed up to the physical castings looking kind of frumpy, it would have made a bad reflection on you. And I know you didn't need that.
I would never send anyone out. I mean, I go through all the suitcases when they get here. And
Yes, he
Brandon
does.
also, when he first
TSA's got
here.
nothing on Ryan Colby. I'm just putting it out there.
What?
I said TSA's got nothing on you. You can literally teach a course.
I go through all those suitcases because sometimes, like, it's funny because when Brandon first came here, he was not as bad as James, but it was pretty bad. There were a lot of basketball shorts. There were a lot of sweatpants. There were a lot of gray sweatpants. And he was looking very like I just got out of prison. Like, because, when you get like when the guys leave prison, they're in like a gray outfit. It was just looking very like, no, this isn't cute. This isn't cute. I actually had him box up stuff and send it back. So when he did go home, he had room in his suitcase for the new stuff that I was going to make him buy while he was here. Because I was like, none of this is ever to be worn outside of this apartment. If I even see you on the street, I'm just going to yank it off you. Like, do not leave this place.
He'd go. He'd snap his fingers and go.
Do not leave this apartment with any of these articles of clothing on your body. So put them in a box, work it out at the post office, and send them back to mommy because you're not wearing that here. So he had a bunch of basketball shorts and all this other stuff that just huge white T-shirts like that were clearly for a man that's 275, 300 pounds. Why are you wearing these things? You're 150 pounds. Like it was just crazy. So I went to his wardrobe. We went shopping like every other week because he got a job here. He got a job with a friend of mine here. So he got a paycheck every week. So obviously I'm not trying to bilk him dry, but every other week I'd be like, you need to put aside like $50, $75. And we would go to either thrift stores or H&M or something and get one or two items. That's it. Even if it was like $40. And over time, it builds,
And you've dressed some amazing people like Liam Neeson, Ben Affleck. I mean, Samuel Tucci. Let's go over some like what women should wear for castings or even on Zoom. Now that everything is done on Zoom, you still have to dress appropriately.
Oh, on Zoom. Yeah. If you're meeting with a significant person on Zoom, luckily Zoom has the one, what's the word? The one benefit is that you need a nice top. You don't need
when we first started the Zooms, Deneen would get people to stand up and people would say, I don't have pants on. Do you guys remember that?
Well, okay, that happens.
I know. I mean,
you need a nice top.
Right now, but,
if you're meeting with a agent or a casting director, actually they may ask you to stand up, especially if it's a first time, because they want to see your figure. Like, they want to see like your whole figure. Like, are you bottom heavy, top heavy, how tall you really are, et cetera, et cetera. So they may ask you to move away from your camera 10 feet so they can see. So that's true. But if you're meeting with someone for 10 minutes and reading a script or, I don't know, doing a scene or something, you definitely need to just look good from here up, So just a nice clean T-shirt, a button-up shirt, a button-up denim shirt is good for both sexes, anything that shows nothing that comes up to here, but something that's like what I'm wearing, like something that just opens up the face and just you're sitting here and you're talking. That's it. So it doesn't need to be too extreme or nice. It just needs to be basic. No heavy prints again. Anywhere, even for fashion models, no heavy prints, nothing that I'm staring at your shirt because you have big ducks on it or or massive flowers or
Should've worn the
whatever.
ducks.
And of course, there are exceptions to the rule. I mean, obviously, the more you're in the industry, the more you can get away with things. Believe me, I wear very distracting clothing sometimes. I don't care if it works on Zoom. I could care less. I've paid my dues. I'm 35 years in the industry. If you don't like it, you know what you can do. So I'm not.
Ryan runs all of our customer service here at VIP Ignite. FYI.
If
So
you
Ryan,
know,
what should women wear to castings? We went over men. What should women wear?
oh no, I went over women. I said they need wrap dresses, they need
Wrap dresses,
leggings, tank tops.
And do
They
they
need
wear
to-
heels? Do you suggest
Yes,
heels?
you wear heels.
Okay.
You can wear flats to the casting physically and then change into a heel if it's something that isn't comfortable for you for hours and hours and hours. A lot of girls do that. You know, they look amazing in a heel for 15, 20, 30 minutes, and then they work it out with a sneaker, you know, for the rest of the day. And that's fine. That as long as you're not being seen in it, that's okay. Even I've done it. I have high boots. I wear my flats to the party, and the second we're on that street corner, the high boots go on, and then I walk into the party. So I do it all the time. So that's okay. You can do that if you're not comfortable wearing heels for long periods of time. You can do that, but get comfortable wearing them around your house. I suggest to women all the time to like do mundane things, like literally clean or wash your dishes or make your bed or go to the grocery store or go get your laundry or whatever it is you do during the day. Go pick up your kid or whatever in your heels just to practice, because sometimes when you're asked to do it at a moment's notice, you're like, oh my God, I haven't worn heels in 4 months. Well, now you're going to look wobbly, weird, uncomfortable. You should just wear them every once in a while, just for no reason, just to wear them. And also your feet become accustomed to them. The shoe becomes accustomed to you. It's better for your foot when you slip into something that is already been worn. It works better for you.
What about nails, Ryan, for ladies? What do you suggest for nails?
Nails should be natural as possible. A little color is fine. And in your personal life, obviously have nails that are easily removable, meaning with some, nail polish remover, if you like crazy colors and crazy glitter on your fingers, there's nothing wrong with that. I feel people should, do what they want, but you do have to tone it down a bit if you want to be an actress or a model. So if you have crazy nails on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and your agent's like, you have an audition on Thursday, you better have the equipment at your house to get rid of those, dazzly pink nails with some sort of glitter on them. You better get rid of them. So if it's either you doing it yourself or running to the salon, you have to have that availability to get rid of craziness on your fingers, because that is the end of you. If you walk into a formal casting with some sort of bizarre nail art on, they will literally just look at you, make their decision, and I don't care if you're the best actress breathing, you're not getting the job. So clean nails, nude or clear or light pink or light beige, or I don't know, stuff like that.
Okay.
Not too long, an inch maybe is max off the finger. The 4 to 5 to 6 to 8 inch long nails. It's just not practical in our world. So.
Yeah, and even Ryan, I remember like some of our ladies having like green tips, like Rihanna, or like,
yeah, when you're
Jenner.
Rihanna, you can do whatever you want.
But if you get a casting tomorrow and the nail salons are closed, you're going to Walgreens, you're shit out of luck. You're letting your nails soak, you're ripping them off because you can't show up to. I remember one time we had Vera Wang bridal, and somebody showed up with like long nails. I'm like,
oh yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to have the availability to change, whether it be, your makeup or whatever. Like, you have to be able to change quickly, and you should learn how to do these things on your own. You don't need to depend on professionals all the time. Learn how to do the basics yourself. So you don't want your hands to look like crap, but if you can do a basic, nail file and clear polish, well, then you're fine. Like that's all you need. So I have crazy nails sometimes. I mean, right now I don't, but sometimes I do. But I can change that up in an hour, in less than an hour if I want. But I don't ever have to. Like I said, I don't need the rules I'm spouting out are not for me, they're for you. I don't have to do those things. I can do and wear whatever I want. And my job, luckily, if you want to become an agent, then yes, you can wear ball gowns to work. You can do whatever you want. We have a different set of rules. But if you want to be in front of the camera, there's a different set of rules. So yeah.
Now, does
That's
it
why
matter?
Allie's getting away with what she's wearing now, because she's behind the camera. She can wear whatever she wants.
It's also my company. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me ask you a
exactly.
question. If you're based in New York or LA, is there any difference as far as like casting wise what you should wear, or is it primarily the same?
It's pretty much the same. I mean, obviously LA has warmer weather year round, so thinner materials. You don't need cute coats in LA. You don't need, sweaters in LA per se. I mean, a couple thin sweaters wouldn't kill you, but you don't really need them in LA. You don't need boots per se in LA, you know. So, but no, basically it's the same. Just LA is just warmer, that's all. So just adjust it to the weather. But no, whatever you have in New York, you can bring to LA. I mean, New York tends to be darker as far as the clothing, but because people just wear darker clothes here, it's more blacks and grays. When you walk up Fashion Avenue, you just see more darker colors, but that translates to LA too, as long as you know how to do it.
If I wore this right now in New York City, Ryan, the first thing somebody would say to me is, "You're not from here, are you?"
Probably,
New York,
but
it's
that's
all
okay.
black, head to toe with glasses and red. Don't talk to anybody. Don't even look in their eyes.
Yeah, but for models and actors, you definitely got to lighten things up and be cheerful and engaging and friendly and nice. So the same wardrobe you'd wear in New York, you can wear it in LA. I mean, if you want to add a couple colors to your tank top wardrobe, then go right ahead. Or if you want to get a green jean jacket in LA, go right ahead. But you can also wear that same green jean jacket here in New York too. So
I'm trying to
LA is
stay on
probably
topic.
LA
for
is
you.
probably just a little
Yeah.
more colorful than New York as far as clothing wise. But you can wear the same things. I don't adjust the models' wardrobes to LA as to New York. They just have to use their judgment. If it's 98 degrees and on Hollywood Boulevard, obviously you don't need a thin sweater, So you just have to use your judgment.
I feel as though there's so much to go over, which I know you're here. Like, I don't know if you're back today or
I
tomorrow.
mean, we can talk about clothes all day. I mean,
I know.
I've dressed, lowly models who have $5, and I've dressed $1 million actors. Like it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't change.
Ryan's also the
It's
former art director for Vogue magazine.
It's changed.
Yeah.
It doesn't change. So I do the same thing for someone that has a $10 budget as opposed to $1 million budget. I just adjust my thinking to accommodate that person, So clothes you can talk about all day, and everyone's different. When I say no prints, I mean no prints as a basic rule, but there are individuals that can get away with prints. I have a boy named Dean. He's skinny, tall. He looks like David Bowie. Literally, he looks like David Bowie when David Bowie was like 18, 19, 20. And he can get away with prints every day. If he wants to wear prints 7 days a week, he can do it because he can get away with it. It is not something for the other models to emulate or do or try and do. It is specifically for him because he's got the face and the look to pull heavy prints, weird shapes, weird materials off. No, none of my other boys can do that. So I adjust my thinking according to the person I'm staring at, not it's not rules set in some sort of book somewhere. I can adjust it according to who I'm talking to.
Can you talk about styling some of the people that you do? I know when you were here with us, you had some messages from Liam Neeson. You took Ethan Hawke from the worst dressed to the best dressed list. So can you talk a little bit about that and some things that the people listening here can apply to what you've done for them?
I also
Because
like the
I
stories
feel like
about Ben Affleck, Brian. I love those stories about
Yeah,
Ben.
I mean, Ethan and Ben were around the same time, and Ewan McGregor. I basically kept everything simple. Like, I didn't do anything crazy with them. They just needed to look a little higher end. They looked very basic in a lot of their photos, and their managers wanted them to look a little more expensive. And it wasn't like a big thing. It was just better designers, better cuts, better materials, and just things that are natural to me. When I see them on a rack, I know that it will work on this body and that body and that body. And so Ethan was probably the biggest example. He was always wearing like baggy jeans and t-shirts to like David Letterman, or whenever he would do any press junket, he was just looking very frumpy, or some sort of hideous gray sweater or whatever. He wasn't looking refined. He was trying to be that grunge indie actor, and that has its place. But when you're trying to get the attention of big A-list producers, or you want to be on the cover of GQ, there's like semantics to that, where they will look at, especially when you have a movie coming out, there are 10 men having movies coming out. Which one is getting the June GQ cover? Which one looks the best in suits? Which one photographs the best? We can't have 10 men on the cover for 1 month. We can only have one. So which one's going to be? So there's always semantics to who gets a cover of Vogue, who gets a cover of GQ, who gets a cover of Elle, who gets a cover of this or that, based upon their past history. And Ethan wasn't getting any covers because he was looking like crap all the time. And so his management came to me and they were like, he needs to look like like a Clark Gable, like he needs to look like something. And so they gave me a budget, they gave me a credit card with unlimited money on it, and just buy stuff. And 90% of it worked. I mean, there may be one or a couple things I bought that were like, I don't know, probably overdid it, but 90% of it worked. Gray suits, blue suits, gorgeous materials that shine in the light. Like, there's light materials in certain designers that have an underlay. So when you're sitting talking to David Letterman or to, all these talk show hosts, the light is important. You need to know what kind of light that is based upon the color of the suit that you're putting this person in. You can't just put him in like a blue suit that a guy on Wall Street's going to wear. It needs to be a different blue suit. It cannot be that blue suit. That's not going to work on camera. You need to get another designer that has better materials, and that suit will work on camera. So I know those things. So those are the suits that I would purchase, and he looked amazing. And so after like a season of him looking like something, I think it was, I don't know, it could have been Us Weekly, I don't remember, but they were like, look at how amazing he looks, because last year this is what he wore, and they put 4 or 5 or 6 pictures of him getting coffee or going to pick up his kid, or I don't know where they got these pictures from, but he looked horrible. He looked homeless. He looked like a kidnap victim. And then showed pictures of him after I've dressed him, and he looked like a star. He looked 3 inches taller. He looked thin. He looked amazing, and he looked sharp. So, and then in his personal life, if he wants to look like crap going to get coffee, then he can go do that. But when you're on television and you're doing interviews and you're trying to get those covers that can help your movie, you need to look like something, because these editors are very picky and they will not pick you, because even though your movie is going to be amazing, you don't photograph well. So he started to get more covers, and so that's how I got other actors, because they were like, he was kind of the worst. So when I made him look good, other people followed and were like, oh, I don't look that bad, so can you make me look good? And so
and that leads us to Christmas, having Liam Neeson say, Ryan Colby, you forgot me.
I forgot to buy something for him, yes, because I don't know why. I don't like online shopping. I'm not a fan. I've never liked it. When the internet started pulling me stunts 10 years ago with the online shopping, I'm 12 years ago. I'm not into it. I don't like it. I like to purchase things in person
Feel them.
and I won't forget. But when someone tells me, oh, because the reason why he was annoyed with me is because he asked me to do something that was online. And it's just not in my nature to think that way. So I forgot. I said, oh, yeah, I'll do it. And then I hang up with him. And then, I don't know.
Then we got a message. It was like
Then
something out of
TV,
Taken.
then, you know, there's something on TV and I'm watching it. And then an hour goes by, 2 hours go by. Then I go to sleep and I
Then a
just
week
forget
goes
it
by, and then Liam Neeson's chasing you down like it's his job.
because I forgot to order something that had to be shipped to his house. So that was kind of the problem because he needed it for something and it got there. It got there.
It was just one of the coolest moments of my life hearing him on your phone. I was like, what? That's crazy.
Can
It
you
got there.
reenact it for those of us that weren't there? How did Liam Neeson sound?
Brian, where is my suit? That's the worst Liam Neeson impression ever.
Where he got his suit, he gets his stuff. Like it was because it was online. That was one of the few times I had to buy something for him online. I never do that. It's always in person, you know. I never do that stuff. I don't like it.
Okay. We have one more quick question from the audience. I'm sure you covered it, but just to reiterate, because sometimes we need to hear things more than once. If a man is going into an audition for acting, and if a woman is going into an audition for acting, what should they wear for that audition?
Well, there's two answers to that. Depends. Sometimes auditions are pre-made for you, meaning they tell you what to wear because whatever character you're coming in for, they specifically want you to look like that. That does happen. If you're a woman and you're going in for the cheerleader role, or you're going in for the, you know, the principal role, you know, principal of a high school or the dean of a college, they actually want you to look like that. So that's one way. You follow the directions that your agent has given
Read the
you.
instructions.
Read the instructions that your agent has given you, saying you need to look like a college jock today, or you need to look like a criminal today, or you need to look like, you know, a trophy wife today. So you follow those directions. And if that means teasing your hair, putting on some pink lipstick, being a little extra, then that's fine. Now, if it's a first time appointment, like, okay, this casting director wants to see you for a movie, or this casting director wants to meet you for future jobs, you know, you don't even know what the jobs are, they just want to meet you, then that's different. Then that's when you break out the, you know, nice slacks, the leggings for the women. You break out, it depends on your age, the leggings for the women, for the younger girls. You break out the tank tops, you break out the jean jacket. For the older women, you break out that wrap dress, you break out those 4-inch heels. You put on a little bit of lipstick, you put on, you know, brush your hair, put a little bit of product in it, little mascara, and then you walk out the door. For the men, you put on a pair of skinny jeans, you put on a tank top, and you walk out the door. For the older men, you put on a V-neck sweater, you put on a nice pair of pants, black shoes, you walk out the door. So you don't put anything extra on, no bangles, no long necklaces, nothing to distract from you just walking in there and having the meeting or the reading or whatever it is you're doing. So those are the two types of auditions. Like if there's instructions, you follow them. If you need to look like a, you know, like I said, there are weird auditions out there that have you going looking crazy, you know. So you just gotta follow the directions.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. I know that you've helped me. I mean, I'm wearing a t-shirt today, so don't judge it. You've definitely helped me dress a lot better. So thank you very much for sharing wardrobe choices. I feel like, how many of you feel like you're going to be dressed better just by listening to Ryan Colby talk? Type yes in the comments. Yeah, thank you so much, Ryan. That was awesome. And I know we'll see you tomorrow at the end of the day, which we're very excited about. But, you know, always have your phone on, because people might call your people and get you on sooner. But thank you so much for being here. That was awesome.
Okay, thanks. I hope everyone learns for the rest of the day. You have a couple more hours left.
Yep. The day is just beginning. The day is just beginning.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Okay, see you. Okay,
Bye.
bye.
All right, how much are you guys learning today? Are you guys learning a lot? Let's talk a little bit about what we've gone over. And then I'm going to introduce our next speaker to you. Oh my gosh, Colin, you're cracking me up. I covered myself in dirt and drove for an audition. I love your energy. Thank you so much for being so energetic. All right, so this morning we started our day by talking about how to earn 6 figures as a model or actor part-time. How many of you are taking a lot of notes because you are studying the industry trends that you're being taught? We started off the whole day telling you that. How many of you are taking a lot of notes? So many notes, I know. I love notes. I hope you guys are all taking notes because I know that the information we're giving you is life transformational. We also talked about what type of model you are. Michael broke down the modeling industry. How many of you are so oh my gosh, that is a nice set of notes there, Roxanne. How many of you are so excited that you all qualify for modeling? Pretty amazing, right? It's pretty awesome to have to know that you all qualify for modeling. There's some form of modeling. And again, Mike, in his amazing presentation, he covered a good portion, but there's still more to learn. That's why you always have to be sharpening your skills. You always have to be making sure that you're always advancing your knowledge. We talked with Brandon Dermond, who's one of our talent. It was so exciting to see him on because I remember when I first met him, like he never would have been able to do that interview. Even when I saw him at New York Fashion Week, I was like, hey, Brandon, how are you? I'm so excited. Let's do a Facebook Live. And this is how our Facebook Live went. Hey, my name is Sydney White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. And I'm here with Brandon Dermond. He was like, hello. And I was like, that's all you got? Come on. But it's amazing to highlight talent that we work with because I want you guys to see, like, they start out just like you. Our biggest success stories don't start out like at the top of the world. We all have a journey. So I just want you guys to understand that. We also heard from Ryan about picking out the right wardrobe for your first photo shoot, picking out the right wardrobe for your life. I talked to you guys at the beginning about how you have to have a presence. You have to embody an actor or a model. So I want you guys to think about that. Like when you leave the house, I know Ryan said, oh yeah, you can dress however you want to go coffee. No, you can't, because you never know who you're going to walk into. You never know who you're going to run into. You're always on set. Type, I'm always on set in the comments. I want you to understand that you're always on set. You literally never know. The industry has changed so much. You never know who you're going to run into. They're filming all over the country right now. So you literally are always on set. So always walk out prepared. And ladies, I'm going to start doing this. Let's start walking in our heels. You got to be prepared. Don't want to look like a baby giraffe when you go in for your casting, right? All right. So now what we're going to do is we've talked about modeling. We've talked about building ourselves up, getting us to the point where we have to have a system to get to earn a 6-figure income. Now we're going to switch the channel to our actors. And what we're going to do now is we're going to bring Michael Famkin back on, and he is going to give you the framework for being an actor. It's called the Actor's Cookbook. So everyone show me your notebooks before I let him get on. Show me your notebooks. Okay, awesome. Now what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, cool. All right, let's keep the show on the road. Having a great day so far. And we got a lot of exciting stuff. Plus later on today, I got something really new to show you guys. So that's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about that. But let's keep this boat afloat. All right, let me share my screen here. My next presentation. All right, everybody can see my screen. All right, awesome. All right, so this is the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, plus bonus, creating a memorable personality. And guys, I want you guys to realize, we put a lot of time and effort into these weekends, some of these presentations, we'll spend 10, 20, 30, even 40 hours putting them together for you guys. There's really a lot of time and effort into it. And my promise to you guys is by the end of the weekend, you guys will really understand the industry at a lot more in depth than even if you feel you've been to these before. Like some of the presentations I'll be doing later today and tomorrow is really going to go deep into the industry. They're super high level. So we have a lot of exciting content. And for those of you that are brand new and have the opportunity to work with us, My promise to you is if you believe in the system and you follow the process and you trust the process, you will be a working model or an actor. There is no doubt about it. We've proven this over and over again for the past 2 decades. So with that thought in mind, let us get started. So we've been doing this now for close to 20 years, 17 years to be precise. And we've been featured on Forbes and CBS Radio and Entrepreneur and Fox News, the Washington Post, Fortune. We have some new partnerships coming out. We'll be working with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank, which I am so excited to meet him. I'm going to go absolutely nuts. He's such a really cool person. Him and Mark Cuban and that whole cast. I really love, to be able to sit down, ask questions to them, and really get to work with them on a closer level. And it's all about who you surround yourself with. One of the most things we're most proud of is our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent. We get to do some amazing things with them and traveling, getting to go to different locations and behind the scenes and a lot of fun stuff. So definitely, we definitely enjoy what we're doing. And like I said, we're all about seeing our talent become successful. So you guys are in the right place and we're so proud of you and so happy that you're sharing today and tomorrow with us. So you guys got to meet a little bit of Alicia Kabak earlier. I've been working with Alicia now for over 20 years, and she's a firecracker. She really knows what she's doing. She's very proactive in her approach. She's very charismatic. She works with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. She's been featured on numerous news channels, TV interviews, and she's consistently working. Like she balances her family, her work, her career in a great way. She's able to really do it all, but it took her time to build this level. Like she's really had to put in a lot of time and a lot of effort, but she has the connections and she fights for her talent. And that's one of the most important things. If you're going to look for somebody to represent you or somebody who's going to work with you, that's the type of person you want. Somebody who's going to fight for you and somebody who's always going to push through. And, based upon her personality, that's why we have all these success stories. That's why we work with people from Broadway. We work with people from TV. We work with people who are living the life their right way. They balance coming and speaking for our talent, but they're consistently working and always progressing in their careers. And it's really great because a lot of these relationships we've built these relationships over, 10, 15, 20 plus years. So these are not just people that we went out and we just found. These are people that we've worked with. We've produced productions with, TV shows with, films with. So there's some incredible people who are really doing some amazing things. So again, we have thousands upon thousands of success stories. I have a Trello board that literally just goes on forever. Yesterday, I was actually going through, we have like our unpublished YouTube channel, and there's probably like 1,000 videos in there. And it's so hard to organize our success stories, but I always try to post like a new success story every day. So, whenever our talent's on set, actually Lauren Cunningham just this morning sent me a video. She was just on her way to set too. So a lot of our talent are always consistently working. They put the time, the effort, they follow the process, they trust the process. And that's what it's all about. The one thing you want to do in life is you want to find people who are doing what you're doing and surround yourself with those types of people. That's what's going to make all the difference. So many times people struggle in this industry or any industry in general. And it's just because you just need to find the right person. And you want to find the best at what they do. And the one thing I can tell you is we are the best at getting our talent on set. We're the best at training, the best at developing. We know the systems inside and out because we work with only the best people. And it took us millions upon millions of dollars, trial, error, making mistakes along the way. But every single week, our goal is always to get better and better. Does that mean we're always consistently perfect? No, because there is no such thing as perfection. Perfection is the lowest form that you can look for because there is nothing in life that's ever going to be perfect, but you want things to be able to be good, great, and extraordinary. And we always shoot for extraordinary when working with our talent. So there's a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door. So earlier we talked a little bit about modeling. Now we're going to talk a little bit about acting, right? So when you think about becoming an actor, there's lots of moving parts to it, right? There's the training, there's the audition process, the script analysis, really understanding working on set, behind the scenes, the director, the PA, all these different things. So when you want to be successful with something, you have to understand how the entire industry works. Later on today, I'm going to be talking about very high level how agencies work. And I think you guys are going to really enjoy that a lot. So let's talk a little bit about apple pies, right? So think about becoming an actor like making an apple pie, right? Apple pies are delicious. They're good, but there's ingredients to them, right? So I can give you the award-winning apple pie recipe, right? I can tell you exactly the measurements. I can tell you everything. How much to heat the oven to, how long to put the oven into, how to chop the apples, right? All these little things make a difference. I'm sure we've all had different types of apple pie. Some are better than others. Well, what makes them different, right? It's the same thing. What makes a great actor different from an extraordinary actor to somebody who's struggling as becoming an actor, right? So think about this. Are all apple pies the same? Well, it's just like what type of oven are you using, right? So when you follow a recipe and you follow a system, things have to be exact. When you think about like a franchise where you can go to a certain type of restaurant anywhere in the world, the food quality is the same because they're using the same exact equipment, the same exact recipes, right? Think about things like when cooking, elevation makes a part of how fast something will rise, right? The type of oven that you're using. I used to work in the restaurant industry. Those of you who read Finding Fame are familiar with that. I worked in the restaurant industry for 20 years. So, I'm a professionally trained chef. So before I had a whole nother life before doing this, right? I love what I'm doing, but I also still love to cook, right? I'm always doing exciting things. I use cooking as a way of talking to talent, of talking to speakers, things like that. Bobby Finari, you guys are going to hear him from tomorrow. He loves cooking, so we'll always talk about cooking and so forth. He's one of the cast members of The Sopranos. He's a really great guy. You guys are going to love him. So my point is even though you can have a recipe, the recipe has to be very exact, right? Because the slightest variations will make the difference between something being good and something being extraordinary, right? But let's just say you're like, you know what, Mike, I got a great recipe and, it's my grandmother's recipe and I'm going to go out and I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. Okay, great. Well, what type of apples are you using, right? It's the same thing like acting. What type of acting are you doing? Are you Meisner technique? Are you doing natural acting? Like what are you studying Chekhov, right? Do you understand theater, the difference between theater, TV, and film, right? And a professional actor can make millions of dollars. Even somebody starting out in the industry can earn $65,000 an episode. One of Ryan's talent was booked for 10 episodes at $60,000 an episode. That's $600,000 for literally 6 weeks worth of work. Okay. So there's a lot of money in this business, right? And again, it's like I said earlier, I can go anywhere and say, hey, if you have the opportunity to be on TV or in a film, would you be willing to consider it? People will always raise their hand. So think about this in this industry, if so many people want to get in and so many people are willing to do this, where I could even hire people for free. Why do actors get paid so much money? Why are models paid so much money to do what they're doing? Because they're looking for the best. They're looking for people who put the time, the effort, and the energy into doing this. It's just not about the audition. You guys have to change your mindset and understand it's a craft. You have to understand this industry. Okay, you have to understand it from top to bottom. The more you can consistently keep learning. You said, Deneen said yesterday, right? On my downtime, we were watching a really interesting documentary about Ron Howard and all about being a director and, his whole career from being an actor to working on set. And just literally he micromanaged every aspect of the film from deciding what story he was going to produce, what movie he was going to direct. It was so fascinating. So you really have to have that love of the industry. You have to become obsessed with it, okay? Because the more obsessed you can become, the more knowledge you start learning, the faster your career will progress. But let's just say you're still like, you know what? I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. I'm going to buy myself a mansion. I'm going to get myself a yacht. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm going to go out and do this. Okay, great. Well, let's break down into time, okay? Well, let's just say you start off, you got a limited budget and you have to start making these, you're going to make the pies from home because you're going to build up your career. Well, you got to preheat your oven to 425 degrees. You got to melt the butter. You got to form the paste. You got to add all the ingredients. You got to let it simmer. You got to make the pie crust. You got to chop the apples. You got to fill it up the pie crust, right? Then you got to bake it 15 minutes in a preheated oven, right? Well, that means, let's just say you're selling an apple pie for $7.50. Well, if you're working from home, right, you don't have a big plant to make these, right? You don't have the team, you don't have the structure, you don't have the systems, you don't have the management, right? You're doing this all on your own. Well, you can only put 4 pies in the oven, right? I don't know about your oven, but I used to own a restaurant. We could make 20 pies, an hour, but I had a full-fledged oven, right? I had a full-fledged staff. I had a whole system in place. But if I'm doing it from home, I could make 4 apple pies in my oven. At 8 hours, that means I can make 32 pies per day, right? If I have a 30-minute prep time, right, because I have to chop the apples, I have to go to the store, I have to do all these things, that means I'm adding an extra 8 hours of labor. I have my ingredient cost, 20%, right? I'm going to the farmer's market. I'm finding places to buy the ingredients cheap as possible. I'm buying them in bulk, right? I'm not just going to a local grocery store. Well, at $7.50 per pie, that equals $240, right? We talked about how do you become earn $100,000 per year. Well, $240 minus 20% is $192 divided by 12, right? Which equals $16 per hour less overhead. This is pure math, right? Just simple math, right? So if you look at things that way, well, in order for you to become a millionaire, that would take 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years. Okay. Whew, I don't know about you, but that's a long time. Okay. So it's not a terrible life, but probably not what you were meant for. Maybe instead of getting that big yacht, you're going to have to kind of downsize to a smaller boat. Maybe instead of getting that big mansion, you'd have to downsize, get a little bit of a smaller house. And if a lot of people, this is where they find themselves. People have really big dreams, but what they do is they overestimate what they can do in a set amount of time, and they underestimate what they could do if they put more time into it. If they really were more focused and became obsessed with something where they did it the right way. So what you have to really do is you have to have your dream, but you have to have something to put into place. You have to take action to move the dial forward. And a lot of people, when it comes to taking action, they just don't know what to do. And that's where they get stuck. And then all of a sudden they get distracted. So you really have to have a plan. You have to have a team. You have to have a system. Whether you're making apple pies or you want to become an Academy Award winning actor, there's no difference between the two. They all require resources, being resourceful, having a team, being able to learn, to grow, and to always improving your craft, right? Because look at the entertainment industry. And it's a little bit outdated, which is fine. It's not much of a difference. But if you look, people always associate this industry with millions upon millions of dollars. And this is actual stats from the United States Bureau of Labor. You can see here the hourly mean wage. So this is taking, Tom Cruise's pay and the PA, pay and the catering, and just merging them and averaging them out. You're looking at an average of only $29.34. Okay. Which is only double what the apple pie person was making. It's not like a lot, right? And even if we move that up, if we moved it up to say even, I don't know, $40 per hour in today's market, take out for inflation at 8%, 7%, you're only looking at about $33. So even in 10 years, it hasn't went up that much, right? So we all understand that, right? Salaries aren't going up as fast as the cost of food and so forth. Those things will change. Everything moves in cycles, right? Things will change. Things will get better. I can tell you that, right? Hard times, makes people stronger, right? Strong people make times great. Okay. And sometimes great times make people weaker. And we had a lot of great times and people got a little bit weak now. So now we start moving into a little bit of a bad time. But you have to understand this instead of sitting there going, oh my God, the world's ending. Oh my God, it's so expensive. How do I combat that? How do I understand where the future's headed? Always live in the present, looking towards the future, and learn from the past. Never get just stuck in the moment. Very important rule, right? And now we can even take this further and break this down. And you can see this breaks down the charts from motion pictures to performing arts companies, writers, right? We'll talk later today about the writer's strike, but you can see writers on average earn $39.10 per hour, right? Some writers will get paid more. There's all kinds of bonuses and so forth that these people will get paid. It's a great industry, but this is the reality of it for most people, right? For like that 90%. And what we want to focus is on that 10%. How do we get you guys up to that 10% where you're in the top of that means, where you're earning six figures consistently, okay? But I want you to see the realities of this industry, why it is difficult without a team, without a structure in place. And you can see here, there's employment all across the United States. Obviously, some states have larger employment than others. This is really dealing with like SAG and AFTRA and theater, but there's also independent films. There's all kinds of industrial films. There's a lot of work in every single state. And for those of you that come on board, we actually break that down. But my point is, I want you guys to realize, what's the difference between having a great apple pie and a bad apple pie? What's the difference between having an extraordinary acting career versus having a good acting career, right? People can say, well, I was a good dad, but my son still died of an overdose of drugs, but I was a good dad. How do you become an extraordinary dad? What made that difference, that 1%? Think about this. Warm water boils at a 1 degree over its temperature, right? Just 1 degree makes the difference between warm water and boiling water. It's like a horse race. A horse wins by a nose, right? Just that slight edge. So in this industry, it's about what gives you that edge, what makes you unique, what makes you stand out. Are you the person who's putting the time into your studying? Are you the person who's putting the time into perfecting your craft? Because that's what's going to give you the edge. That's what's going to make you stand out when those casting directors, those agencies, the people that we introduce you to, the clients, when they say, that's the person I want to have on set. So I know I'm talking a lot about some stuff, and you're like, but Mike, right? I want to be excited. Like I want you guys' help. I want to be able to be in that 10%. I don't want to be stuck in. I don't want to have that little dinghy in that small little mini house, right? I want more out of life. And I don't want more out of life just for myself. I want more out of life so I can be a better life for my family. See, at the end of the day, time is your most valuable resource, right? Money should be your goal, right? Money is a result of your success. It's not the actual goal. The goal is what you can do to help others, how you can have financial abundance to be able to write a check out for $1 million, to be able to help a charity or something you believe in, pay off your family, your mom's home, your dad's home, be able to do things that other people only dream about. And this industry can provide that life, but you have to be willing to put in the time, the dedication. It just will not be handed to you. Okay, so how do we fix all this? All right, well, let's stay on the topic of apple pies, right? There's a company called Goldbelly, right? So what Goldbelly does is they provide a system. So they provide a system and the resources. So when somebody has a great recipe, the things that they can't manage, they can't do, they handle, right? So you can see here, Little Pie Company, best mail order pie in America, Rachel Ray. What started out as a side business for Broadway actor Arnold Wilkinson in 1985 became a bona fide smash hit over the years. The world-class pie shop opened in Hell's Kitchen neighborhood, but their baked goods were soon recognized citywide for baking up one of the best pies in New York. And you can see they've been featured on Rachel Ray, Best Pie in New York City Time Out Magazine, Oprah, all these different shows and people who recognize them because they created a system. They didn't just depend upon themselves doing everything. They went out and they got a team to do it, right? They got a team to help them. So it's a great website. If you want to order food from all over the world, it's a great website, and it shows up at your door the very next day, right? So it's the same thing, like in your acting or modeling career, what is your system? What is the system you have for social media? What is the system you have for your coaching, your training? How are you organizing your castings, your auditions? What are you doing to make yourself become that person that people can't say no to, that casting directors, agencies want to sign, that they heard of you, they're familiar with you, that you're not just sitting on social media hoping that somebody will find you, that people actually, that your information is reaching them. And that's a part of having a team. That's what an agency does. That's what a management company does. Right? Because when you look at the casting process, there's a lot of parts to it. A lot of times people think that the agency is the one booking the job. They're really not. So let's talk about that, right? So first one, client chooses ad agency design commercial for the new product. So let's say Coca-Cola has a new flavor soda that's coming out. Or Paramount, right? The Transformer movies is coming out, right? New Transformer movie that just came out, or The Flash, or whatever movie or product. Their specialty, their lane is making movies. Their lane is making sodas. They won't always handle the advertising, right? They go to ad agencies. Their lane is to design a commercial, right? To create an idea for that new product. The ad agency, right? So they come up with an idea. We're gonna create this new product. We're gonna have people walking on the beach, swimming in the ocean, climbing mountains because Coca-Cola has this new energy drink. It's gonna be great. Coca-Cola says we love it. So now the ad agency chooses a production company to bring the ad to life. So they're the ones, the cinematographers, the directors, all those different people. The production company then chooses a casting agency to source the actors. So they're now like a casting director, casting agency. The casting agency then sends out their briefs to talent agencies. So now Coca-Cola says, we approve this ad. The ad agency says, here are the cast of characters. We need one Asian person, one African-American, one ethnic person. We need a baby, 5 kids, 10 adults, 30 kids over the age of 12, 17, teen, whatever it may be, whatever they decided, right? That's called a brief. The casting agency sends that out to the talent agencies. Now, they won't just send it out to one agency. They're going to send it out to more than one. in the hopes that if one agency can't provide them with everything they need, combined, they'll be able to find them. The talent agency then sends those audition briefs to their actors. The actors will then be submitted. They'll do their audition, and then they'll either get the job or they won't. Okay, and then you rinse and repeat the process. So in reality, the more agencies you have working for you, the more people looking for work for you, the better off you are. So when you really want to reach the highest level, you're going to have not only a mother agency like Truth Management, us representing you, but you may have Ryan Colby representing you for commercial print and editorial. You may have an agent now who's handling your commercial print in Atlanta, in LA, in Miami. One person is not going to handle the whole country for you. So you might have somebody who handles voiceover. So I want you guys to realize this. A lot of times when people are brand new, they don't understand that concept. It's not just about having one agency, but it's about having more than one. Now, you won't have more than one in one city. What's great about Truth Management as a mother agency, we represent people nationwide. And then we help place people not only in their local market, start getting them work, showing them steps how to book themselves, but also at the same time, then placing them with a larger agency. And we've been doing this for 17 years, so we're very successful at it, okay? Some of our talent, boom, right out the gate. Sometimes it takes a few months, but it's all in just the process. And we're very individualized in working with our talent, especially at a high level, especially for our inner circle. So you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct. That's what it always comes down to. Whenever things seem like overwhelming, how do I break it down into smaller components, right? So let's talk about how does this apply to becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor, right? That's your goal. You want to be SAG-AFTRA, Screen Actors Guild, the American Federation, Radio and Television Advertising. So this is the union. So when you want to do speaking roles, everything's done through what's called breakdown services. Breakdown services is a paid for service that only agencies have access to. You couldn't have access to it even if you wanted to. The only way you get access to it, you have to be referred. You have to have a legitimate licensed agency to be able to have access to breakdowns. So breakdowns are all done through a private system, right? So it's like a closed network. So that's why I know automatically when you tell me Disney, Paramount, or any of these types of castings you see online, it's illegal. Well, it's not to say it's illegal. It's against the terms and conditions of when working with breakdown services to release that information publicly. You can only send those briefs out to your talent, okay? So that's why whenever I see something online, I know that it's fake because I know how breakdown services work. I understand this. And most people are like, oh my God, how come I've never heard of this? Well, did you ever take the time to really learn the industry? Did you ever take the time to sit down with me and say, Mike, how does an agency work? Or how does Ryan Colby, or sitting down with somebody who really works in the industry? That's the difference, right? It's just like anything else. It's finding the right people who really understand what it is you want to do. And yet, understandable, we do this at a different level, but most agencies, they don't do this, right? They don't have the time to take 2 days out, but part of our mission is helping talent, educating talent. This is what we do. This is our service, what we offer people. So what's the recipe for becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor? Well, read and study. Familiarize yourself with the industry. Don't move right away. There's no need to jump on a plane and move to LA or to New York instantaneously. When you have the right agency, you have the right tools, the right resources, you will know when it's time. A lot of times, and I've seen, and I've been doing this for 17 years, and I've seen some amazing success stories, but I've also seen some people who could have been amazing success stories who right away get so excited, they're literally booking their flight to New York as I'm speaking. Like they're like, Mike, I was on that boot camp. I got so excited, I booked a flight to LA. And then literally I'll follow up with them 2 years later, and they're working as a bartender, or they're doing DoorDash still, because they didn't follow the process. So don't think you have to move right away. You do not. Location does not matter. Age does not matter, right? You're going to audition and train locally or online. The greatest thing, COVID was the most horrible thing ever that I had to go through. But at the same time, it opened up a whole new world of products and of training where casting directors before would not do auditions online. Now they don't do them in person. Everything's done online. Because of the cost factor. Now it's so much easier to work with people from all over the country. It opens up their pool of resources, especially when working at a higher level. Work on special skills, right? Can you solve a Rubik's Cube in less than 2 minutes? Can you swim? Can you fly a helicopter? Are you the best at something? What are special skills? Do you have training in stunt work? Are you certified in using firearms? Do you know martial arts? Are you really good at baseball, right? One of our talent, he booked his very first job on a soap opera, and he's done like 30 films since then, was because he could juggle poker chips. And he didn't even know how to do it. He saw the casting came through and they're like, oh, let me go learn. He bought some poker chips. He learned how to play with the poker chips. When he went on the audition, he was the only one who was able to do it. He booked the job on that. So what's really cool is like anything, you can ride a bike, all these become special skills. Start working on your marketing. If I go on your social media, Deneen later is going to show you guys some really great tips and tools how to improve your social media. You know, social media does play an important part of this, right? If I go on your social media, are you getting engagement with people, right? Or is your social media really dead? Okay. Is your social media showing you as a business, as an entrepreneur, as an actor or model? Or is your social media just pictures of like random things that make no sense to anybody other than your closest inner circle? So you have to really think about that. This is a business, right? How is your Facebook page? How is your TikTok? How is all of that? Okay. Get used to rejection, right? Rejection to us is a 4-letter word. It doesn't matter. Every no brings us one step closer to a yes. If rejection is going to get you down when you can't do this, switch your story, right? What could I have done better? And sometimes it's just you want the right person for the part, and that's okay. But I can tell you one thing: if you're not auditioning, you're not going to get rejected. And if you're not getting rejected, you're never going to get the role, because rejection leads to the role. And that requires being patient. But it also requires being consistent. So many times amateurs, they fall apart and they change everything. Consistency means you sit down, you say, okay, what can I do better? Why didn't this pie come out right? Why didn't I get this audition? But I'm not going to change everything. I'm going to change one thing. I'm going to see what works, right? Become the person an agency wants to work to. I cannot tell you how many talent I just see. They're consistent online, you know, getting these fake castings and people DMing them. You know, be a brand ambassador, buy our underwear, buy our this, what it's all BS. It's not real, right? Agencies see that, right? Real agencies see that. They will check out your social media, become the person. And you know what's great? Everybody has to start somewhere. Like I've worked with the owner and co-founder of Ford, Wilhelmina, Click, IMG, some of the biggest names in the industry, the writer and director, producer of Transformers, the X-Men, the vice president of Warner Brothers Casting of all of North America. And I'm sure I can go on with 100 other names, right, of people I've worked with. And every one of them always wants to find new talent. They're always looking to explore somebody who's new to the industry. But they have to be ready. They have to have made some type of effort, right? If you think about it, it's like a doctor. I'm not just going to hire somebody to operate at a hospital if they've never been to medical school, if they've never even thought about being a doctor until yesterday, right? And it's okay if you're brand new and you maybe saw one of our ads or you've been thinking about this for a while. And that's great, because that's step one, is you're here. But know that everyone has a chance in this industry. There's not a single person on this call who cannot make a full-time living of this and go on to have a great, great life for decades to come, okay? But you have to be willing to put in the work. And at the very beginning, you're going to do extra background work. You're going to get what's called waivers. Waivers is background work is like when you think of like Spider-Man's, people, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd and everyone's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming, okay? You're going to do background work, but that gets you on set. It gets you to see, to observe what's going on. I tell all the time, when we were in Orlando, Miami, Phoenix, New Orleans, we do all these great things. We bring in some of the top people in the industries and photographers and makeup artists. I always tell people, enjoy the experience, but even more, have fun, but watch what everyone's doing. Make relationships with those makeup artists, make relationships with those photographers, right? Because it's going to help open up doors. And doing background work is a great way. That's where everyone starts, especially for actors, for actors in this industry. And waivers is kind of like when you show up on set, you were there on time, you were quiet. It's almost like getting like an A on your report card. Once you get 3 of those, you can apply for the union. So you have to do this. You have to get your waivers before you can be in the union. Once you're in the union, then you get to do speaking roles. So when people tell me, I want to be in the next Avenger movie, I'm going to play Captain America. Okay, great. Are you in the union? Well, no. Well, guess what? You're not going to play Captain America in the next movie because you're not in the union yet. So again, when I see these fake things online, I know they're fake because they're not even asking if you're in the union. They're not even asking to know how long you've been doing this, right? They're tricking you. It's called clickbait, okay? So now you see, you get your waivers. Guess what you get to do, number 11? Join the union. Oh my God, look at that. Then once you're in the union, you get to do speaking roles. Now you get to do speaking roles. Probably when you're first starting out, you'll do commercials, right? Like we talked about earlier, like the girl from Flow, right? Doing commercials. And you see commercials, there are commercials that pay 6 figures, 7 figures. One of our talents, she's 61 years old. She earned $100,000 for one ad, 1 day's worth of work. She's been in NFL ads. She's done dozens and dozens, AT&T, Verizon. Okay, so again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter, okay? Once you start doing speaking roles, commercials, you'll start getting small speaking parts. So now maybe you'll get a guest starring role. So you'll be on an episode of The Walking Dead. You'll be on an episode, whatever show, a new show on Prime, Apple TV, right? There's so much content out there. There's more opportunities now in the next 2 years than there have been in the past 10 years combined. Okay, because of all the networks and all the commercials and all the TV shows and films and so forth. Okay, so you get like a guest speaking role. So maybe you'll be on 1 episode or 2 episodes. But now all of a sudden you're working. Now you're a part of the industry, and that's something to celebrate, right? The small steps, you need to celebrate them. Think about like playing for the NFL, right? The first time dad bought that Tom Brady a football. The first time that kid threw the football. When he first joined, Little League football. Then he played in high school. Then he played in college. Then he got picked for the NBA, for the NFL. Then he won his first Super Bowl, made his first touchdown. Like every small win led to winning the Super Bowl and becoming the greatest quarterback of all time, right? So this is the system. This is the system that builds the universe of life. A little baby, when it's born, it can't run, it doesn't speak. It has to learn these things. It's the same thing. Right? But celebrate the wins, right? How many people here has kids, right? What do you tell your child, I hope he never walks, I hope he never does, no, you celebrate that, right? You don't make, I see the kid fell down. He's never going to walk, that kid. No, you celebrate these things. It's the same thing in this industry. You being here this weekend, celebrate that because you're learning, you're growing. Once you get small speaking parts, eventually you're going to land a pilot. A pilot is like a new show that they're shopping around. It may get picked up, it may not. It may get 1 season, it may get 10. But it's an opportunity for somebody who's new in the industry that they can hire to be a part of something. And then from there, you land a major role. And then guess what? Rinse and repeat. And Allie's good friends with Al Pacino. And when speaking with him, and she's had the opportunity to meet him a few times and work with him. And I've had the opportunity to speak with and work with Robert De Niro. And it's always amazing because the thing they'll always talk about is familiarizing themselves with the industry. Every time I talk to people at this level, they're always reading and studying. They're always auditioning. They're always creating and working on new special skills. They're used to getting rejected. They're always concerned about their marketing and what their team is doing. So the most amazing thing is even though it sounds like such a simple recipe, in reality, the greatest actors of our time follow similar patterns. And when you start recognizing patterns, you get what's called pattern recognition. It will open up levels of success. That's why I say to our talent, when you're on set, watch everything. You're going to recognize the patterns. You're going to see the things that open up, that allow you to really see what people that are great. What is the director doing? Why is he making those choices? Right? How is that lead actor? What is he doing to rehearse? How does he warm up? How does he prepare when he's doing a table read? Right? These are all things. Rinse and repeat. Always be learning. Right? Be a sponge, always be absorbing. Things you can do right now. Get organized. Organization is key. We talked about systems. We talked about teams, right? You can go Google Drive, right? Gmail, it's free, right? You can set up a folder system in Google Drive, right? You have, I think, like 1 terabyte or some ridiculous number of files you can keep on there, right? How many of you guys, if I said to you right now, I need 3 headshots of you, and I need your reel, and I need a monologue, I need it right now. You don't have time to do it. Do you have that organized in a way where you can go find it, or are you going to be on your phone going, oh my God, how the hell do I get this? Did you break it down? Do I have 1 folder for my headshots, 1 folder for my portfolio, one folder for my shots in a bikini, one for my in a bathing suit, 1 in a suit, right? Break it down, become ridiculous with it, right? And if you're like, but Mike, I'm not signed yet. You could be on Monday. Start this process now. Tweak it out. Become so organized. Every time, do you go online and you find scripts? Are you reading scripts? Are you downloading monologues? Are you practicing? How is your lighting on camera? Like just anything you can learn, put it into resources, right? Break it down. become maniacal with this stuff, because you will thank me one day. Because it takes 30 days to form a habit. If you can form a habit right now of being organized with this, when you're signed to 5, 6, 7 agencies and you have a team working for you, this will come into play in ways it will pay off in ways you can't imagine. And it doesn't matter if you're brand new, just do it. The process of doing it makes it happen. It makes it real. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck just dreaming. Okay. A lot of times people are like, oh, I can't handle my social media, Mike. That's a lot. There's a company called Fiverr. All right. Here for $40, you can have somebody manage your social media. They'll do content creation, platform management, top hashtags and captions, organic traffic, post scheduling. They'll do all this for 3 days for $40. Okay. Like you would spend more probably ordering a couple of burgers from McDonald's and like a French fries and a soda from DoorDash. Like, I don't know about where you guys live, but DoorDash by me, it's like you order a glass of water. It's like somehow $30 on DoorDash, right? It's like crazy. But my point is you can get this person to do this for so cheap, but what you can learn to see what they're doing. So don't say like, I don't know how to do this. For $40, I can have somebody for 3 full days showing you how to do this. Somebody who has 4.3 stars. So the company's called Fiverr, right? I can do this all day with you guys. I can show you so many things. Unfortunately, we only have 2 days. Tomorrow, I'm going to be able to I'm putting something together for you guys that this weekend doesn't have to end. But I just want to give you guys enough that you have something to start with. Same thing for video editing, right? You can go hire somebody for video editing. Here's $20. They'll do color grading, sound design. Maybe you want to work on your monologue, your reel, whatever it is. But you don't understand how all this works. For $20, somebody will spend a couple of days showing you, right? I can guarantee you, and he has 5-star ratings. He's done over 907 video edits. He'll say, you know what? I'll pay the $20. Spend an hour with me showing me how to do this so I can learn how to do it on my own. So I have a better understanding. I love video editing. Okay. I'm self-taught video editor. Okay. Could I edit a $100 million film? No, but I know enough that when I'm in the room with a video editor, I can talk to him. And that's what's important to me, is understanding all this, because this is all a part of the industry. It's about being organized, about having your marketing, your branding, your anything that you can learn. And this may not be important to you today, but at some point it will become important. So don't say, I don't have anything to do right now, because I'll give you a list of things you could be doing right now that'll prepare you. Shiny shoes win wars. Okay. The saying goes, if your boots are polished and shiny, you means your soldiers are prepared, right? You guys are going into battle. You have to be prepared. Every minute that you can learn something, take an hour out of the day. Deneen talked about that, right? Time management. Don't tell me you don't have enough time. Okay, wake up an hour earlier, go to sleep an hour later. That's 2 hours a day. That's 14 hours a week. Okay, that's 50 hours a month. That's 12 weeks per year. I just found you 3 months. So don't tell me you don't have time, because I know for a fact you have 3 months to work on this. Okay, a half an hour a day, an hour a week, whatever it may be. We do online coaching, an hour to 2 hours a week. It's phenomenal. It's like decades of knowledge in a few hours. Right. And it's recorded. So even if somebody couldn't be there, they can still jump on it. They get to work with working actors and coaches and people in the industry, spending time delving into their careers. Okay. Well, Mike, I just need to find a job, right? Okay. You got casting directors. You got, I don't know, advertising agencies in my area. That sounds like a great idea. Okay. Here's another one. Fiverr, LinkedIn, $25. Tell them what you want, right? Lead sourcer, level 2. 4.9 stars, 156. He will go out, and he's just not the only one. There are 100 of these guys on there. They'll go out on LinkedIn. They'll pull you 100 people, casting directors, advertising agencies, magazines. They will get you the first name, last name, the name of the company, the title of the person, the company website, the phone number, the email, whatever it is you need. They will go do the research for you. $25, 2 days delivery. Now you got 100 people in your area. Do not tell me you live in an area, location matters, because it doesn't. I can guarantee you, I myself can go online. You can name any city, anywhere in this country. Within 5 minutes, I will pull up the local movie film board. I will pull up local advertising agencies. I will pull up so much content to keep you busy for months. But you have to be ready to reach out to them. Do you know the right emails to send to them? Do you have the right photos? Do you have a reel? We put together a system when our talent follow it to a T, and they do things like this, they are going to get results. And those results compound when they come to New York or LA and I sit them in front of 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. They're ready for it. That's what this is all about. That's what this road leads to. Having a system, having a team, being able to do these things, but you can't just sit around with your hands under your hips. You have to go and you have to be proactive, right? So again, right? Plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time and get to your destinations faster. Okay. Otherwise, you're just running in circles consistently, right? Think about it, just like different types of apple pies. There's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercials, extra background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Meisner technique, Chekhov technique, political, practical aesthetics acting technique, Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler. We work with the head of Stella Adler. Do you know these things? These are all things you could be learning, okay? Understanding them. So when you're sitting down, you know, did you study Stellar or are you more method acting? Do you consider yourself a modern actor or are you more classical theater trained? Wow. Could you answer those questions? Because when you're going to go on real legitimate auditions, these are the questions you're going to be asked. Hey guys, this is what makes all the difference in the world. Okay. This is a free boot camp that I do. I'm just giving you, if this was an iceberg, I'm giving you a snowflake on top, the tip of it. But you can learn all this. Don't feel overwhelmed. I know it's a lot. I know it's a fire hose of information we're giving you, but I have to work within the constraints of the time I'm allocated to be able to speak with you guys. Learn time management. Time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high, right? How do you become memorable? Right? How is it when you go to a party, you go to an event, you're networking? How do you become that person who's memorable, that you stand out, right? Yeah, you came dressed as a clown, you would stand out, but what would you stand out as? Being the clown. How to become the person that people are impressed, that people want to work with, you know? Introduce yourself to others. No matter where you are, act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello, right? Just change your story. I know believe me, I'm the most introverted person you'll ever meet. Okay. Actually, Alicia and Deneen are the same exact way. They're super introverted, but you wouldn't know that because you have to go into that character. You have to listen. When you go up and you say smile and you say hello and you introduce yourself, people want to talk to others. And there's that one person who I don't want to talk to anybody. Who cares about him? You're never going to see him again, right? Make an extra effort to remember people's names. Right? People love to hear people's name. Slava's on the call today, and Michael's on the call. All the different people on the call. You know, when you're speaking to somebody, speak their name out loud. Right? You know, make eye contact with the camera. Interact when you're in a public place. Interact with people, especially at networking events. Right? Body language says a lot. And just because some, people putting their hand here, or they look menacing, or they're holding right, Allow all the time. They're not letting the energy in. Maybe your hands are just tired. But be aware of that. Be aware of where your hands are. Be aware of how you're looking, right? Are you not, you're going like this on the call? Are you slouching? Or are you being interactive, right? Ryan all the time, every time there's a call, Ryan, literally 2 minutes after the call, he goes, he says, oh, I saw this person, and this person. And I'll be like, oh, but what about that person? I don't know. They just didn't seem like their energy was right? So be aware of that. Be aware of your body language. We have a body language coach that we work with. He's phenomenal. Hey, we do these things, right? Again, 7 body language mistakes that can ruin you. Use eye contact, right? Don't have a weak handshake, right? Don't cross your arms. Don't be over exaggerating when talking. Don't be so dominant that people are like, oh my God, they're too aggressive. Don't slouch, right? Learn that in school, right? Don't fidget. Don't play with your cell phone and all that, right? Shut off the notifications. Learn to live life in the moment when you're talking and working with people. When you can make eye contact with people and you can look them in the eye, right? It connects people. This is scientific, just so you know. It changes the chemistry of their brain, their heartbeat rhythm. When people start talking and interacting with each other, their heart rhythms will start matching. Their brain waves will start matching. And then all of a sudden there's a connection there. It's just scientific. Hey, you want to find your one true love? Make eye contact with them. Get that rhythm going. Don't be overly aggressive. Also, wow, there was something about them. They were so nice. Right? It's because I paid attention to them. I looked in their eyes. I listened. I asked questions. Hey, Jonathan, how are you today? He'll all the time say to me, how are you doing? I'm living the dream every day. But the real question is, how are you doing? I flipped the switch and I talk to them. wow, Mike's a great guy, right? And I am a great guy. I love listening to their stories. Make it about the other person and not about you. And all of a sudden you will dominate a room. People will come to you. Well, ask open-ended questions, request clarification, be attentive, summarize, right? Paraphrase, reflect feelings, be attuned to feelings, ask probing questions. I love music. Really, what type of music do you love? Oh, I love rock. Wow, so you love rock. What is it about rock that you love? Like I love rock bands too. Like, what's your favorite band? Right? Probing questions. Don't turn it about yourself. I've seen so many times people say, well, I love music. Really, I love music too. Let me tell you about this story where I went to and all of a sudden they make it all about themselves. You got to look to break those habits. Trust me, I get it. There's different type of personalities, but when you're able to practice this, right, and asking questions and follow through, it's listening skills is really what it is. Active listening skills, 100%, right? Listen to the person's wants, their needs. Casting directors all the time when we meet so many casting directors and all the time, like, I will talk to them. I'm like, oh my God, like it's so great to meet you and so forth. Like, I researched some of your projects. What was it like working on that project? What was your favorite project? Really tell me more. You know what I mean? So so when you're not being a casting director, what do you love to do? Right? Oh my God, I love to do this, that, and the other thing. Really, that's so cool. I try to relate to them. I ask questions. I follow this to a T. Okay. This is a really, of all the things you're going to learn this weekend, this is like a top 5 of really, really wanting to take away a lot from this. Be enthusiastic, right? About things, about life. Nobody, trust me, people don't care about your problems. They really don't. They really, really don't. Like, just because it's always raining in your life, just because you're having all these issues, your friends can relate to that. But when you're meeting people at a professional level, you have to be professional. Okay. I had one time an opportunity for a very successful woman. I brought her into a room with some people that were all worth over $100 million. And they said to her, like, what's one problem we can help you solve today? And she was like, well, my credit's not that great. She lost the entire room. She lost the whole room. Nobody cared about that. That was a problem she could have figured out on her own. That was a problem she might have caused on her own. That wasn't the question in that right room. So you want to be positive questions. I see this room so successful. If there was one thing in your life that led to that success, what could you share with me today? One golden rule that you live by every day. Woo, wow, that's a great question, right? If you were in a room with a billionaire, how would you get his attention? You're in the room with an Academy Award-winning actor. There's a difference between going up to somebody as a fan and going up to somebody as being a part of their industry and having a conversation. Okay. Always be the person who brings water. Always being the person when you're on set. Hey, I didn't know what you needed. I brought you this. I noticed you didn't have lunch today. I brought you a sandwich. I brought you some chips. Be that person. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver. Always go above and beyond. Be that person, not the person who's sitting there. Me. What can I do to make this day better? What can I bring? Just in offering it, people will remember that. Trust me on that. I've worked with so many people in this industry. I don't care where I'm at. I see them doing, hey, can I help you with that? Is there something you need from the store? Let me run and get it for you. What can I do to make this day go better? Oh, no. You being here is enough. Trust me, they remember that at the end of the day. These little things, guys, little things add up to big changes, to big things. Anyway, guys, I love quotes. Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is a natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. Okay, Jim Rohn. If you don't follow Jim Rohn, he's passed away, but I highly recommend any books, YouTube videos, anything you can watch. He's absolutely phenomenal. And to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. And for those of you who read Finding Fame, I talk about when I first started off in the restaurant industry for 20 years. That's actually a picture of the restaurant. I sold it many years ago, but it's still in business. If you ever happen to go there, order the Santa Fe deep dish pizza. It's grilled chicken, sauteed onions and tomatoes and a white wine sauce. It's absolutely phenomenal. And they still make it. It won all kinds of awards. That was my original recipe. So if you ever happen to be up in northern New Jersey, look up Mr. Nino's and go check it out. Anyway, my name is Michael Fomkin. This was the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we also talked a little bit about creating a memorable personality. And I will turn this back over to Miss Deneen, because we got to keep this show on the road, guys. And I hope you're learning a lot. And from the bottom of my heart, I have such grace and gratitude for you guys being here and allowing us the opportunity and blessing to share our knowledge with you. See you guys later. Bye.
Oh my God, how awesome was that presentation? Let me tell you something. I came prepared today. Every time he does that presentation, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need apple pie. So look, I was like, you know what? Today I'm having a piece of apple pie before I talk to these beautiful people. How many of you want apple pie? One more bite. I need one more bite and then we'll get started.
This is so unfair, Deneen.
I know I
smell
didn't bring
it.
enough for the
Like-
class, but I can tell you where to get a great one. Oh my gosh. Okay, every once in a while. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was Michael's presentation? What did you guys learn from the Actors Cookbook? Besides the fact that you all need to go out and eat some apple pie tonight. Literally, I talk every time he does. Danielle's like, Deneen, I am not talking to you anymore. I'm locking off this Zoom call. You have stepped over the line. I've always wanted to do that. Oh, I know, apple pie, please. So what did you guys learn from what you heard Mike talk about just now? Like, what I want to know what you guys learned from that. Always live in the present. That's awesome. The Actors Cookbook is awesome. Okay, it is awesome. I love the Actors Cookbook. More of the process, right? Yeah, you learn more of the process. How many of you knew the way that the casting process worked? How many of you thought, you know what? I go in there and obviously I'm just going to get chosen because I'm amazing. But you know what? The casting director has a process that they need, right? They're given the person that the client wants to cast. You know what, Colin, it is different for reality TV, but it's really not different from reality TV. One of my good friends has been auditioning for the last couple of years for reality TV. And you know what? Can I ruin the moment for you guys? They actually like put those people together so they'll create drama, because how many of you would love to watch a reality TV show where everyone's just getting along, linking arms and dancing through the streets, having Starbucks? Like, no, you wouldn't. They actually go deeper on the casting for reality TV. But I'm not here to talk about that. But I am here to break down some barriers. Be the first to host everyone, right? I like that. Get used to rejection. That
Well, I
word
want
is
to interrupt really quick. So one of our good friends who Michael spoke about is the head of casting for Mark Burnett Productions.
Mhm.
And reality TV doesn't always lead. We're looking for actual real actors. So reality TV, I mean, it comes and goes, but anybody here interested in being a real actor? If you are, type real. Not saying I don't love good reality TV. I mean, we have a lot of people from Top Model. We've had, people from Idol. A lot of times when they get off reality TV, they're stuck. It's purgatory. They can't actually break into the industry. So we're looking for real models, not impersonators, real actors. Not saying we don't love Mark Burnett, but real.
that's like you said, that's not a way to break into the industry.
No.
It's for some people, it's a way to get a start. But one of the people that we work with from Top Model, if you ask him what he does, he doesn't even mention it. He only brings it up because we kind of like, well, you were on Top Model, right? But he actually shies away from even saying that he was on Top Model because
He won't even put it on his resume because
you
nobody
can't
will
put it on
hire
your
him.
resume.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't put it on your resume. So, but anyway, so what else did we learn here? What else did we learn during our time here with, if you fall back, stand up and keep going back, work on your craft, right? I love that. You don't need a union okay. We have someone who's obsessed. That's cool. I love this. Above and beyond. Love that quote. Yeah, you have to go above and beyond. How many of you think about when you go on set or you are meeting people, how you can be of service to them? So many times it's like you meet someone, oh, what can I do? What can I get out of you? What can I get out of you? I have people like that. Like I only get text messages from them when they want something. But then we have other people that are like, oh, okay, you know what? I want to invest in you. Like, how are you doing? What's going on with you today? So, what I would like to do now is I would like to bring one of our talent onto set who actually onto screen who actually does that. And he's not expecting this and he just drank his coffee. So I hope you're ready. But Sava, are you able to unmute yourself and join us here for a moment?
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Amazing. Hi, guys. Hi. Hi,
Awesome.
Ryan.
All
Hi,
right.
everyone.
Well, Sava, first of all, I wanted to bring you on because I would love to ask you some questions, but I also want to give you, is it okay if I compliment you? Would that be fine too? I guess
Please.
so. Yeah, everyone say hi, Sava. So one of the things I love about you, Sava, is this. Like there are days where you don't even know this, but I'm just having a moment and then I got a video from you. Hi, Deneen, how are you doing today? How's everything going? Or you'll just send a text message and your presence on our calls elevates them. Like literally, like I love the fact that like you're one, like I'll take a picture of my screen and show you guys, but when I'm hosting the calls, I can only see so many people on my screen. Like I can't, because I have to keep my, anyway, I don't want to go into this technical, but I love it when because you get on first, you're always in like on the top box. And Mike was talking about that too. We're talking about when you're doing these calls, you want to talk to the people that are engaging. And like right now, I have a lot of amazing, engaging people there. I have Danielle, I have Roxanne, I have just amazing people here. But I love the energy that you bring. So
Thank you.
Sava, let's talk about when you first started working with VIP Ignite. How did you learn about us? Did you get were you on a Zoom call? Were you on a boot camp?
Yes, I actually got the invitation from Alicia to join a Zoom to boot camp, as you guys are now, back in end of January, beginning of February, I think. And I've joined and immediately just got hooked to the talent and to the coaches. Oh, it's started from the Zoom call, just like
It all
just
started
like
on Zoom. We should get t-shirts made for our next event. It's all started on Zoom. Oh, you
have
do
this
have a
t-shirt,
t-shirt, but
though.
it doesn't say it's all. I love it. Yeah, Sava, you're one of our inner circle members, which is awesome. We love having you as a part of our community. So what were you working on pertaining to acting and modeling when you first encountered us on a boot camp?
I was actually, I kind of want to blame it on COVID, but I don't think it was COVID. I think it was me as well. I was standing still. I wasn't really going anywhere, even though I was in the TV and film industry for maybe 4 or 5 years. The COVID years was still, I saw my friends acting and auditioning. I was standing still and was getting nowhere, even though I hope I have talent. I'm always training, I'm always improving. But obviously, after joining you guys, every day I'm learning something. I'm doing something every day. I'm putting myself out. One of the first questions you asked me, I think, just do a self tape and self video and put it out there for you. You know, I'm like, no, why? But then you say compare, and I'm comparing it now, and it's just like day and night. And so yeah, I'm really amazed of what the last 6 months really done after having a Zoom call with you guys.
It's awesome. It's because you trust the process and you're coachable. And when we give you a challenge, because I remember I got a video from you the other day too. Let's talk a little bit about that. Bobby Finaro, who's going to be on tomorrow, is one of our coaches. He was on the cast of The Sopranos. He was on, he was in The Irishman. He was on just a whole, I can't even name all of the productions that he's been on, but he's one of the people that works with our talent. And you called me freaking out you sent me a video freaking out the other day. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, again, trusting the process. What was interesting is that you said, listen, again, do the self-tape, put it out there and see what happens. Because literally, when you put yourself out there, and especially being followed by truth management and you guys, people see you. And I did have a class with Bobby Finaro, and we talked about monologues, we talked about the acting techniques and everything. But besides the point, afterwards, he's like, listen, I also saw the monologue you did on Instagram or TikTok, and I wanted to say that this and that and that. So he also talked about my techniques there. So what I was really amazed is that an actor from Sopranos, right, literally saw my Instagram, my monologue, and said, I want to talk about it because, you know, I'm following you because you're part of, you know, network. And I like, honestly, for a couple hours, I was like, what do I do? Like, I mean, how do I share this? Because I had my technique reviewed by Bobby Finaro, which was, yeah. I'm still in awe.
By someone he's a classically trained actor. So you guys will meet him tomorrow. But the way that he got into acting was he's classically trained. So he toured Europe doing a streetcar called Desire with James Gandolfini. They developed a friendship while they were in Europe touring, doing this production. Then they came back and James Gandolfini went on to be a part of The Sopranos. And Bobby Finaro was working at Caroline's in New York City as like a bouncer. He was working as a bar to something like that in Caroline's. And at one point, he was there working and James Gandolfini came in. He was like, "Oh, Bobby, how are you doing? You know, I have a role. There might be an opening for you on The Sopranos, but you do have to go audition." And this is the level of people that we have working with our company. These are the working actors that are training you. And the fact that he reached out to you on the coaching call and said, "Oh my gosh," like you were like, I would love to share the video, but it's pretty far back on my phone, but you were like so excited. But how much did that change for you? How much did that change for you? Like, did you take the notes and now do you understand why it's so important to put yourself out there?
Yes, and obviously I did have coaches in the past and hopefully a lot of them in the future, but especially working with Bobby or Robert Galinsky, the 50 Cent coach, I've learned more in some sessions with them, like say over an hour than in the past with some other coaches over weeks and weeks and weeks, because again, they're working actors, they're classically trained, they're in a moment, they're always, they're not trying to teach you, they're more trying to share what they're doing to be successful and to be, in front of the camera and to be, where they are. And knowing that they also kind of giving back what you're doing, what you're putting out there, you realize you're part of this network, you're part of this acting group for me, for example. And that's hugely important because I want to be able to share more and grow. I want him to see more of me if I can, and to put myself out there and make it better. See, maybe he can notice that everything he teaches me, I can apply now, and he'll, a goal, he would say, "Hey, I saw the monologue, it's awesome, let's do more."
That's awesome. Now, you mentioned the community. How much has your life changed since you've been a part of the VIP Ignite community?
Oh, this is my biggest support group. It's a acting career is a lonely career, especially when starting up, because nobody wants to believe you. Everybody thinks you're crazy or something else. You all know it. You all have your own stories. This is where you come home to really open yourself up, be sincere about your craft, about yourself, because you have to be truly passionate about yourself first, and then your art. You have to put yourself into the art in order to be sincere, in order to be 100% performant. So this has really opened up a way for me to project my creativity and get feedback and not be afraid of, "Oh my gosh, how do I look?" Instead, being open and getting that open feedback from you guys, because you are the best support group, as I said, for being an actor and a model.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Alicia, do you have any questions?
I always have questions.
I know you do.
Sava. Sava, what was your first impression? Did I scare you?
I think
You met me on Zoom and then you met me in real life. Which one was better?
You kind of scared me 4 years ago. I did see you 4 years ago going through all the other, whatever it was happening. But I saw you 4 years ago and I'm like, "Oh man, I wish I went with you, but I had some other plans." Then I had a Zoom call with you and you scared me even more, but it kind of drew me in because I'm like, "Who is this lady?" But I met you in person, of course, with friends and everything. But yeah, it's quite a different. I mean.
But then you met me in real life. Was I just as scary?
No nonsense. I say no nonsense. You know the business. You're tough. You say how it is, and trusting that actually helps me. Than saying, "Oh, like no, I don't want all this. I want you to be honest with me, and that's what helps me."
Awesome.
And I think yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for letting everyone know that Alicia's not nearly as scary in person as she is on Zoom. So that's also great. But again, when Alicia is I don't even think she's scary. When she's blunt, and like Michael said this too, it's because we've seen so many people that have been through the ringer trying to get their career started. There are so many companies out there that are they don't have your best interest at heart. So that's why it's so awesome to have someone like Alicia someone like Mike in your corner, because you know what, they're gonna like tell you, listen, no, stop right
What
now.
was your biggest obstacle, Saba? Why did you need our help?
My biggest obstacle was not really knowing what to do with what I have, not really knowing where to take my acting career, not really knowing what the process to follow, because there's so much stuff out there, and that was my obstacle. And also I was myself as a biggest obstacle, because I did not trust myself, and I was in my head, too much of me in my head. As soon as you helped me remove myself from my head, trust the process, everything changed.
Anybody
Right
here
away.
want me to remove yourself from your head? Look at this is me and you. And it's funny because you texted me this morning like, hey, good luck. And I was like, yes, I love the fact, like you text me personally all the time.
I do.
So
I
I
love
thank you.
I do. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and guys, I do want to say, I mean, as an actor in this business, being on time, meaning being late. So being on Zoom 15 minutes before the call, you do get a priority on top, you know, and that's where whoever you're having a meeting with, they see you. So show up early, be on top, be an action taker. Always shine. I love that picture. I love
Awesome.
it.
All right.
We're all about having fun. Anybody here like to have fun? Oh, we also have some kick-ass connections. I don't know if that helps you at all.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
All right. Well, Saba, thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate you so much. That was awesome. Thanks for
Guys, I love you
being
guys.
off the cuff and getting on and talking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Oops, sorry. All right.
Love you.
All right. I know. It's always just such a pleasure. The thing I love about what we do is we really do have some really amazing people in our corner, in our community. And if you are a part of our community, just know that. And if you're not yet a part of our community, don't worry. We'll talk about that tomorrow. All right. But now, speaking of amazing connections, is it okay if I introduce our next guest? Is it okay? Okay, this is what I want you guys to do though. When I introduce him, you have to celebrate him because he got up early to be here with you. He is checking in from the West Coast today, much like Saba is. All right, so let me introduce our next guest to you. When it comes to finding success in show business, Mark Schoenfeld has proven again and again, it's not just about knocking on doors, it's about knocking those doors down. Schoenfeld was a senior in high school in the Bronx when he turned his dream of working in the music business into a great big reality, landing his first gig as a staff songwriter to Irwin Levine Music Publishing. But biding his time in an office just wasn't his style. His career took off when he knocked on the door of then president of Epic Records, Ron Alexenberg. He did so one random morning, unannounced and uninvited. After Alexenberg screamed at him to get off his property, Mark yelled back, "But believe me, you're gonna want to know me." He meant it. Alexenberg soon became Schoenfeld's employer, later his manager, executive producer, investor, business partner, and friend. Mark took his bombastic style to Hollywood, where he wrote music for movies while writing and producing songs for Polygram, EMI, Motown, and Capitol Records. He also wrote and sold movies to Orion Pictures, Disney, DreamWorks, and Warner Brothers, collaborating with Hugh Jackman. But perhaps his greatest accomplishment was the culmination of his life's work. Mark Schoenfeld is the writer and composer of the legendary Broadway show Brooklyn the Musical, which inspired multiple standing ovations every night of its short but powerful run in 2004, and has lived on as a cult hit ever since. To those who are lucky enough to know him, Mark Schoenfeld is more than a talented teacher, mentor, and friend. He's an inspiration that drives everyone around him to go out and conquer their dreams. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Mark Schoenfeld.
Hi, everyone.
Hello,
Dee
Mr. Schoenfeld. It's so good
Coming
see
to us live from Beverly Hills, California.
Allie, nice to see you, Dee
Nice to
girl,
see you. I miss you.
and all this talent online. I want to just start off with, and as I was just pre-listening to you guys speaking, a thought came to my mind that I think is worth saying, and that's that not one not one person can whistle a symphony. You need an orchestra. So nobody can do it all by themselves. And that's a great thing that you have going here now. So to the people online here, everyone has talent. And if you didn't think you had talent, you wouldn't be here. So someone told you you had talent, or you looked in the mirror and you heard yourself and you thought you had talent. You probably do. So if everyone on here has talent, then you know that talent enough is not going to get you there, right? Because you're here for a reason. You're here to get help. You're here to listen to people, right? You're here to listen to VIP and all their guests, but VIP themselves and their past history. So having said that, that talent enough can't get you there. That's why I love that saying, no one can whistle a symphony. You need an orchestra. The other thing is I have a friend in town. I knew him from the East Coast. I actually knew him from Long Island. Then I knew him from New Hampshire. And now he lives in Beverly Hills. And his name is Brendan Fitzgerald. And there you go, Allie. And Allie, actually,
he's Mr. Beverly Hills, guys. He really is.
Yes. And he should come on someday because he came here and he said he was going to make it one way or another. You know, there is no reward without risk. And he risked everything. And he came here to go to the Comedy Store and other places like that and write comedy, write jokes, get paid by the joke for each comedian that he wrote their jokes for. He can't tell you who they are, but of course he tells me, and you're sort of shocked because they have big names, they play arenas. And now he's beyond that, where he's a ghostwriter punching up scripts for movies or TV shows that are comedy driven. And so he believed in himself, but the main point I'm saying is there's no reward without risk. You have to risk. You can't expect it to just come to you. That's playing the lottery. You know, play Powerball, spend $2, and you just might luck out. And I'm not telling you not to do it, but that's just not the way show business works. So I wanted to start off saying that, but I wanted to figure out what I want to speak about today. And there were two possibilities. One is some of you may heard my whole story of how I accomplished what I accomplished. And the reason I say it often is because very often you don't really totally understand it until you hear it 2 or 3 times. There's that, or there's something I'm doing right now because I can't do both, which I will call the anatomy of making a star. So which one should I do? The first or the second, my own story of how I got here, or what I'm doing right at this moment and how I'm making stars out of certain people.
Number two. I feel like I'm on The Price is Right. Number 2.
Okay. And does everyone want I don't want to say does everyone number 2, but does everyone want the second one?
Yeah, because Deneen already went over Ron Luxembourg, which, by the way, you know I studied him in school.
Yes.
He signed Michael Jackson, guys, to Epic. He's responsible for the Thriller album.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
And you jumped over the gate. Like,
well,
you
not
can't
only
do
that,
today,
not
Mark.
only that, the great part of it is that he fired me, he rehired me, he fired me, rehired me. But in the end, he gave me $2 million.
That's not
Gave me
bad.
$2 million to create a musical on Broadway. We had to raise $7 million, but he gave me 2 of it. And that was incredible after my long relationship with him. Still a friend of his today. But let me start with what Allie, what you want me to speak about. And
Yeah,
by the
sure.
way, this wasn't pre-planned. I just didn't know which to speak about. And what, you know, they both will take up a certain amount of time. So this I call the anatomy of how to make a star and why it happens. I have a very hot project in Hollywood and a very hot project for Broadway. And in fact, right at the moment, I'm waiting for Japan to give me an answer. And if the answer is yes, I'm moving to Japan for
Wait,
up to
what?
a year. I'm
I
moving-
didn't know this one.
Yeah, I'm moving to Japan for up to a year. Maybe I stay 2 months, maybe I stay 3, it's up to me. Everything is free, the hotel, food, clothing, there's nothing I pay for. And it's intriguing, but I don't know. I mean, most people, if they were younger than me, would stay for the year. But I have to see what I want, but it's very intriguing to me. So I have all this stuff going on. I have a very hot project in Hollywood. I have that it could be a Broadway show and it could be monumental in Asia, starting with Japan. And then all of a sudden, I get a YouTube video from a doctor, an Indian doctor in Florida. He's a nephrologist, which I believe is a kidney doctor. And the video is of a young girl, 13 years old, singing a song in Italian. And I loved it. I loved her right away. I thought she was 18 and she was 13. And I actually thought that she was African-American. That's how the video looked, but she was Indian. And I called up that doctor who sent it to me. And I said, who is this girl? She's never been to America. She lives in India, Bangalore. And she's not African-American, she's Indian, and she's 13 years old. I said, put me in touch with her and her mother or father. And that happened immediately. And then I, only through Zoom, I never met them, they're half a world away. I started to have her do a bunch of videos for me. Now, what I did differently is that, yes, I'm a songwriter, or I could have used modern day songs, but I decided to only use very old songs that are not even in the pop vein. Some were, but most weren't. And everyone around me in my world of show business thought I was crazy. And yet, every week I made her do a video for me, and she had to learn these old songs from the 1940s. And it was getting traction. So all the people around me were wrong. And I knew I was right. If I would have spent time writing songs, it would have been labor intensive for me. And then it's just another song that sounds, here's the thing about new songs. It's really hard to like a new song. It's very difficult to like it. But if somehow it's in your memory, somehow back there, it's in your memory, it's really easy to love it. And then she just gives it another flavor. So every week I had 1 to 3 to 4 videos coming from this young 13-year-old girl. And I would be on Zoom with her and her mother. And I would send it out to everyone that I know in my world in show business. So everyone that I know was getting it, and the compliments were through the roof. And then I discovered, I said, let me see you do an improv. She never did improv before, so this is on Zoom. I said, pretend you're an American girl and you're meeting me, an American producer, and create a scenario. And it was fantastic. And she never did that. So she never knew and I mean on the spot, me and her on Zoom on the spot. It was like I was working with Meryl Streep. In fact, I don't think Meryl Streep or Julia Roberts can do what she can do. And she's 13. I believe there's probably 3 women on Saturday Night Live that can do it, but they're not 13. They're in their 30s or 40s. So imagine at 13, you have that. She never knew she had that. So now I'm asking her I'm telling her to learn this old song, and I'm asking her to do those improvs. And I send them out. And the feedback is through the roof. I've worked with other people before. I got them big places, never like this. Then I learned that she has a twin sister. So to me, 1 + 1 = 10. And I called them the Twindians, the Twin Indians. And I started promoting both of them. They both sing. And I started to do duets of old songs and make them into duets. And through the roof, so through the roof that a friend of mine, unbeknownst to me, sends it to America's Got Talent. The guy from America's Got Talent, who's the head of casting, contacts me 6 times about these girls. I refuse to speak to him unless he meets me in person. They're in India, but I'm in Beverly Hills. So just meet with me. He finally agrees to meet with me. I go meet with him. I like him immediately. He also is the head casting of American Idol. And he used to be the head casting of The Voice. So has a very powerful position. Those 3 shows are the biggest shows on television. That's like Ed Sullivan in my time. Anyway, he's crazed over them, which again tells me I really have something great. I contact the mother of these girls and I say, you have to come to America. The mother, that's halfway across the world. A stranger that they only know on Zoom is asking them to risk all the money and all the trouble to come to America to meet me. She says, do you have meetings lined up? I said, no, it doesn't work that way. If you come here, meetings will happen, but no meetings will be set because you're not here. So they're just never going to be set. It's just the way show business works. And I had to convince her of that, which was very difficult, but I did. And they came. And that was only 6 weeks ago. She came for 4 weeks and she saw things blowing up. Then she had to go back. So they're back there for 2 weeks. I said, you have to come back halfway across the world. I'm telling you, that's at least $30,000 to come from India to here. And there's visa issues, there's things like that. But they do come back because they met me, they trusted me, they felt they knew me, and they came back. Now, more meetings. And the great thing was there is a writer's strike. And I can't cross the picket line. But all the people that I need to see if I cross the picket line are willing to come to my place to meet those girls. So that was just fortunate because they weren't busy. If there was no writer's strike, they would be busy. So they all come to my place and the meetings were amazing. One of the guys who came to my place was a guy I spoke about years ago on here, a former agent and a manager now named Richard Arla. Him and I are like this for about 5, 6, 7 years, somewhere in there. But no matter what I was showing him of new talent that I found, he appreciated it and he thought they were great, but he never did anything. And I just assumed maybe he just doesn't know the right people. Everyone doesn't know everyone. But this time he came to see the Twindians and he immediately called up someone while here. He couldn't get over it. That person came to my place and saw what she saw. And then I can't say names here, she immediately called up someone. That someone called up an agent at a major agency. And now these girls are the primary act at a major, major agency. They have meetings, 1 to 3 meetings a day with the biggest people in all of Hollywood, music, film. So if you really look at what happened, and I'm telling you the truth, this is all truth. If you really look at what happened was, first of all, there's no reward without risk. Those parents risked everything. to come to America to a guy they never met, who didn't even set up a meeting for them because I told them it wouldn't matter. You're not going to get the meeting. You have to be here and I'll get you meetings. They risked that. I risked spending a year developing these girls on Zoom. Every minute of my day was consumed by them. So even if I'm not on Zoom with them, I am thinking, what's the next song? How do I tell them to sing it? How do I give them impromptu improvs? How do I do all this? Just consumed by it. It sounds horrible, but I loved every minute, because when you love what you do, it's not work. It's just joy. And I didn't want that joy to end. So I needed to make this happen for these two young girls who just turned 15, maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So I met them at the tail end of 13. So I spent a little more than a year with them on Zoom. So if you really looked what happened, it's, playing it safe is the riskiest thing you can do. No one played it safe. That Indian family didn't play it safe. They're not millionaires, and yet they did this. Think of yourself. Are you playing it safe? Are you worried to spend time and money on what you need to spend it on? It's the riskiest thing you can do, is to play it safe. So these girls, I would say, and I'm going to be conservative, that in 2 years, they will be a household name. I lay back now because someone else, much more powerful than me, is doing all the work because they're believers. So view this as yourself. Everyone on here thinks they have talent, and they do, because everyone has talent. But that's not going to get you there. You have to risk. That friend I told you about, Brendan Fitzgerald, he'll be on here one day, speaking to you, because his story is amazing too. And I remember he sent me something recently, and it went something like, I may get it wrong, but your comfort zone is a beautiful place, but nothing ever grows there. Remember that statement. He sent it to me. He wasn't trying to preach to me. I think he was saying, Mark is always not in his comfort zone. He always gets people out of their comfort zone. But it's a great statement. I might have not done it justice, but the comfort zone is a beautiful place, but nothing ever grows there. So you have to get out of your comfort zone. And I think a lot of you want to, and that's why you're here, to listen to me and listen to other speakers, sort of say the same thing. Notice no one really is speaking about your talent, because you wouldn't be on here if you didn't think you had talent. The key is it's not enough. It's not enough to get you there. So I myself have a huge network of people. So when I met these girls, I created a huge network that I can then bring them into my home to see these girls. And then those people have a network. And then those people have it. And that's what happened to these two girls. Because the people that they're with now, I didn't know any of them. But they came from, so that's what you want. That's what you want to happen for you. And you have to start creating networks. So on here, you're meeting lots of people. You're meeting Rob. I'm just going to tell you the people that I know on here. You're meeting Robert Galinsky. You're meeting Jody Katz. These are people that, I helped years ago, 20 years ago. And now they're speakers because they're successful, So you have a lot of people right here that start your network. And I don't even know all the other speakers. But get personal. Get personal as best that you can with as many speakers that you can that you admire, or you admired what they said. So that's the anatomy of a star. That they had talent, and it was halfway across the world, and nothing was going to happen to it. And then I came in the picture. And now I'm great for them, but think of the mother. Oh my God, we meet this stranger, we meet this Jewish guy from show business, from the Bronx, and he's telling us we have to go there. We're figuring out a budget. It's going to cost us this amount of money. Can we afford it? What about their education? We got to pull them from school. And you know what I say? You got to do all of it. If they're pulled from school and nothing happens and they miss the year, what does it matter? If you live to 80, what does it matter if you miss the year? Doesn't matter at all. So risk. Whatever you have to do, risk if you think you have it. That's the main thing of the anatomy of a star. And this just happened because the anatomy of, when I made Jody Katz happen, I don't know if you guys know her, but it wasn't the same scenario. So it just keeps changing. But the bottom, the common denominator is willing to risk. I took Jody Katz out of high school. She was a senior. I went to the principal. I said, you must graduate her because it was important to her parents. It wasn't important to her. She trusted me and I convinced them to do it. Now there's a 17-year-old girl dealing with, I don't know how old I was, in my 50s, a stranger taking her back to my place in Beverly Hills. The parents trusted me. They let that happen. And within 3 months, she had $150,000 in a bank account. And she was scooping ice cream at Dairy Queen part-time. All her clothes came from the Salvation Army. So if she ever comes back on here, ask her about that because it's real. But what's the common denominator? She risked. The parents let her risk. Most of you don't need to go to your parents. It's really convincing yourself, am I worth risking? And I personally think if you think you have it, you are. You may not hit the star you want, but maybe you hit something below it that's just as great. I never thought in a million years I would have a Broadway musical. I never went to Broadway. The first Broadway show I ever saw was my own. So what does that say? You know, that opportunity came up and I took it. And I didn't know anything about Broadway musicals. And I took it. And it became like a highlight of my life. And made many, many other things happen. So when at the moment, I'm not thinking I'm a risk taker. It's in hindsight that I realized I was a risk taker. But I never had a Mark Schoenfeld explaining to me what I'm explaining to you. I never had that. And you have that. So it should open up your mind. Remember that statement that came from Brendan Fitzgerald. And again, I'm going to get him on here. I'm going to speak to Mike and Allie and D-Girl because they know him. And he went from writing jokes to for comedians. And I don't know what you get. You can ask him, but maybe he gets $100 a joke or $75 a joke. And now he's a ghostwriter punching up scripts. But he was willing to do that. He was willing to move from New Hampshire to Beverly Hills. And you couldn't get him out of Beverly Hills now because he's leading a great life. So you couldn't get him out of it. And he probably can't even think back of his old life. That could happen to every one of you if you're willing to take risk. And remember the first statement that I said. One person can't whistle a symphony. It takes an orchestra. So when you think of what I just said about the anatomy of a star maker, it wasn't just one person, me. It was me to someone else, to someone else, to someone else. Because I didn't know those end people who are making everything happen for them. So, and I think you have an orchestra right here with VIP. And if you try to do it yourself, good luck, but your chances are slimmer because you really don't have me, you don't have Galinsky, you don't have Jody Katz, and other people that I'm sure I brought on here as well. So, and then I don't know all the other speakers, but I'm sure they're wonderful. So I recognize certain faces and I see a lot of new faces, and it sort of felt great not to brag about myself of my own story, which is usually what I'm asked to do. I loved telling you of stuff that's happening in the moment. And I'm so excited that it's happening in the moment. And hopefully the next time I speak to you, I'll be in Japan. So, D-Girl or Allie, can I take any questions right now? D-Girl, Allie, can you hear me? You know, guys, I would have you write
Yes.
a question. I would have you write one, but I'm not fast enough to read it. You know, D-Girl is the one who taught me how to use a computer. I never wanted to do
No,
this.
you knew how to use a computer. You just didn't know how to use Zoom. And it was
Oh.
right at the start of the pandemic. And I remember we had you on FaceTime. But you know, I'm still trying to get over the fact that you may go to Japan. I mean, it took so long to get you back to LA, and now you're there. And I know you're thriving because I've been with you in Beverly Hills and I've watched you firsthand with that boom box and you with your scripts. And Debbie and I got to spend a day with you and Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. And can you talk a little bit about, and I know we joke around all the time about you got to have balls to do this industry. You know, kind of like our company, we could put you face to face with everybody you need to meet, but we talk a lot about the it factor, being able to like presence on stage or even on Zoom. You know a star when you see it, right?
Yeah, but you know what, Allie, there is such a thing as the it factor, and I sort of specialize in that. But there are so many people who don't have it that make it without the it factor because they study their craft. They, you know, there's other reasons that you don't just have to be born with that special thing that these girls are and Jody is. You don't have to be. So I hate to just zero in on people that are just born. Like these girls I'm speaking about, they can sing in any language. Think about that. In other words, they don't even know the language. And you ask them to sing a song in French, they just listen to the song and within 2 hours can phonetically sing the song as if they're French. So there's some sort of savant thing going on, or, you know, super high IQs or whatever, super intellect. But the thing is, many people don't have that and they make it. So it's not just the it factor. I know that you love Jody the moment I brought her in. That was clear. And you always used to bring her up as the it factor, but there's a lot of people.
That was the name of our radio show too with CBS, but Jody guys went on tour with Josh Groban, Miley Cyrus.
Yes.
She went on world tour with Cher and we got to hang out with her backstage. And Trans-Siberian Orchestra, 15 years. She's one of the lead singers on Trans-Siberian.
Oh, she's a star. She's a star.
I know she is.
But you know what I introduced her to you at 17 and you became tight with her right away.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be her. She's special, but honestly,
Well, there's only one of her. There's only one. So you don't want to impersonate Jody. You want to be yourself. But I find, you know, especially with you in LA, there's so many pretty people out there, people that have spent just a shit ton of money on training. But like you said, some make it and some don't. What do you think some of the biggest misconceptions are now that you're back in LA with people that get off the bus and they want to be famous?
I think the biggest misconception is they think their looks can make them famous.
I've never met any of those people before. Yeah. All day, every
I
day.
think that's the biggest misconception. You
Or
know
that
what?
they think they're
If I took everyone to Silver Lake, you'll be in, you think you landed on Venus. Every girl is white, blonde, and 5'10", and they're walking like 10,000 at a time. And they all think because they're gonna make it, and none of them are gonna make it. So that's the biggest misconception, is that these white girls that are 5'10" and skinny think that they just want to put them on the screen.
Well, I think it's a sense of entitlement. Yeah.
David Geffen, who's a huge mogul, said that any girl that was said that she was pretty in high school finds her way to Hollywood. It's absolutely true. But they're not going to make it.
That always amazes me every time I go out. Well, you know, I mean, we've spent a lot of time together in LA, And I love going and I'm like, oh, what did you move here for? I'm an actor. Oh, how long have you been working at Starbucks? 10 years, 20 years. I have a funny joke. I'm gonna tell it to you guys really quickly. I met a guy one time, he's a screenwriter at Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf in Hollywood. And I said, man, you live right here, and I'm sure you see famous people all the time. And I kind of just kept quiet. I said, who's the most famous person you've ever met? He said, Spielberg. I was like, what? I said, what was he like? Tell me everything. And he goes, he's an asshole. I was like, what? Like, you guys know I went to film school. I'm like, what do you mean? And he said, well, I wanted him to read my script, but he couldn't. So Mark, I mean, you work on writing movies. Can you just hand your script to anyone?
No, absolutely
No.
not.
So it was funny that he was telling me he was an asshole. I'm like, did you know you actually have to go through a lawyer and there's a whole thing? Even if you walked into your store at that moment, you can't hand it to him. But 20 years, Mark, he's been doing it incorrectly. And he told all of his friends Spielberg was an asshole. But Spielberg didn't do anything. Even if he said, I love it, it wouldn't be the answer that this kid wanted because he wanted a paycheck. Even if he said, hey, I got to give you some constructive criticism, he thought it was like, Oscar winner.
I sold 5 movie projects to Hollywood within 3 years. Within 3 years, 5. And no one ever read the script I had. I pitched it and I told the story. So if that kid have Steven Spielberg
in his store, but Steven said no, he couldn't read it. And by law, he couldn't. You can't just read a script.
But if he said, I have a story about, and it intrigued him.
And he pitched it, yeah, but he didn't.
Intrigued him, like, within 3 minutes, 2 minutes, something intrigued him.
Like an elevator pitch, like Shark Tank, yeah.
Yeah, then something could happen.
But
because
you see
I tell you,
I throw Spielberg under the bus, yeah.
Allie, I took you to Nate Now's. Now, Nate Now's really doesn't exist the way it was, but it's an open deli, guys, and it's all old moguls who have all the time in the world to hear your ideas. And you literally can hop on someone's table and say, I know who you are, Carl Reiner, when he was alive. I know who you are, Mr. Reiner. I just want to tell you, and not can I just want to tell you this quick story. And if it got him, he'd sit you down and learn more. Though they exist.
Sylvester Stallone is just hanging out. Everybody's right there.
It exists. It can work that way. It can work.
But some people don't have the balls to do it. They're waiting for somebody to come to them. Like, oh, I'm a star, come to me. And that's why I laugh, because
fortune favors the bold. You need to be bold, and don't be so polite as to not approach someone, because being that polite, then they'll never know you. Don't be impolite, but no one's going to say, let me make you rich and famous because you're polite. Now, these girls that I'm working with now, they're so polite, but Mark Schoenfeld is not that polite. And so we made things happen. But if you don't happen to have a Mark Schoenfeld with you right at this moment, don't be so polite as to not take a chance and make something happen, because you're not rewarded for being polite.
That's true. So you got to have balls. I want everybody to type, I have balls. It's so fun when I do that. Just type, I have balls. So when you pitch to some really big people like DreamWorks, right?
Yes.
That's Ron. That's Ron
Jeffrey
Howard.
Katzenberg. Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Katzenberg. So do you go in there with the boombox?
Yes, I do.
When can I go with you to watch this live? Because I would sit there just like.
You wouldn't believe it, but I put on a one-man show. No one else in Hollywood does. I play the characters. And guys, I am not a singer, and I have professional singers, like the greatest singers you could ever imagine, like the lead singer of Santana, stuff like that, singing the songs of my, in this case, musical. And what happens is, if I sing it a cappella, people love it much more than the professional singers. And the reason is, I'm in person and I'm showing them more passion than any pro singer can ever do, coming out of a phone or a boombox. So I figured that out. And in the pitch that I have now, I sing 3 or 4 songs myself. And when I'm done, I said, and this is how it sounds when it's produced. So they hear the song twice, which is always a great thing. But they inevitably love my version better. Now, if
won't-
someone would
I
have
won't
told
ask
me,
you to sing it.
no, if someone would have told me that, I wouldn't have believed it. But I witnessed it myself and had to change my own pitch. Jody Katz is
Yeah.
was one of my singers, you know. And if I sang her song that I wrote for my musical, people will like me more than Jody Katz.
Joe,
Except for the way she looks.
yeah, yeah. All right, so I mean, you've gone in and pitched for some of the biggest heavy hitters in all of Hollywood. Like I say that, and you know my palms get all sweaty just thinking about it. But how would one today, now that everything is in a digital world, how would one today even get that same opportunity? That's like the Da Vinci Code that most people face. Well, I know I'm a natural ability. I believe I can do this. Well,
I'm
no one gives
facing
a
that-
shit what you think. It's you need to get in front of the right people. If
I'm
you agree,
facing-
type amen.
I'm facing it right now, and I'll tell you, everyone here won't have the ability to do it, but I'm here right now. I live in Beverly Hills, and if someone says to me, "I'll meet you on a Zoom," I say, "I'm here right now in Beverly Hills. I'm not going to do a Zoom with you. Come to my place," and inevitably they do. So I'm in a little different position because I'm in the belly of the beast. So I can actually be that bold and say to some heavyweight who could write me a huge check, say, "No, I'm not going to do that."
But
And you
it's
know-
also you. You have a track record. You've worked with Hugh Jackman and Spielberg and all these
Yes.
amazing people.
Yes.
So it's not like, you know, Joe Schmo off the street, yo, come to
No.
my house. Because that sounds
Yeah.
like a Lifetime movie waiting to happen, right?
No,
Like
you're
Jeffrey
absolutely,
Dahmer, Netflix.
no, you're absolutely right. I
Yeah.
earned the ability to say no. You're absolutely right. But to answer your question, I'd be great. I figure out a way of being so dynamic on a Zoom. I haven't really figured that out. You're just getting me exactly as I am. But I would figure out a way that I'm so dynamic on a Zoom that no one could touch me. That's what I would do.
Well, thank God we pre-screen our talent and we vet them and we do these free calls to find the best I mean, this is a big thing to even get Mark Schoenfeld on this call right now. How many of you guys are hi, Mike Trash. How many of you guys are loving this right now? If you're loving this, type love. And I'm going to ask you to keep jumping through hoops. Why? Because you'd be a huge person on it. I want to make sure you're listening. And it's sad that I have to do this. But if you're serious about your career, I have to make sure that you're paying attention. Now, Mark, one thing that you and I deal with quite often, because of the proximity of the people that we work with, some big names, people always ask for favors. Hey, can you? Well, I could, but I won't. How much, I mean, your reputation is priceless. Would you ever introduce somebody who was not deserving?
No, of course not. Because actually Brendan Fitzgerald is the one who actually said this to me. And it's a great metaphor. Then I'm stapling my resume to your resume and you're going to bring me down. So I can't do that. So but if it's like these Indian girls, no, I would absolutely do that because I know that their impeccable talent is beyond anything else. But if it was below and you needed more development, there's just no way I could make those introductions because then no one would take my meetings. See, right now I have batted 1,000 in discovering people. So they're always willing to see the next person that I found. And it's not like I discovered 1,000. I discovered like 4 or 5. So, but they all became successful or you remember Jasmine, Allie?
Yeah, I still talk to her. Yeah.
Are you still talking? So
I met her in Hollywood with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So she had everything going and then she caught Lyme disease and to this day, she has brain fog and stuff. So it fell apart. But there was an unknown girl that, African-American that I took to Beverly Hills and it all happened to her. But stapling her resume to mine was not going to, lower my case. It was going to up my status. But she was that great. Unfortunately, Lyme disease killed it.
So I really want to reiterate, guys, for those of you that paid for pictures or classes or websites, it's not the same as having somebody who can actually connect you. Anybody here missing that one component, the actual face-to-face connections? If you are, type, I'm missing that. Because I think that's one of the craziest things that you've helped us with here. I mean, obviously, I'm going to tell you like the story of how we met. So the head of Warner Brothers casting for North America is part of our company. And he suggests Robert Galinsky as coming on for one of our live events, 50 Cent's acting coach. And then obviously Robert Galinsky introduces us to you, and you keep introducing us to all these amazing people. And sometimes like you've introduced us to Academy Award winners. Like, no lie, even on a free call with an Academy Award winner, I'm like, can I see
Won the
your
Oscar.
tattoo?
He won the Oscar.
Yeah, like that is insane on a free call, but then I'll have some jackass. Oh, I'm skeptical. Dude, I'm skeptical of you. What the F have you done? And I think that's so important when people are trying to get into show business. No one gives a shit, about you. You're one of a billion until you aren't. And you have to fight for your right in this industry. It's called show business for a reason. No, and again, Mark, we get a lot of people sometimes financially struggling, and they've got to be able to figure this out on their own. You cannot outlay any expenses these days.
Oh, listen, I spent so much money on myself and forfeited clothing, food, cars, when I had hard times to keep making it in show business. I had early success, and then it fell apart when I had the children, and one of my kids were born with birth defects. And so it was really difficult, but you're in your own business and you have to invest in yourself, and something's got to suffer. People go bankrupt for it and all of that. And I say they should. If they have that passion, do everything you can, because time will slip away, and then you will just, not be well enough to do it. Everyone eventually gets sick, so.
But money you can recoup, time you can't. There's no way to get time back.
No,
ever.
it's the same thing. Playing it safe is the riskiest thing you can do.
I find that people want the least risk, but they want the most gain in this business. They'll invest in Apple. They'll invest in getting their hair done, their nails done, their eyebrows. They will invest in anything, subscription services. But if you were to pitch somebody to, let's say, Spielberg, hey, I worked on this great movie. I mean, obviously, if you sold a movie to Spielberg, you have nothing to do with the casting process because you kind of relinquish those rights. But if you really believed in somebody, I mean, they have to do you right. They have to have perfect headshots. They better have some training. They better have the financial ability to show up. And that's one thing that a lot of times, especially on a Zoom call, you remember back in the day when people used to come and audition for us, they would fly in from New Zealand. They would fly in from Tel Aviv just to come meet with us. No other company does what we do because you want access to Schoenfeld. It's like a Seinfeld character. You know what I mean? You want access to these amazing people. We busted our ass for 20 years and invested a lot of money in these relationships. I mean, Mike and I had an apartment in Times Square. How many times did you come over and we used to hang out? We had a rooftop terrace. Sometimes we just order Chinese food and just hang out for hours on end going, what can we do to help VIP Ignite get to another level? So no one sees the blood, sweat, and tears. They're just like, oh, can you hook me up? No, you have to earn it. And if you're not willing to put in the work, you shouldn't be on this call. And I really want to stress this. It's jump off a bridge and build a plane on the way down. You will not fail when you are 100% all in. And that's something you guys need to know. You want to go to LA, you want to do all these big things, you want to go to New York, you want to star in movies, prove it. They're always going to ask you to prove it. They're going to call your bluff. I went to Barbizon, I took runway classes. You discovered one of the new faces of Guess, right? And you're not even a modeling agent.
Yes. Yeah.
And you called Kendall Jenner, because I remember you called me right after, and I was like, are you with Kendall Jenner? I was like,
Well,
damn it, the one time I'm not with you.
my partner was Freddie DeMann, and he had Madonna, Michael Jackson, Shakira. He just had and his daughter managed the Kardashians. So that's how it was done.
Anybody want access to his phone? I know, right? You can go to Apple and buy an iPhone. Are you using an iPhone now? Is that what you have?
I don't know what I have. I have
What
no
are you
idea.
using?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's a iPhone.
Okay. I was gonna say, next time I come out there, we'll go get a new phone. But think about it. You could buy a phone for like $1,000. Now, with everything he's done and all the people that we've discussed, somebody give me, what is that phone really worth with all the contents inside? Somebody type it. What is it worth to you? Because I know what it's worth to me. And Michael, if you listen to me right now, get your checkbook out. I bet you, yeah, 15 million, a billion. I mean, I don't have that kind of money, but yeah. What is it worth to you if you had access to all of these people? Because I'll tell you what, he's able to get in front of Spielberg. Somehow he's able to get in front of Ron Howard. Like people that you literally like, I was talking about it earlier today. Like I went to film school because of Alfred Hitchcock. I mean, I never met him. And even Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years is a friend of mine. He bought Cary Grant's old house. And I just sit there like, Cary Grant, but you're in LA now. And literally everybody you see, and I've been with you at that hotel that you're at, which sounds creepy when I say that, but the hotel you're at, because that's where you're living, they have apartments. It was Marilyn Monroe's like favorite place. And I know you, and I know every day you go down to that pool and you have that cabana and you're like, oh, there's Ashton Kutcher right there. And I remember Debbie and I went with you to LA, and literally the gentleman who wrote all the music for Toy Story had a conversation with you while I was in the bathroom.
No,
Like-
he wrote all of Toy Story, all of it, not just the
Yeah,
music.
all of Toy Story, sorry. But do you guys understand the proximity? There's 3 P's with Mark Schoenfelder right now. Ready? Proximity, proof, and power. You want the proximity. You can't get it without having somebody like him get you on the inside. So imagine we take you in a parachute, boom, put you in your world. How many of you guys are ready to be parachuted into his world and have all that access? I know Sava is. Who else? Right? You think, hi, Craig. But then the question is, do you have the balls to be able to, oh, I can't do it. My mom is calling. She doesn't think this is real. What the hell? I'm sorry. And your mom is who? Do you understand? This is all about you. This is all about you. And that's something that we talk about a lot here. You could literally put them face to face with everybody they need to meet. First impressions to me are everything, even on a Zoom call. There was one guy, how do I get an agent? Oh, I went to your picture earlier and you were sleeping. Not interested. No. You get on a Zoom call, you're awake. 100%.
The comfort zone is a beautiful place, but nothing ever grows there.
Yeah.
If you're too comfortable, you're not going to make it.
And you
But
don't wanna surround
if
yourself
you're
with
really
losers either.
comfortable,
Yeah.
if you're rich, you have all the money in the world, you can make it. You can buy your way in.
You could.
But you have to be not upper class. You have to be, a multimillionaire and willing to give up millions.
And you have to
Believe me,
figure out what
I
they can
can't
do to
name
help
names,
you.
but
Yeah.
I can't name names, but I know a lot of successful people that you all know, and they paid their way in.
Happens every day. I mean, that's why people move to New York or LA. They just want proximity. And I find quite often, especially like for our company, when we give it too quickly, they abuse they abuse it. They get too comfortable. And that's a problem. You got to walk on edge all the time. And just so you know, even if you are top shit right now, there's always somebody coming up right behind you that is just as good. And age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, training doesn't matter. You know what the one thing I love right now, Mark, about this industry is whether you went to Yale School of Drama or you're brand new, like I want to be an actor today, it's equal opportunity if you got in front of the right person.
No doubt about it. Listen, if you went to Juilliard or the Yale School of Drama, every year, maybe 4 people make it out of that graduating class. So they go to the greatest schools in the world.
And it's so
and
freaking
it
expensive.
doesn't do
Yeah.
anything.
They're bartending. They're working in the coffee shop on La Brea. That's where they are.
And yet I got these 2 girls from India who
And they're so
travel
good.
halfway. Yeah, who travel halfway across the world. And they certainly are too young to be in the Yale School of Drama or Juilliard. But I actually think if they were, it wouldn't help them. I hope I've been of help to everyone.
You
Next
totally
time I'm going back to my old story.
No,
Me.
I like this story. It was different. It was new. I mean, there are new people. How many of you guys are brand new and you've never heard any of this before? If you're new, how many of you guys have been in this industry for a while? Right? Type it. So there are some people on here that have been here for a while and some that are brand new.
Oh, I recognize some faces, not all. So I know there's new people that don't know me and don't know about that special kiss. You know what I mean? So that's that we'll do that another time.
Well, it's a good thing you're part of VIP Ignite, sir. I mean, you gotta
Come
have
out
balls.
to come out to Beverly Hills.
Okay, I'll get Kaden. I don't know if
Hopping
you
on
saw,
a
but
plane right now.
yeah, we'll be right there. We'll go to Nate and Al's. Oh wait, we have to do this. I was gonna say they have great Sunday breakfast at Nate and Al's. It's where all the Jewish Hollywood people go, and you can literally just go get an everything bagel and a coffee, and oh, look at that, Spielberg. And there is no like security there. You
absolutely
literally
true.
walk in and they're right there
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
on a Sunday
But
morning.
Eric,
Jewish
listen,
deli.
I
Hello.
wish everyone, health and happiness. And hopefully it comes from your dreams.
So when are we gonna find out about Japan?
At the end of July, it was supposed to be the end of June, and they just contacted me and they say it's going to be the end of July before we can tell you.
All right, so I guess Deneen, we're gonna go to Japan. I mean, obviously he's not gonna be able to do this by himself.
I don't know Japanese, but I will definitely learn for you, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Wonderful seeing you guys again.
We
It's
love
always
you.
so good to see you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Look how he's like radiant. Back when he was on the East Coast and this whole thing called COVID was happening and snow. Now he's in LA and he's like alive.
This is the Mark Schoenfeld we know.
Girl, not LA, Beverly Hills. I live like a king.
I've seen it. We know.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye, Mark.
Love
Thank
you.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so every time I see him, I'm just so overcome by how amazing he is and how he literally, I want you guys to understand, you heard his story, everything he's working on, right? He literally changed his schedule around today so he could be here with you. Let that sink in for 2 seconds. Like we have people, oh my gosh, we're here, we're doing this, we're doing that. Mark Schoenfeld literally changed his schedule around so he could be here to share with you. Someone who literally has Hugh Jackman on speed dial, someone who has the most amazing, the most powerful people, not only in Hollywood, but in the entertainment industry on speed dial, changed his schedule so we could be here to share with you.
But Deneen, also think about how many people have spent so much freaking money on shitty headshots, shitty training. They've joined every website. They're skeptical because everything that they've been doing is incorrect. And then they didn't get on. Well, I don't know. It's 2 full days. I'm sorry, 2 full days to change your entire life. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Because what is the alternate? Going and spending 20 years, 20 grand, moving to LA, moving to New York and trying to do this by yourself. Good luck.
Yeah,
This is not part of like normalcy.
no.
And we're doing this all for free. Like
No, you need a team of people that are willing to push you out of your comfort zone. You do that for me every time. I know Mike mentioned this a little while
I just
ago.
hand phones to her. I'm like, talk. It's
Oh
the
my
village
God, okay.
people. Talk to them.
Do y'all want to hear a couple stories and then we're going to talk about social media? So during the pandemic, okay, so I grew up I'm a child of the 90s, okay? Like I was born in the 70s, lived in the 80s, but in the 90s, or I guess it was the 80s, 90s. I don't even know. Maybe I'm getting whatever. I was a child of the Wonder Years, like the original Wonder Years with Dan Lauria. I was Winnie Cooper, everyone, okay? Totally Winnie Cooper. If you don't know who that is, Google it. So Alicia is like, hey, Deneen, I have someone I want you to talk to. You have to walk them through talking on Zoom. And I was like, who is it? She's like, it's Dan Lauria. I was like, hi, Dan Lauria? Hi, this is how are you? I was freaking out. I think I cried.
She did. I got videos of her crying. Thank
She
God I didn't
does.
have you talk to Vivica. She would have screamed at you.
Oh,
She
I've
was-
never spoken to her. But the thing I want you guys to understand is this whole weekend, you know what? It is 2 days. And sometimes it's like, oh my, like right now outside of my window, I can see for the sun for the first time in a week. It's been nothing but dark and cloudy and cold here. I'm like, the sun. But you know what? We're here. because we want to change lives. And you guys are here because you want your lives changed. And that's what we do at VIP Ignite. Like last week, it was like 9 days ago, I was in Orlando. Alicia's always there because that's where she lives. But we were in Orlando and Mike and I were talking about it this morning. So they tricked me. I'm not going to say they tricked me because they didn't trick me. But I had the opportunity to do something that scared the living daylights out of me. Like literally, I was strapped into a piece of metal that's like this wide, like double my size. And I was slung 390 feet into the air on 2 rubber bands.
It's one of those things you drive by and you're like, what idiot would ever do that?
Oh, idiot. Don't any of you put that on social media. I swear to God, I'll find you. Okay.
I have the videos.
But
And then everybody yelled at me for not going with you.
oh my God, there are so many people like
I know.
my TikTok. Everyone's like, they made you do that alone. I'm like, yeah, some
Somebody
journeys
had to
you
do the
have to take
videos.
alone, people. But the point I'm trying to make, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to impress upon you that sometimes you have to do things that scare you. For some of you, being on this Zoom call is scary as heck. And you know why? Because you know what, you've not tasted the real. You know that there's something real out there. You know that there's a way for you to get yourself out there, but you've been taken advantage of. You've made some bad decisions. Okay. And I'm not going to say, oh, they tricked you, because I wasn't tricked. I could have said no. I'm 47 years old, y'all. I could have said no, but I chose not to. Okay. But what I want you to understand is every decision you've made has brought you to this moment. And I want you to remember that. And I want you to think back about everything we've gone over today. And we're about to like tackle social media with a vengeance. Okay. But I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the fact that you are getting the tools that you need to start earning a 6-figure income as a model or actor. For some of you, that's like way out of you're like, is that even possible? You know what? It is possible, but if you don't think it's possible, shoot a little bit lower. How about you make 5 figures as a model or actor instead of 5 figures as a barista or something like that? Shoot for whatever success is to you. Okay. We talked about what type of model you are. Like, it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter how tall you are, how short you are. You can be a model. You have to understand, but you have to believe it. Because I could tell you, oh my God, you have such a great look. Like, I'm looking at Nadia. Hi, Nadia. It's good to see you face to face. But I'm looking at Nadia right now. Nadia could be a model. That's something she wants to do. She wants to be an actor. She wants to win an Academy Award. We actually went back and forth. I hope this isn't like, if you get mad at me, you can send me a Voxer and yell at me. But she was like, Deneen, I'm 40 years old. I'm too old to do this. I was like, are you kidding me? Jamie Lee Curtis is 62 and just won her first Academy Award. What are you even talking about? You have 22 years on her. But I want you to think about that. You can do this. We talked about picking out the right wardrobe. Like, how are you showing up for your success in your everyday life? When you go to Starbucks, do you look homeless like I do sometimes when I go to Starbucks? Like, I swear, as God is my witness, I went out, I was like, I look like a homeless person.
That's when you do the drive-through, Deneen.
Oh,
Come
I
on.
don't believe in the drive-through because it takes longer. The drive-through is like,
You know, I watch them make the coffee because they usually make it wrong. And God bless them.
if you want a harrowing experience, go to Starbucks with Alicia. I promise you will learn more about coffee than anyone
If my
else in the
coffee's
world.
wrong, everything is wrong, and everybody fails. So
Yes.
there's a lot riding on that coffee, and it
There
better
is a
be
lot
great.
riding on that coffee.
I literally taste a sip, and I'm like, and I watch them.
She really does. Oh my gosh. I know the color in the mixture too, and I
I
understand.
know
the
Starbucks
scientific
like I
thing.
know VIP Ignite. When you know it perfectly inside and out, you do it right, or you don't
She
do it at all.
does. She does. Like, literally, she does. But we talked about picking out the right wardrobe. I don't know how we got into coffee, because don't leave your house.
You're
looking
talking
like a
about
homeless
getting
person.
dressed up.
You're always on set. Okay, remember that. Type that again. I'm always on set.
You're always on
Listen.
stage, even here on Zoom. Are you kidding me?
I know. Quincy.
Like, Crystal, I'm looking in the back. Is that mirror clean? Hi, April. I'm looking at everybody, not to sound creepy. Hi, Marilee.
Well, that's our job. This is an audition. It's our job to do that. That's why we started off by, I forget who it was laying down. I was like, sit up, they're not here yet, just sit up.
The same person who asked me can I help him get an agent?
No,
Well, I
no, it was
could,
a
but I'm
different
already not
person.
impressed.
But anyway, but what I want you guys to understand is that we're giving you everything that you need. You're always on set. When you walk out, make sure that you're dressed properly. Michael gave you the framework for acting, right? He gave you the framework for having a successful acting career. Whenever you're making a decision, think about it like this. Do I want to be Homer Simpson with my paddle boat? Or do I actually want a real boat? And do I really want a house that I can be proud of? Like, do I want to build a legacy? Okay, so think about that. Think about everything that you just heard from Mark Schoenfeld. I know he didn't share the story that he normally does, but he grew up poor in the Bronx. And now he has the most powerful people in the world on his phone. How many of you want that phone? But here's my question for you. You can all want the phone, but what are you going to do with it when you get it? That's what we're going to that's what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about branding and marketing, simple hacks to get noticed on social media. If you want to be like Sava, who got noticed by Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos, what I want you guys to do is I want you to take notes on this next presentation that I'm going to do. And again, I understand that social media is not the sexiest subject. And again, if I had the opportunity, I would delete all of my social media and I would be on with my life. But you know what? I don't use social media as a crutch. I don't use it as a form of entertainment. I use it as a tool. So what I'm going to do is over the next 35 minutes or so, I'm going to show you how to use social media as a tool. Are you guys ready to up-level your social media game? If you are, type yes in the comments, because I want you guys to be all in. I want you all in, because this learning how to network, doing all of these things, these are all really important. But if you're not presenting yourself in such a way that people actually notice you, why are you even doing it? Okay. So let's go on to our next presentation. All right. Let's see here. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. I actually look like a model in these pictures. It's pretty crazy. Okay, here we go. Simple hacks to get noticed on social media as a model and actor. So let's talk about the importance of social media. It's a powerful tool for self-promotion and personal branding. What's the key word in that sentence? What's the key word in that sentence? The key word is tool. Everyone type tool in the comments. I hereby do not want any of you any longer using social media as a form of entertainment. I want it to be a tool in your tool chest. Okay. Actors and models can showcase their talent, portfolio, and achievements to a global audience. Literally, when you post something on social media, it could be seen throughout the whole entire world. Wrap your head around that for 2 seconds. You're not doing this for your mom or for your cousin. You're doing this for the whole world. Social media also allows direct interaction with agents, casting directors, and industry professionals. Okay. We're going to talk, our next presentation, we're actually going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about like, how do you know who to trust? Okay. But it's going to give you, it's going to allow you direct interaction. How many of you are on here because you saw an ad on social media? Raise your hands or type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. At one point, you saw an ad for VIP Ignite on social media. And guess what? Congratulations. That's why you're here. Okay. It also serves as a platform to stay connected, network, and discover new opportunities. Now, I use Facebook a lot so I can keep up with people I knew in my former lives. But so you can still use it to stay connected. But always, the first thing I always want you to think about is that it is a tool. It is a tool. Okay. So let's talk about the importance of a well-designed social media post. So I love The Rock. Okay. Not only because, I mean, he's The Rock, but he's someone that I love listening to him. I don't know if any of you have ever heard any of his inspirational talks that he does. Like, he's actually a really cool guy and his story is awesome. Okay. I'm not going to go into that now. I can go into that, but that's not what the purpose of this is. But what I want you to think about is, who's your favorite actor or model that you follow on social media? Type it in the comments. And why is it that you follow them? Like, if The Rock had really crappy social media, do you think I would follow him? Probably not. I'd be like, oh, he's boring. right? Ryan Reynolds is another one, has amazing social media. So let's think about what they all have in common. So they have well-designed posts, right? When you're designing your post for social media, you want to capture attention and make a lasting impression. How many of you can agree that these posts here would make a lasting impression? Right? Yeah, they make a lasting impression. And what I want you to also understand is that they help to establish a strong personal brand and professional image. High quality visuals convey professionalism and attract potential collaborators and opportunities. And the keyword, high quality visuals. So if you want to attract high quality opportunities, you need to take your social media seriously. A lot of you, you're getting people reaching out to you on social media. Your social media isn't great. So what kind of person are you attracting? Just let that sink in for 2 seconds. Another thing is engaging posts increase the audience engagement, followers, and reachers. Your goal for social media is not only to show people what you're doing, but you want people to engage with you. You want to increase your followers and you want to have a reach. Okay, so one of the easiest ways for you to create really cool social media, and it's completely free, and I'm going to walk you through that in just a couple minutes, is Canva. How many of you know what Canva is? If you do, type Canva in the comments. This is something that we use, honestly, to create all of our social media posts. We use Canva. It's free. Okay. It's a versatile online graphic design platform that simplifies the creation of visually appealing content. So it's an easy way for you to make your social media appealing. It's also very user-friendly. Even I can use it. And I am not the most technologically savvy person that you will ever meet in your whole entire life. Okay. And Canva is designed for people like me, like probably a lot of you. I'm sure we have how many of you here are graphic designers that that's what you do for a living? If you are, call me, I need your help. But if not, if you're just a normal person, Canva is perfect for you. Okay. It's literally designed for beginners. So what we're going to do is we're going to do an overview of Canva, and then you and I, we're going to go in and we're going to create some posts. Okay. So Canva's intuitive interface allows users to navigate and create designs with ease. So as you can see here, this picture, it's really super simple to use. It provides a drag and drop functionality making it easy to add and edit. What does that mean to you? That means that you don't have to know how to program. You don't need to know code or anything like that. Literally, you take an element and you move it and bam, it's done. Okay. And Canva offers various customization options, including text styles, color palettes, and design elements. So you can make your post look however you want it to look by using Canva. It's accessible also not only through a computer. I know I have a lot of people on here. Y'all, you're phone people. You're like, I don't even have a computer. So the cool thing is that they have a mobile app that you can use to design your posts. It doesn't matter whether you're an Apple or an Android user. Congratulations, we got you covered. And the flexibility allows users to create and access their designs from anywhere with an internet connection. So how many of you have an internet connection right now? Type me in the comments. If you're watching this, you type me. I'm making sure you guys are still paying attention. Just because I have my slides up doesn't mean I don't see you. Okay, good. Congratulations, you can all use Canva. And again, it's free. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we are going to dive into the world of Canva. So are you guys ready? Are you ready to dive into the world of Canva? Okay. I don't know if I am, so let's do this together here. All right, so bear with me 1 second as I switch my screen. And we're going to go down to the basics of signing into Canva and move from the whole thing, okay? So here we go. Can you all see my screen again? Give me a thumbs up, someone, please. Thank you very much. All right, so welcome to Canva. Doesn't look very scary at all, does it? So let's see, we're going to sign up here. We'll continue with Google. If you have a Google account, and we'll just use this one. Bam. There we go, guys. Guess what? All you have to do, if you have a Google account, that's all you have to do to sign in. Okay. So let's talk about the different options that you have with Canva. So let's all agree that we're going to be probably doing a lot for Instagram. So that's where we'll start. Okay. So the great thing about Canva is that they already have designs that are set up for you. So if you want to do like a document, if you want to do an Instagram post, if you're doing a presentation, a lot of our presentations are actually done on Canva. Facebook posts, they pretty much have you covered. Like you could do Instagram stories, YouTube thumbnails. They have reels too. If you wanted to do like a TikTok video, you can use Canva for that as well. Okay. We're going to start out pretty simple with Instagram. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a blank. Here we go. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, look at that. We have a blank canvas. So the way I like to start is I go through the different options that are, again, free. If you see this little crown here, can everyone see the crown? That means that it's a pro design. And if you're not paying for Canva, you don't want to use the crowns. You just want to use the basic ones. So let's take a look here. Let's see here. We have all this food stuff here. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's choose, maybe we'll do a summer one. This one looks good. I think we can handle this. So the first thing you're going to do is choose a design and then you click on it. Oh, look, they're even going to give you a tour. But we'll skip the tour for this. Excuse me. All right. So the first thing I want you to notice is that, again, there are lots of different options for you to choose for your post. But you know what? Let's be honest. Most likely you guys are going to be doing like, well, we can start with this. Hold on. Let's see if there's a simpler one. Okay, maybe we'll do this one. Let's do this one. Okay. So your the type of post that you want to make. Pretty simple. Is it simple so far? Are you guys following along? Give me a thumbs up if you're already following along. All right. Okay, awesome. So we chose this. So I like these colors, but you know what? They're not really my style. So let's see about changing colors. So if you want to change the color of something, all you do is you click on, you see this color here, this color palette, you click on this. And then this is the color palette for this post. But I want it to be a little bit more bright and cheery. So I'm going to pretend I'm a pink person for today. So let's do pink. There we go. Now we've got some pink going on. So let's see here. So again, they're giving you the colors of the that are already in there. But maybe I want to change the color of the text. So all you'll do is you'll click on the box that you want to change, and then you click on this A here with the text color. And let's change the text color to, maybe we'll do a purple. There we go. That kind of changes the feel of things, right? So now we have that. So let's choose some different photos. So how do you do that? So the way that you would upload images, you would go to uploads. Okay, and you can pick some stuff that they already have in here. So here. So you can pick photos that they already have in here, but if you want to use your own, what you would do is you would click on upload files, and then you would find a photo that you can use. So let's see here. All right, so we're going to create a party. Okay, here we go. So this is a picture of a lounge. So what you do is you click on uploads, and now it's going to be in your uploads. Okay, so all you'll do is drag this over here. There you go. That looks pretty cool. Can you guys handle this so far? If you can, type yes in the comments. If you can handle it, type yes in the comments. Right? It's super simple. So let's make it fun. We'll just use some of the stuff that they have in here. Oh, I like this girl. Let's pull her over. She kind of looks like she belongs in this Western here. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, she looks like someone that could be there. And these are all the people at our, these are all going to be all the people at our party. So it's literally all you have to do is upload the photos that you want. And these photos are already live and in person in Canva. Okay. But what you can do is it's really easy to upload your photos, your own files. So what you can do is, again, upload. And even if you wanted to like use a video, let's see here. Let's see. I should have saved a video on here. Here we go. Video to intro. Okay. Okay, but anyway, you guys can upload a video as well, okay? But do you guys get the general idea of how to upload things into Canva? It's pretty user friendly, right? Again, even I can use it. So that's one of the ways that you would use it. Now you pretend we just made a huge, we just did an amazing masterpiece, right? This is like the best social media post ever. So, okay, so now how do I get this from here onto my social media? So what you would do is you click on share. And the awesome thing about Canva is that it gives you a lot of different options to download, right? So if you click on download, it's going to ask you like the different file types. So for putting things up on social media, you can download a PNG. A JPEG is great for sharing because most platforms will use that. If you're creating a document, you would download a PDF. And if you're printing it out, obviously you would choose printing. If you are downloading a video, you would use MP4. And then if you were doing like a short clip, we all know what a GIF is. You can create GIFs on here too. Okay, so for this, we'll just download it as a PNG. And we're going to download it. And look at that. The first time you do it, you get some confetti too. It's like the 4th of July here. They just celebrated us. Okay. And something else you can also do is you can always change the name of the file as well. So how many of you think you can create something and download it on using Canva? All right, so let's talk about some of the other elements that they have. So let's go back to design. Let's go back to home. And the other cool thing is too, is that when you do a design, it'll automatically save it in your recent designs so that if something that you absolutely love and you want that to be the feel of your social media, then that's something you can always reuse. Okay. So let's go back and let's start with another Instagram post. So imagine you just kind of wanted to do it on your own. Okay. You don't want to use one of these templates. You want to do something on your own. The cool thing about Canva is you can also add some elements. So imagine you can, let's see here. So you want to maybe put a shape in here. So you can always do that, right? If you're feeling super creative, you can always create your own project as well. Let's see here. So you can go through here and it has a lot of different things that you can do. If you want to put a heart in. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Hearts. Put a heart in here. Just playing around with it, right? And the cool thing is too, with your fixtures, if you wanted to do this, you can pull a frame in. And then what you can do is you can take one of your uploads. And maybe we'll put her in this frame. See, now look, she's in a heart. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to like really take some time and play around with Canva, because there are so many different things that you can do. And again, like if you have stuff in your Google Drive or in Dropbox, that's also an easier way for you to upload. Okay. Text boxes too. You can always add text to your posts. So let's add a heading here. We're going to get rid of maybe this element because we've got a lot of hearts here. The cool thing is too, is if you see something and you hate it, all you have to do is like, you can either hit the delete button or you can hit the trash can and it's gone. So add a heading here. Let's make our heading, say with a sticker. Let's see here. We're going to just say Canva is awesome. Okay. There we go. Do you think she's happy that Canva is awesome? So the point I'm trying to make, I'm not going to give you, I can't give you an exhaustive training on Canva, but what I want you guys to think about is just the way that you can use it. Okay. Here's another thing. They have something with transparency. So if you want it to, let's see. Sorry. Okay. You can also remove the background on Canva. So if you're trying to get like an image of yourself, you can also remove the background on Canva. There are a lot of different things that you can do with Canva. So make sure that you definitely get yourself acclimated with using it. Okay. Does anyone have any questions right now? If you have any questions, let me know. Any questions that I can answer? I know that this is not the... Any questions that I can answer? Oh, you guys are still talking about, okay. Awesome. All right, so let's see here. So what we'll do is we will go back to our presentation and keep going. Stop sharing. All right. All right, so let's get to the fun part about design, okay? Because I think that one of the things that I want you guys to understand too is that when you're creating your post, when you're doing your social media, you have to be super authentic with who you are, okay? The only way for your social media to be truly memorable is for you to be authentic, okay? So there are a lot of different ways that you can do that. So again, personal branding helps actors and models stand out and create a memorable identity. So there are a lot of little things that you can do that you can use for your social media that will make you memorable. Okay, one of the things that we do is we have a color board for each of us here at the company. So Alicia has a mood board. It's called a mood board, but Alicia has one, Mike has one, I have one. We have one for truth management. We also have one for VIP Ignite. So what I want you to think about when you're creating your social media posts is not only the photos that you're putting up, okay, but what makes you you, okay? So in the comments, tell me what is your favorite color? Like, what is your favorite color? What color do you think represents you? Red, blue, green, purple, pink. Okay, so here's my question for you. When you're creating your social media posts, are you taking that in mind as you're putting them up? Like, are you taking, because what I want to like, no. Okay, well, the awesome thing about working with Canva is we'll go back to Canva now. Okay, since we have all these cool colors. Okay, so let's go back to Canva for just a moment. And I want to show you guys something. Okay, go back to Canva. Okay. Sorry, switching between screens is fun. It's so much fun here. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go back to Canva. So I had a lot of different colors here. Let's see here. Let's choose. Oops. Let's see here. So we're gonna go with purple just because it was the last one. Oh, I like tropical too. That sounds really cool. Pink, rose, sky blue, gold, Joe, breath. I don't know what that means. Okay. So what you can do also is with your Canva, let's go back to home. Let's just pick a project. Here we go. Something you can also do is if you go into the brand hub here. Oh, okay. So if you have a brand kit, you can always do that as well. But as you're going through your designs, what you can do is just make sure that you always choose, like, add your brand colors. Here you go. So what you can do is okay, we'll go with sky blue, black, hot pink. Okay. So we're going to go with, this is being sky blue. So we're going to add that. So that's sky blue. Okay. And then we have hot pink. So let's see here. We're just going to pretend that this is hot pink. Okay. So let's see here. Let's find hot pink here. Is that hot enough pink for you? That's hot pink. And let's see. And we had black too. So let's do a black. So let's add. Looks like we can only have 2 without being pro. Okay. But now every time that you come into your social, anytime you come in here with those colors that we just used, right? So what you can do is if you go here, if you click on the background color, when you pick those colors, they're always going to be available to you, right? So now we're going to do that. And now in the middle here, you just pick on this pink and now your brand colors are represented. So what I want you guys to think about is like, what color, when you're thinking about doing your social media, what colors represent you? Like, and when you're doing this, I want you to kind of go deep into thinking about it as well. So what does that mean? That means that, like, if you have someone, if someone's thinking of you, what color do you want them to think of? Colin, that's a really great little board that you have there. That's nice. But okay, so you want someone to think teal blue. So what I want you to start doing is when you're designing your social media posts, take some time and put some thought into that so that when an agent or a manager sees you and they see, okay, you know what? I think of Wanda Banks, I think of teal blue. Okay, when you guys think of VIP Ignite, what color do you think of? Purple, right? Yeah, I mean, we have people here with purple backgrounds, right? Purple and silver. Our colors are purple and actually like a hot pink and a gray color. But I want you to start thinking about that, because when you think about different actors and models, like what colors do you think of when you associate them, right? And what I want you to start doing is, again, social media is now a tool, right? Type tool in the comments. Social media is a tool. It's not something we're doing for fun. So now make it your tool and start representing yourself the way that you want to be represented. Just like when you think of VIP Ignite, you think of purple, you think of pink, you think of silver, you think of those colors. I want you to start thinking about that. And it may be a little overwhelming sometimes to pick out a color palette for you. Okay, which I get, because I could do like a whole 3-hour training on exactly how to pick out the colors. But I just want you to start being aware of what you're putting out there. It represents you. Okay, do you guys understand? Am I being clear? Okay, good. Okay, so not only do colors represent you though, but also your fonts. So make sure that when you're creating your social media posts, maybe you could definitely you can go around and you could try out different fonts as well. There are a lot of fonts available to you, but go through and figure out which fonts represent you. Does that make sense? Go like, what font? Like maybe you're a Gotham person, or maybe you're a Dear Honest Script, or a Moneypenny, or a Dear Joe, or maybe you're like, oh, what happened to my presentation here? Or maybe you are just someone who is basic, but it doesn't matter. Just find a font that works for you. Okay, let's keep going. Tips for effective social media posts. The first thing I want you guys to do is make sure that when you're doing the social media post that you're authentic. Be an individual. Don't be like everyone else. So make sure that your posts show your authenticity, right? Like these posts of Zendaya, right? That's her personality, and The Rock, like, I'm here with my tattoos and my coffee, snarling at you, right? Make sure that your posts are unique to your personality. Also, when you're creating your posts, a picture tells 1,000 words, but create a story. As you're making your post, don't just like throw stuff up just to throw them up. Create a story, create a storyline for people to follow, okay? Because storytelling is one of the oldest ways of communication. It's the way that our history was passed down from generation to generation. So let's be storytellers. Let's engage people. Engage your audience through interactive and thought-provoking content. Okay? Don't just like throw stuff up that people are going to fall asleep if they read. Give them something to think about. And then also use some catchy and attention-grabbing headlines to spark curiosity. Okay, so think about like when you are in line at the grocery store, you know those magazines that they have on the side, right? The headlines, like you're like, what, UFOs abducted JFK? I thought he died years ago. What's going on with that, right? That's a catchy and attention-grabbing headline. So start thinking about that when you're writing your social media posts. Write catchy headlines. Okay. When you're writing your captions, this changes all the time depending on the algorithm. Some days the algorithm wants you to write a really long post. Sometimes it wants you to write a short post. But right now, use concise and compelling captions to convey the post message effectively. Use hashtags also to expand your reach and improve discoverability. Because a lot of times when you're using hashtags that are trending, what you can do is the hashtags will draw people to your post. Your goal is for people to see your posts, right? So make sure that you are using hashtags. And what I'm also going to do is encourage you to find a posting frequency that balances consistency without overwhelming the audience or you. Okay, so one of the most important things about being on social media is consistently posting. So if you post 5 posts today, and then you disappear for 30 days, everyone's going to forget who you are. So just post consistently. Okay. And end each post with a call to action. Okay. Here are 2 examples. Russell Brunson is one of our mentors, right? So I just wrapped up an incredible weekend with Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi mastermind for their top 10 affiliates. Every year I've participated in their launch and get so excited for this trip. It's since it's a balance of masterminding and vacationing. And I got to ask Tony one question in the mastermind. Any guesses what it is? How many of you were like, what's the question, Russell Brunson? Some of you don't even know who he is, but what's the question? One of our mentors, Krista, did that. And like, we're in a boxer group with her. And I was like, okay, she's like posting all this inspirational stuff, how her life was changed. I was like, what's the question that you asked? Let me know, right? So ask a question at the end. Make people want to engage. And I have no idea where this picture came from, but a couple of years ago, we were in New York and I had the opportunity to celebrate my birthday at Planet Hollywood with some of our talent. So what we did was we had people comment below to get on the guest list for my birthday party. So always give people something to do. People need leaders, so give them something to do. Ask them to do something to interact with your post. Okay. And we talked about this a little, we talked about this already. Canva gives you a lot of different ways to share your post. You can actually share directly to social media with it. Different downloading options. You can actually post directly to social media as well. I'm kind of a control freak. I don't like doing that, but you can definitely use that as well as one of the options. All right, guys, hold on. Roxanne's like, hold on, Denise. I was just looking at that. All right. So I just wanted to share some tips with you guys on social media, because what I want you to understand is social media is a tool. And for some of us, we are just, well, the way that we're using social media is we're just throwing things up there and hoping that someone notices, oh, one person clicked like, that's so awesome. The whole point of social media is for you to get your message out there. What is your story? What is your message? Why are you doing this? I'm asking you guys a question, like why are you doing? Thank you. That was one of my favorite photos I ever took. It was in Miami 2 years ago. But what is your message? Why are you even doing social media? And I want you to think about that. To get my message out there global, well, what is your message? And what I want you to think about with social media is this. We all have a message to share. One of our mentors says, your story is too big to play small. So when you're sharing on social media, what are you sharing? What do you want people to know about you? Keeping in contact with friends and family, that's awesome. But how is that showing you as an actor or model? Like when you're using social media, you have to keep it interesting. Okay. There are so many people, Alicia sees this all the time, just like I do. They just share selfie after selfie after selfie after selfie. Okay, that's nice. But how many selfies of you can I possibly look at? You want the world to remember you for what? And I'm not asking you guys to answer this right now, but what I want you to think about is this. When you're posting on social media, I want you to ask yourselves a couple questions. Why am I putting this post up? Am I doing it for me? To make my ego feel good? Or am I doing this because I'm using this as a tool and one day I want someone to see this and I want them to see my growth? Or maybe you have a message to get out to the world that you're doing this not just because you want to be famous or you want to be on TV. You're doing this because you have a reason behind it. What is your message? What makes you unique? What makes you interesting? Mike talked about that in his modeling presentation. What makes you unique? In this industry, you have to be 1 in a million, not 1 of a million. So how are you going to make yourself 1 in a million? And again, to expose my talent and get feedback, that's great. But what is your talent? What is the bigger why behind it? Because if you want to get famous, we could show you how to get famous real easy, but then you're probably going to wind up behind bars. There are a lot of ways to get famous real easy, but that's not why you're here. What makes you 1 in a million? And what I want you to do is when you're creating your social media posts, when you're using Canva, when you're doing this, what I want you to do is I want you to start thinking about what story am I telling now? What is the purpose of this post? And if you like posting like silly memes and stuff like that, use your stories for that on Instagram. They're gone in a day. No one will, people swipe through stories real quick. But when you are using social media, remember this. It is your digital resume. People are going to see it. What does that mean? That means that you can ask Alicia this, you can ask Ryan, you can ask Mike, you can ask anyone who's in the industry. We look at your social media and we're like, okay, you know what? Like literally for you to get into our Facebook group, we go through your Facebook and we're like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, we can't have this person. This person is a little bit crazy. Or like, oh my gosh, this person looks amazing. That Roxanne, like she has some great photos. Like she's really positive and upbeat. That's someone who we want to be a part of our community. What does your social media say about you? Because there is going to come a day where someone's going to look on your social media and you're going to get a job or you're not going to get a job because of how it looks. So does your social media tell a story? Or is it just you throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping something happens? And I want you to think about this too. You're all pretty new. How many of you are pretty new here, right? Most of you are pretty new, right? My socials are a tool to reach, exactly, to network and portfolios, showcasing me as a professional actress. Yeah, no, that's what it should be. Yeah, but if you're pretty new here, this is what I want you to understand. Sava told this story earlier. Okay, he's been trying to do this for a while. He lost momentum during COVID. And I put out a challenge to our talent to post videos of them doing their monologues, to do a self-tape of themselves. And now he had an industry expert reach out to him on a coaching call with our company and critique him and gave him coaching points. And Sava even said that as he's posting and he's looking back on his previous posts, he's seeing his own growth. How cool is that? Let your head wrap around that for a moment. Imagine this. You start posting consistently on social media, okay? And at first it feels uncomfortable. You're sweating, I can't believe I'm doing this. That's Anine. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's crazy. But then in 2 weeks, you look back on that first post, you're like, oh, wow, I've improved. Then in a month, you look back on the first person, I don't even know that person. In a year, you're like, I can't believe I had the guts to post that first one because I was not good. And when I'm telling you this, I'm not telling you this because it's not something I've experienced. When I first started working for VIP Ignite, I was the host of the podcast. That was my sole job. I was terrible. My first podcasts were horrible. You can go back and listen to them. I'll drop a link and be like, wow, that's crazy. Why would anyone let Tanine host a podcast? But you know what happened? I kept doing it and I kept growing. And you know what happens? Now when I interview people, it's a totally different game. When I first started hosting these events, I actually had one of our talent tell me, she's like, Tanine, when you first started doing this, you looked so scared every time. I was like, oh my gosh. But now when I see you doing a Zoom call, you're not scared anymore. You know why? Because I'm consistent. I'm consistently doing this. So your social media should not only showcase where you are now, but how far you've come. Does that make sense? So don't be afraid to start posting on social media where you are now. If you haven't already done this, I encourage you, let people know that you were on this boot camp this weekend. Why? Because you're doing something that 99% of people don't have the guts to do. You are taking action because you are action takers. People who take massive action get massive results. So when I'm teaching you about Canva, it's just one tool that you can use. There are so many other tools out there that you can use. If you don't use Canva, use something. Start creating content that grabs people's eyes. Okay? Stop being ordinary. Stop being one in a million. Start being one of a million. Nope, that was the opposite. Don't be one of a million, be one in a million. Be that diamond that people want to mine. And that's what I want. If you don't take anything else from my presentation, that's what I want you guys to understand. Be authentically you. Don't try to be The Rock. Don't try to be Zendaya. Don't try to be whoever your favorite actor is or actress. Don't try to be your favorite model. Be fully you. Because you know what? And you can ask any casting director, you can ask any agent this. They want to work with people that they like. They don't want to work with people that are pandering to them. They want to work with people that they like. So create yourself a likable character on social media And here's the trick though. This is the hard part. Is it okay if I give you the hard part before we move on to our next presentation? Is that okay? Give me a thumbs up. Yes or yes in the comments. Here's the hard part. When you develop that character, when you're in person, you have to be that person. I'm painfully shy, guys. Like, I want to hide in a corner. You can ask Alicia. Mike actually alluded to that. Like, one of the biggest introverts I know is me. But you know what? When I'm at an event, when I meet you face to face, let's do this. Right? So the key is create the personality that you know that you are, but be that person in person. Yeah, Jamie knows what an introvert I was. She caught me like sitting by the lake in Orlando, like shivering for a couple minutes, like, I just need 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you know who's an extrovert? This kid right here. Say hi, Kaden.
Hi, Kaden.
It's Antonine and everybody. Say hi, everybody. He's going to do a master class on how to interact and be an extrovert.
He could totally teach a master class on being an extrovert, because that is not my master class. I'll teach you how to develop a character and be that character when you're in person, but extroversion is not my forte. All right. Did you guys learn something in the last 45 minutes or so? How many of you are going to up your social media game? Type social media in the comments. I want to go through your social media, and I want to see improvement. But please take imperfect action, because you know what? You have to be consistent and take imperfect action. Okay. And I promise you, as you start playing around with it, like when you go on Canva, you may start sweating if you're not a techie person, but it's super simple. It's so simple, I can even do it. Okay. If I can do it, you can do it. All right. All right, so let's do a little recap, and then we're going to bring on our next speaker of the day. Is that okay with you guys? Yes or yes in the comments? Yes or yes in the comments? Okay, awesome. All right, so we've been giving you guys the tools all day to earn 6 figures as a model or actor part-time. How is that awesome? Yes or yes in the comments? We talked about what type of modeling you are, what type of model you are, what do you qualify for? You all know now what you qualify for. We heard from a couple of people that we work with on how they became even more successful working with VIP Ignite. We talked about picking out your wardrobe. You're always on stage. None of us are going to Starbucks looking homeless anymore. No, we're not. We're going to make sure we're put together because we're always on stage. We talked about the formula that you need to enact to become an actor. How many of you want to get into the union? Type union in the comments. Well, you know what? You have to start taking action. This whole weekend is all about taking action. We talked with Mark Schoenfeld about the amazing things he's doing internationally, the lives he's changing. And you know what? You only heard the tip of the iceberg of what that man is capable of. And then we just talked about branding and marketing, simple hacks to get you noticed on social media. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, all of this has been awesome, but how many of you want to know how to find real opportunities? And because we're talking about, you need tools and you need resources. How many of you want to be able to pick out the real resources, the real tools, to know where to go and where not to go for training? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Just so you know, we're about to step on some toes, but it's going to be the best toe stepping you've gotten on. Are you guys ready? Are you? I don't know if you're ready. Okay, so thank you, Salva, for being ready. Okay, guys, I want to bring back to the stage the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, let me share my screen. Great day today. As we're coming to the end of the day. You guys did really great. I saw a lot of interaction. I know you guys learned a lot. It was a lot of it was overwhelming, but you know, your mind is such a powerful tool that even if you feel like you don't got everything, trust me, it's all there, and it's just repetition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over something a little bit different today. I'm talking a little bit about the writer strike. We'll talk a little bit about how agencies work, and also the shift in the industry. I know a lot of people you probably noticed on Instagram, I certainly do. There's a lot of people that are out of work temporarily, and some of them are trying to offer some coaching and stuff like that, especially some casting directors. So I want to kind of talk about that because there's two different types of casting directors out there and two different types of coaches out there. And I want you guys to really kind of understand the difference and kind of give you some of the warning signs to look for. And at the same time, kind of go through like a deep understanding of the relationships between agencies and talent and how it really works as a business. So I want everybody to kind of put their business cap on, their entrepreneur cap on, and we're going to kind of take a deep dive and talk about a lot of things and where the industry is really headed, especially with the strike and where how all those pieces all kind of come together and how one action causes a reaction someplace else. So let's get started. All right. Okay. All right. Everybody can see my screen. Okay, good. And this is all designed in Canva. I actually took Deneen's long course on Canva, and she showed me some tips and tricks. So these slides are actually designed in Canva just to kind of show you what can be done once you learn how to use it. And I don't know if Canva launched it yet, but there's actually going to be artificial intelligence in there that'll actually help design your post and create some really great artistic things. So if you really want to boost your social media up, definitely start working on that. So this is called Casting Directors. Are they picking your pocket to pay their rent, and the importance of self-investment for models and actors, and why agencies don't cover upfront fees? So I'm going to kind of really go through how that actually works. What fees agencies are responsible for, what fees you're responsible for, and how to become that type of person that an agency actually wants to invest in and actually want to work with long term, especially now that you guys have a foundational understanding of where you qualify for in the industry. You understand the importance of what it really takes to start building your brand, for people to start taking it notice, to become memorable, and so forth. So investing in yourself is the best investment you'll ever make. It will not only improve your life, it will improve the lives of all of those around you. Robin Sharma, really great quote. And I can't tell you, the best investment you will ever make is always going to be in yourself. Okay. Investing in yourself and your education and in bettering yourself, making your life better, pays for itself in dividends, because you're always going to get that return on investment, right? Real estate may go up, it may go down. Stock market may go up, it may go down. But the best investment you can ever make is in education and making yourself a better person, whether it's learning a new special skill, whatever it may be, right? Materialistic objects depreciate in value. Knowledge will always go up in value. It'll always keep paying you back over and over again throughout your entire life. So, introduction. In the world of modeling and acting, success is not merely dependent on talent alone, right? Your unique looks may get you in the door. Your training may help. There's all these different things that help. But how do you find true success, right? It's not just about talent. It requires dedication, continuous learning, and personal investment, right? Every single person you will ever meet that is the most successful person, whether a director, a producer, a supermodel, a major agency, anyone who has that legacy career where their name will last long after they're gone, that you will always find the three key factors that got them where they are is they were very dedicated and focused. They're always continuously learning, and they're always investing in themselves, especially in learning. While aspiring models and actors may seek the support of agencies, understanding the need for self-investment is crucial. Okay, but first, let's talk about the writer strike. So before we kind of talk about agencies and investing and all that, I want to kind of just go over the writer strike, because this has a little bit of a cause and effect with everything that's going on. Now, the writer strike refers to a period when professional writers in the entertainment industry, such as television and film, collectively refuse to work due to contract disputes with production companies or studios, right? We learned a little bit more, right? Remember, we talked earlier about production companies. These disputes usually revolve around issues like fair compensation, working conditions, and creative control. When the writers go on strike, it means that they stop writing new scripts, episodes, or movies. During a writer strike, production of TV shows and movies can come to a halt because there are no scripts to work with. That means that actors, directors, production crews are unable to continue working on new projects until the strike is resolved. As a result, many television shows may not air new episodes and film releases may be delayed or put on hold. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, wait a second, Mike, every week there's new episodes coming on. Absolutely, because those were filmed months ago, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 8 months ago. You'll see the cause and effect of this writer strike, which will probably end around September, October. So it probably will have gone on for about 3 months. So there'll be a point in the time in the future where there'll be a 3-month gap, right? Where there'll be a kind of a time where episodes, like even right now, if you're watching daytime talk shows or you're watching late night television, you'll see they're all airing repeat episodes from the past because they're completely dependent upon the writers to write the jokes and all that other fun stuff, right? The strike also affects other areas of the industry. Late night talk shows, right? For example, heavily rely on the writing of their staff to create the jokes and content for each episode. When the writers are on strike, these shows may go off the air or have to rely on reruns or improvised content, which we see is going on. So if you watch every night, late night shows at 11:30, you'll see they've all been reruns and a lot of the daytime talk shows too. Any type of television shows, because even if they have the scripts ready or movies, they can't make changes according to the union contracts. So they can't film because a lot of times writers are always going to be on set making slight adjustments to the script in real time. So shows like The Walking Dead or shows like that are, you know, were currently in production and being put on hold now until this is over, they have to stop. So even though they may have the scripts and the storylines done, they still need the writers on set to make adjustments to the show. Additionally, the strike impacts the livelihood of writers themselves. During the strike, they're not paid for their work, which can lead to financial difficulties. The length of the strike can vary, ranging from weeks to months, depending on the negotiations between the Writers Guild or unions and the production companies, right? Why the Hollywood strike could be a long fight, right? Like I said, it's probably the last one was about 90 days, I believe a little bit longer. This one will probably be about the same thing. A lot of the issues is over AI, artificial intelligence, because how will writers get compensated for that, like characters and so forth, when a character can be easily created from AI. And we'll talk about AI tomorrow, but I want to kind of go over this with you guys today. The writer's strike brings attention to important issues regarding fair treatment, creative control, and the value of intellectual property in the entertainment industry. It serves as a reminder of the crucial role writers play in shaping the stories and content that we enjoy on our screens. So let's talk about casting directors being out of work. So one of the things that during this writer strike, you have a lot of casting directors out of work, okay? So the issue of casting directors selling classes during the writer strike and potential impact on aspiring actors. So just like the writers, casting directors don't make a lot of money. They're not 7-figure earners, right? We saw that earlier, right? We went over like the different pay structures and so forth. So a lot of times when people are put their back is against the wall, they may start trying to do things to kind of supplement their income, to pay their rent, to put food on the table. And this becomes an issue. And I want to kind of show you guys why that's an issue, okay? The writer strike and its consequences. While the strike affects various stakeholders, including writers, actors, and production crew, casting directors may face a unique challenge during this period. As the flow of new projects slows down, casting directors, like many others in the industry, may experience financial strain due to the lack of incoming work. This financial burden can lead some casting directors to explore alternative ways to generate income. So, selling classes, legal and ethical concerns. In California, the state that serves as a hub for the entertainment industry, it is illegal for casting directors to sell classes to actors they cast or audition. This legislation aims to prevent conflicts of interest and ensure fairness in the casting process. By prohibiting casting directors from offering classes to actors they have direct influence over, the law intends to maintain the integrity of the industry and eliminate any potential bias in casting decisions. Selling classes blurs the lines between casting decisions and financial gain. When actors feel compelled to pay for classes offered by casting directors in the hopes of improving their chances, and can create a sense of inequality within the industry. The primary responsibility of casting directors is to find the best actors for a production. This task requires careful consideration, extensive auditions, and thorough evaluations. Selling classes can divert their attention and their time away from this crucial responsibility, potentially compromising the casting process. Casting directors should remain focused on evaluating an actor's skills, talent, and suitability for a role rather than being entangled in a financial transaction. By prioritizing talent and their ability to bring a character to life, the industry upholds its integrity and ensures that actors are evaluated solely based on their abilities rather than their wallets. Okay. The importance of self-investment for models and actors. So I guys want you just to realize that, like, when you see these types of ads online where somebody's saying, oh, you know, the casting director from this and this show is going to be here speaking, or, you know, they're doing a class, how to do better auditions, stay away from those. Those are usually, they're very unqualified in what they're doing. A, it's unethical what they're doing. And B, it doesn't support the industry whatsoever. It seems on paper like a great idea, but there's much better ways. Like, when you're so good at what you're doing, you don't need that opinion of that casting director who's selling a class. He's doing something outside of his lane. And in casting, it's really like, you know, we deal with HBO and Paramount and Apple. They're a closed ecosystem, but there's a lot of these like small independent places, right? You can think of like the little mom and pop pizza shops, right? There's so many of them, or the small mom and pop Chinese restaurants. They're like independent contractors, and they just go from job to job to job. So a lot of times they're not full-time employees. They may have other jobs. They're working as bartenders at night. They're doing, you know, they're managing a club. They're doing other things. So for them, they're always into this, like, how can I make that quick buck? And you want to stay away from them, because a lot of times, you know, they may mean to be helpful, but they're doing it for the wrong reasons. And also, it's illegal for them to like cast you. It's a conflict of interest. So you're setting yourself up in an environment that's already shady. And you just don't need that. Especially, like, you don't want to be able to put that on your resume, because then when you're sitting down with somebody of a higher caliber or somebody who could really influence your career, they're going to see you as being less than. And it's something, it's so important, especially in times like this, that people stay strong and you're not chasing after, you know, I like to call it chasing after squirrels or shiny object syndrome, thinking that that's a fast way to success. It's not. It never pans out. Those people, believe me, I spend 12 hours a day researching these things and putting these things together, speaking with people, you know, from Paramount, from, you know, real legitimate people who are financially stable, that when there's a strike going on, they're prepared for it. They're working on other projects. They're not resorting to paying their rent by making you feel that by you taking their class, it's going to somehow influence, you're influencing them to pick you for something. The moment that's going through your head, you're going down a dark alley and you're in the wrong part of town. And that's what I want to say on that, just because I want to put that out there, because I know a lot of people can get caught up into it. Like I sometimes I get excited. I say, "Ooh, look at that!" And then I start researching. Oh, no, not a good person for us to work with. Okay, we're very, very selective on who we work with, and I just want to kind of give you like that little bit of that peek behind the scenes of how we do things. So now we're going to talk about self-investment for models and actors and how to become that type of person an agency wants to work with, and we're going to understand how an agency and talent relationship works at the highest level. Personal growth and skill development. Models and actors need to invest in themselves to foster personal growth and skill development. Don't wait for others to invest in your career. Take charge and invest in yourself. The dividends will be immeasurable. This comes from the CEO of Elite Model Management. Okay, talent agencies, their job is to place talent. They're not schools. They're not designed. You know, I see so many people online just waiting for somebody to discover them, waiting for this magic agency that's going to fall out of the sky and rescue them. You're living in a Disney fairy tale, right? There's no prince who's going to come on a magic carpet and come sweep you off and you're going to fly through the air and live this wonder. It doesn't work that way. It really never did work that way. Again, you're going down a dark alley and you're believing something that's not true. And I will explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why that misconception is out there. Just like any other profession, continuous improvement is essential in the competitive entertainment industry. You guys are in one of the most competitive industries in the world outside of the sports industry. Investing in acting classes, workshops, or coaching sessions will help refine, your skills, learn new techniques, and stay updated with industry trends. The industry is always changing, right? There's always something new to learn. AI is going to be a huge part of the industry. Whether you love it or you hate it, it is here forever. It will be ingrained in everything you do. Trust me on this. By taking the initiative to invest in their development, models and actors increase their chances of securing better opportunities and standing out from the competition, right? Think about it. If you want to work with somebody, do you want to work with somebody who's a professional if you're an agency, or somebody who's just sitting there going, well, I don't know anything. I'm not willing to invest in myself. I don't, if you send me to classes, then I'll go. I've never done a photo shoot before. I've never been on set before, but if you pay me to do these things, then I'll do them. And then you wonder why you're stuck, right? It's a pattern. So recognize the pattern, find out, look at what other people who are doing are successful. Follow that pattern, not the pattern of the people who are giving advice based upon hearing it from somebody else, right? The people who are working in the industry are the people that you want to follow, the people who are really secure, the people who are doing great, okay? And again, it's the same pattern, whether it's sports, entrepreneurs, business, anything. The people invest in themselves and take the opportunity to learn and improve themselves. They're always going to stand out from the competition. And the greatest thing is 99% of the people don't do this. So when you're a part of that, literally 1%, that's what makes you rise to the top. And now you're only competing against that 1%. And yeah, that 1%, they're great, but it gets your foot in the door. It gets you that opportunity to get on set. It gets you that first project. Like one of our inner circles, she's literally on set right now as we speak because she follows this process. She follows this system. Building a diverse portfolio. Investing in themselves allows models and actors to build a diverse portfolio, showcasing their versatility and range. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. We talked a little bit about versatility today. What roles can you play? As a model, what type of products can you promote, right? Commercial print, but what's going to be your strongest ad? Are you going to be that person who can do the insurance ads, or could you be that person who's doing the consumer products, right? For a Wegmans or a large supermarket chain, right? There's so much out there for Verizon, AT&T, playing that homeowner, playing that shopkeeper, right? So it's really coming together, creating that portfolio and those images that your agency is able to use to promote you. When you show up with these tools, this is what propels your career. Like we just recently did reels. We were in Orlando, and a reel is kind of like a 2-minute kind of showcase of who you are as an actor. Those things have been fire. Like the talent who've been using those, they've been booking work left and right. Okay, because now they have this added tool in their arsenal. So it's always staying on the cutting edge of what can I do to make things better. Tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about how to write the perfect email. Right? Today we discussed you can go out and find 100 advertising agencies that you can submit your outself to. What are the emails you need? How do you follow up? We offer people representation from True. I can tell you one thing. I don't even have to lift a finger. Literally, just having the representation means a casting director, a producer, a production company, oh, this person's represented, we want to see them, versus somebody who just sends in an email, pick me, right? When I word a perfectly crafted email written by AI that shows who I am as a talent, shows I have representation, here's a link to my portfolio, here's a link to my agency, here's the job description, and I fill in the blanks perfectly. If I submit that out to 10, I'm going to land 5. It's not hard. It's just having to put the focus on being dedicated, getting that portfolio running. Getting started is the hardest part, but getting started is just making a decision to put on your calendar. Hey, I'm going to do this by this date. These are the things I'm going to work on today, and sticking to it, right? Agencies often have limited resources and may prioritize specific types or styles of talent that align with their current clientele. By investing in additional experiences such as photo shoots, independent projects, or even creating a personal website or portfolio, models and actors can expand their opportunities and attract a wider range of casting directors, producers, and clients. A lot of times people always say, I want an agent, right? Okay, what type of talent are you? What would be the right agency for you? I don't know, but I just want an agent. Okay, well, there's lots of different agencies. Which are the ones that's going to be right for you? How do you expand your reach? See, again, this is your responsibility. Now, for those of you who are part of our company, we will show you, we will teach you, we'll hold your hand step by step and guide you through the process. But for those of you who are like, well, I want to bake those apple pies on my own, these are the things you need to work on. Okay. And even working with us, these are things you still will work on, but now you have a guiding hand and somebody to help say, hey, we know what works. You don't have to keep trying to do this over and over and over again. We know what works. This proactive approach empowers them to take control of their careers and diversify their options beyond what agencies may initially offer. So when you come in better prepared to a reputable agency, you have the tools and resources they need, and you know exactly what that agency is looking for. It's like peanut butter and jelly. It's just going to go together perfectly. And now all of a sudden, all these other options start opening up for you versus the person who just walks into an agency. Hey, I'm here. I don't have photos. I don't have training. I've never been on set before. I have no idea what I'm doing, but hey, I figured I'd give it a shot. They're going to smile. They're going to thank you for coming in, but they're not going to want to work with you. The odds are just so against it, right? So against it. Every little bit that you can leverage in this industry to that 1%, that 2%, and just keep getting it sharper and sharper, then all of a sudden now you become that person people won't want to say no to, people want to work with. Professional networking, that's one of the most important things, and you will hear this over and over again, not just from us, but from everyone in the industry. Networking plays a pivotal role in the entertainment industry. The more people you can surround yourself with, once you are the sum of the people you surround yourself with. I can guarantee I don't even have to know you. I just have to know your 5 closest friends, and I can tell you everything there is to know about you in your life. Okay? That's how powerful networking is. And you have to shift, right? I always say you have 2 hands. You keep your friends and your family here. You keep your career here. They don't have to come together. You keep them separate. Yes, they're going to be your friends and family may be the ones who believe in you the least. And that's okay. That's why you find a community that believes in you. Okay. This industry is not meant to do alone, but it's meant to do with people who support you and people who believe in you. And that's what a community is about, and finding that right community. While agencies provide some networking opportunities, right? They'll host parties, they do all kinds of cool stuff throughout the year. Models and actors must actively invest in networking events, industry conferences, workshops to establish connections with industry professionals. Everything you can do on LinkedIn, wherever it may be. What groups is the vice president of Warner Brothers in, right? What groups are the head of Ford in? Like, figure out, follow the people that are real in the industry, not just people that you randomly see on Instagram or on TikTok. Those people aren't going to help you. Trust me. Mark Schoenfeld has no social media. Look at what he accomplishes every day. He's off to Japan. He's working on $1 million deals and connections, placing talent, supermodels. Okay, but yet he doesn't even depend upon social media for all that. Okay, that's how the highest level works. Some of the most powerful people on earth are not on social media. Now, I'm not against social media. Social media is very important. It's ingrained into a lot of the industry, but you'll reach a point, and that's where you want to be, where your book of contacts, your phone is so filled and is buzzing and ringing so much with people directly contacting you. That's where you want to go. That's the goal, is to be that person. Okay. And it happens quick, but you have to lay the groundwork for it to happen. These connections can lead to collaborations, referrals. Referrals are a huge part of this industry, and invaluable advice by attending events, joining industry organizations and engaging with fellow professionals. Engaging with fellow professionals, models and actors broaden their professional networks and increase their chances of securing auditions, roles, or modeling contracts. Okay, that's why our events are so designed around having celebrity photographers and makeup artists and all these different eclectic people in the industry, because it's not about them. When I hire these people to be at these events, it's about their network, because now all of a sudden I'm connecting that talent to that one person who's connected to 100 others, and it just multiplies. Because when you have the best person, they're connected to other people just as good as them, if not better. That's the amazing thing about network. That was like the trick in my head when I discovered that, like probably 12, 13 years ago. I always went to, I'm going to go network, I'm going to go meet people. But then it all of a sudden it clicked. Wait a second. Who am I networking with? Who am I inviting to these events? How can How do I elevate myself, right? And that's why even myself, I'm always going to masterminds and I'm always up leveling the masterminds to the point now I have the opportunity to work with somebody from Shark Tank, networking with Tony Robbins, networking with all these people at a very, very high level because their connections are also at a very high level. And it works the same way. That's how we got the vice president of Warner Brothers. That's how we got the writer from Transformers. That's how we get all these amazing people because we reached that tipping point where now it's just, we're in that circle. And we want to elevate everybody, right? All ships rise together. We want to elevate everyone we work with to that same level. And we're always continuously introducing our talent to people at that level while at the same time developing them and knowing that certain people go a little bit slower, some people go a little bit faster, and it's always finding that balance to get people from where they are to where they want to be. Financial independence, right? Models and actors who invest in themselves demonstrate a commitment to their careers and financial independence. The last thing an agency wants to deal with is somebody who can't pay their rent, right? Somebody who can't get to New York, somebody who can't put gas in their car. And I hate to say, yeah, there's a financial imbalance, but you know what? You figure it out. You figure it out. I will tell you, I've been on this earth long enough, and I've been rich and I've been poor. And trust me, rich is a lot better than being poor. But at the same time, whenever I was in a situation of financial burden, I figured it out. And I've seen this story over and over again. I've seen so many rooms. When you're focused and you put that energy out there, you will change your life. You have no choice but to do it. It just means that the pain you're in is not great enough for you to make a choice, for you to make a decision, to make a change. That's the real problem. You're comfortable. You may cry that you don't have everything you want in life, but you're comfortable enough. You have a roof over your head. There's food in your refrigerator. Maybe you're struggling week to week, but the pain is not great enough. Believe me, if the pain was great enough, you'd work 5 jobs. You would figure it out. You wouldn't have the fanciest phone or the fanciest TV. You figure it out. We'll talk about this tomorrow during Millionaire Mindset, and I'll go a lot deeper with it. But it's really important to show financial independence when working with an agency. They want to know that there's no worries. It's just, think of yourself as the CEO of a company and you're hiring somebody and your entire company is on the line, whether or not this person will do their job correctly. And you have to send them across the United States. You can pay for their airfare. You can pay for their hotel. You could do all these things. But what happens when they get a flat tire? What happens when they need to get gas? What happens when they have to check into the hotel and they need a credit card, right? There are all these things. If you're not financially independent or at least can show that, an agency is not going to be interested in you. Trust me. They don't care. It's a business. A business sees one thing. It sees profits. It sees moving forward. Yes, do businesses have hearts? Do businesses care? Do businesses provide for charities and do all these things? But at the end of the day, you're a part of a machine. You have to be able to be strong. You have to be able, if you don't have the resources, you have to become resourceful. Very important. Okay. If you want to work at the highest level, this is so important to ingrain it into yourself, whatever it takes. I audit my own bills. I believe me, guys, I'm very financially well off, but I still make sure that there's something I'm paying for every month that I don't need. Why am I paying for it? I'm always careful with things like that. You have to be careful, especially if you're working with an agency. You can on set $100,000 a day job. Okay, you have to be able to be there on time. There is no, oh, this happened or that. I was supposed to get a ride from my friend and I didn't. Very important. Okay, separate yourself. If the people in your life are holding you back, you need a new circle. You need to, again, become resourceful. And being here this weekend and tomorrow, you're going to have the opportunity for that. I guarantee you from the bottom of my heart, we will help every single person on this call who raises their hand and wants to move forward. We will make sure that everything you want to do in life, we will make it happen. But you have to be able to be independent. You have to be able to get to the places we need you to be. You have to show up for the trainings. You have to have that dedication. Okay. Yes, everybody has good days and bad days, but I need a lot more good days than bad days. While agencies play a significant role securing bookings and managing contracts, expecting them to cover upfront fees for personal investments is unrealistic. It really is. I've seen talent. I'm short on my rent. I don't have money for a flight. I don't have money this week for food. Calling their agent, right? You're going to be dropped. They're going to drop you. It's not a part of their business model. Okay. Agencies are businesses that operate on a commission-based model, right? Everyone know, how do agencies get paid? By commission. And investing in every individual talent up front would place an unsustainable burden on their resources. There's just no way. Like this is pure math. This is pure science, right? If I drop a set of keys, they're going to fall. I'm not in outer space like Deneen went last month, right? She's laughing, I hear her. So, but the point being is it's unsustainable, right? It makes no sense, right? They're going to invest and they're going to want to sign people who are actually bookable, people who have the tools and resources. Their job is to stay in their lane. Your job and your lane is to get to the point where you can be in their lane, that they want to work with you. And that's what we help with. By investing in themselves, models and actors take the responsibility for their professional development, which includes financial aspects, ultimately enhancing their understanding of the business side of the industry. Okay, standing out from the competition. In a highly competitive industry, models and actors need to find ways to stand out and differentiate themselves from others. By investing in themselves, they can develop unique skills, acquire specialized training, like we do a really cool training we're doing in Atlanta for getting everyone stunt work training, firearm safety training, right? We're doing all kinds of cool stuff we have coming up in the next 12 months. These are special skills, right? Can you shoot archery? Join an archery class. They're like $20-30, right? Or even explore additional talents that complement their primary focus. Learn to sing, right? Learn to play guitar, right? There's so many things you can do. Do you ever notice great actors? They can always sing. They can play an instrument. They're great at acting. They do modeling. I wonder how that happened, because they're following this rule. I'm not teaching you guys anything brand new. I'm teaching you what successful people already know. I'm teaching you pattern recognition to see what people who are at the highest level do each and every day. This self-investment not only adds depth to their profiles, but also makes them more marketable to agencies and casting directors who are seeking fresh and versatile talent. Individual accountability, right? Oop, hold on. Just as medical or law school students are responsible for their own educational expenses, aspiring models and actors need to take accountability for their career development. No different. You're in a profession that's paid higher than doctors or lawyers, right? So you're responsible to take account for your career, right? This is your career that you're breaking into, right? And agencies, just like I graduated from law school, now I'm going to go work at a law firm, right? I'm interviewing with law firms. Same thing, medical, I graduated from medical school. Now I'm going to go interview for hospitals that I'm going to find work there. The difference is now, instead of take out the word medical or law, put in models and actors and put in agencies versus law firms or hospitals. Same process, right? Same process, become the person they want to hire, right? Agency experts and connections. Agencies provide valuable expertise, connections, and industry insights to their represented talents. Their focus is on leveraging these resources to maximize opportunities and secure bookings. So when you walk into an agency, yes, an agency is going to invest in you. They're going to give you their expertise. They're going to give you their connections. They're going to spend time with you on their industry insights, right? They're going to use all the powers, all the tools they have, right? Their website, their connections, going to events. They're going to fight for you, okay? But you have to give them something to work with. You just can't walk in saying, hey, okay? But if you follow this process, guys, you trust in this process, I can guarantee your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. By requiring individuals to cover upfront costs, agencies can dedicate their resources to promoting and positioning talents within the industry, right? That's their lane. That's what they're designed to do. That's their lane. Individual investment and success. By personally investing in their career, models and actors demonstrate their commitment and dedication. This level of personal investment often translates to a higher level of motivation, people who pay attention, a higher level of focus, and a higher level of perseverance. It shows they are willing to put in the necessary work to succeed in a highly competitive industry, right? I watch the numbers. There are people jump in on and off the call, right? Some people jump on, they jump off. Why is that? Because this call was free. Had people paid to be on this, Say people, if you invested $10,000 to be on this call for this weekend, is there any way you would miss 1 minute of it? No, right? You'd be here every single minute taking 100 pages of notes, right? Because you invested in it. Now all of a sudden, how much more valuable does that information become? Okay. That's how business people see the world. Oh, they invested in themselves. Wow, that's the person I want to work with. I know they're going to show up. But wait, I always heard different. Why is that, right? Some of you guys are like, wow, this makes a lot of sense, but I heard different, right? I heard different, right? I hear that all the time. I heard from who, right? Well, let's talk about that. Number one reason, lack of understanding. Many people have a limited understanding of how the modeling industry operates, right? For a lot of the average person, I said, if we went out, we said to them, describe to me what the average model looks like. What are 90% of the people going to say? You say, well, tall, thin, right? They're going to describe a high fashion model, right? So there's so many misconceptions about the industry because it's not something normal. It's like entertainment industry is meant for exactly what it is, entertainment. The business side is something that's just not discussed, right? It's like when you need a plumber, I call a plumber shows up. I don't understand his whole business. I don't understand what, he had to get licensed and his training and his an apprenticeship and all that. I know a little bit about it because my uncle was a plumber, but for most people, the plumber just shows up, right? They don't think about that. In this industry, you want to be a part of it. So you have to understand the 360-degree view of the industry. Don't focus just on the acting and the modeling and being on the cover on the TV show. That's a result of the understanding of the industry. So don't misconstrue the result from the work that it takes, right? The result is where you're headed. That's the focus, right? But there's a road there that you have to follow. Second reason, okay? They might assume that agencies function similarly to employers in other industries where upfront costs are typically covered by the company. However, in the modeling industry, the responsibility of covering upfront expenses falls on the individual, okay? Third reason, misinformation. I think this really should be number one. There may be incidences where people have encountered misinformation or false promises from individuals claiming to be affiliated with modeling agencies. This misleading claims can create unrealistic expectations and perpetuate the belief that agencies will cover upfront expenses. And honestly, working with people who claim to be affiliated with agencies or people reaching out to you, stranger danger on Instagram can lead to a lot more than just being misinformed, right? It could lead to horrible things. You have to really be careful. I hate to say it, but you really do. That's why you notice everything I do, I'm in a room with people. I'm working with people at high level. I'm working with people who I've known them for years. You never hear me saying like Mark Schoenfeld, I've known for 16 plus years, right? The people you see that we've worked with them for close to 2 decades. We're working with people who are consistently the best at what they do. And we only allow people into our ecosystem that we know are the best at what they do. Doesn't mean we don't work with new people or bring on new talent, but everything, even this whole event, right? This whole event is really to see who has the stamina to learn, what type of information, what type of person are they, were they interactive, right? It's all a part of us keeping our integrity and our balance of what we're looking for in talent, of being able to help the people we know we can help. That's why we have a high success rate. Wishful thinking. Aspiring models or actors who are eager to pursue their dreams may hope that agencies will invest in them by covering upfront costs. They may view this as a sign of validation and support from the agency. This desire for assistance in financing their career development can lead to the belief that agencies will provide such financial support, right? Wishful thinking. And I can guarantee you, for those of you like sitting there, this probably might be number one. Until all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, I've been just sitting here wishing, right? Wishing is great. Doing is a lot better. Wishing upon a star is great. It's a great Disney movie. I love it. Okay. But action, all right? What signing the dotted line, moving forward, taking action, right? It's in the moment of decisions, your whole life changes. Wishful thinking is just that, it's dreaming. Limited industry exposure. People have limited exposure to the modeling industry, particularly those who are new to the field may have unrealistic expectations about the role of agencies and their financial responsibilities. Without firsthand experience or proper guidance, they may assume that agencies will cover their upfront expenses. That's usually like your uncle who's a plumber giving you advice, right? Talk to real agencies, right? They'll tell you the same thing. You don't pay an agency to sign you, but you better be a person. You better already invested in yourself before you get there. That's the part of the equation they leave out, right? Yeah, you should never pay an agency to sign you. I agree with that, right? But at the same time, are you the person an agency is actually signing? Oh, wow. That's when all of a sudden, yeah, you're right. Okay. Influence culture. This is a big one, more modern, right? The rise of social media and the influencer culture has created a perception that success in modeling or acting comes easily and quickly, right? Mr. Beast, oh my God, #1 viewed guy on YouTube. Mr. Beast has an army that works behind him. Mr. Beast just didn't fall out of the sky. Influencers really go deep into an influencer culture. They have camera crews, they have set designers, they have planning meetings, their entire teams. You just see that one person, it looks so easy, but it's a coordinated attack. It's understanding social media at the highest possible level. Let me tell you something, being a social media influencer, a person who's getting 10, 15 million views of video, right? Especially even if it's sporadically where some videos hit and some don't, it is one of the most challenging things in the world. It is one of the more challenging than becoming a rock star. Like, I've spoken to a lot of influencers. I've learned a lot about this, especially from the science side of it and the technology side of it. I give these guys credit when they do this. It is a tremendous amount of work. It is more work than becoming a model or an actor by far. And the odds of it hitting are so difficult because the competition, it's the social media platforms feed off of this because you're driving traffic. Even though you may not be able to monetize it like a Mr. Beast or other people, you're still just driving that traffic, and influencers go up and they go down. It's the same thing like Twitch streamers. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Twitch. It's like a gaming thing. It's owned by Amazon. It's like the #3 most viewed site in the world. #3, most of you guys never heard of Twitch, but it's where people watching other people play games and so forth. Amazon paid a ton of money for it. And people can earn like $1,000, $2,000, $10,000 a day. People actually pay, they'll tip them for watching them play games, right? It's an interesting thing. Most of them won't make that much money. It's like professional poker players. The average professional poker player makes like less than $18 an hour. And they're always grinding. It's the same thing with influencers. There's that less than 1% that do well, but it gives just, then influencers given the perception that this is easy when it's really not. So again, you got to look behind the scenes. You got to peek behind the curtain and wait a second. How does this really work? Who's making these videos, the editing, this, that, coming up with your storyboard, coming up with the ideas when you see these people giving away tons of money, right? You know, Mr. Beast spends a fortune. He makes a fortune, but he gives away like almost 90% of it goes back into his business. It's like a vicious circle. So some individuals might believe that agencies will invest in them up front as they've seen influencers or receive sponsorships or collaborations. Right. However, the reality of the professional modeling and acting industry is often different from the curated image presented on social media. Okay, it's just like reality TV. It's executive produced, right? It's not done at the same level as a national or an international show, but it's also the same thing. It's curated. They're presenting an image to you, right? You guys all work on social media. You just do your social media. Right? You got 2 likes, 3 likes, 4 likes. Oh my God! Like, how do I get 1 million likes? Right? We're going to do a class, social media domination. We'll show you. Right? It's important for aspiring models and actors to educate themselves about the industry, understand the role of agencies, and manage their expectations. While agencies can provide valuable guidance and opportunities, it's a responsibility of the individual to invest in their own career development and cover upfront expenses. Investing in yourself is not selfish. It's necessary. Your career will only go as far as you're willing to take it. So believe in yourself, invest in your skills, and create the future you desire. Tony Robbins, right? So my name is Michael Fomkin, and this is Casting Directors. Are they picking your pocket to pay their rent, and the importance of self-investment for models and actors, why agencies don't cover upfront fees. And my quote to end today with, before I turn it over back to Mr. Neen, your career is a reflection of the choices you make and the investments you're willing to put in. Choose to invest in yourself and watch your career thrive. Thank you so much, guys. I will be back tomorrow with even better, exciting content that will take you guys from foundation to transformation. I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Bye.
How awesome was that presentation? Did you guys learn a lot in that presentation? Did you step on a few toes? That's okay, right? That's why you guys are here. You're here not here because you want your ears tickled. You're here because you want to know the truth. Am I correct? If I'm right, type yes in the comments. Oh, Sava took a screenshot. I love it. Awesome. So now, how many of you understand why you have to be really careful of who you're listening to and how you're investing your money? How many of you understand that now? Because I want to learn and learn it right. Amen. Right? That's why you guys are here. You're here because you want to learn the truth. The one thing we're known for a lot of things. But one of the things we're definitely known for is for laying out the truth to you. You have so many other options, but here you are because you want to know the truth. So this is what I want to know in the comments. What is one thing you learned from Mike's presentation that you're going to take with you? What is one thing you're going to learn? You learned from Mike's presentation? Like, wow, I never knew that. Oh my gosh. Because I love that presentation because you know what? Again, there are so many people out there. It sounds so good. And there's a rule that I live my life by is if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Right? How many of you ever, oh my gosh, as seen on TV, this is going to be the best thing that you've ever used. And you're like, can I have my money back? Can I get a refund on my time where I even watched that? Okay, let's see here. I didn't know people could tip you. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes, people can tip you from playing games on Twitch. Investing in my career won't be a fraction as expensive as law school. No. Or Yale School of Drama. Oh my gosh. No, you're saving money by investing in yourself. People are going to put in as much effort as you are willing to put in. Thank you, Christina Witherspoon. Can we say that again for the people in the back? We say this all the time. We can't want this more than you do. That's why we're giving you the tools and resources that you need this weekend. But here's my question for you. How many of you are going to start putting that into action today? I asked you guys if you were all in. I don't know if you really had the full idea what I meant when I asked you if you're all in. If you're all in, type all in the comments. And when I ask you if you're all in, I'm going to give you a challenge in a couple minutes. I want to make sure that if you put your all in, I'm going to be looking for your name on the challenge. Because you know what? Your audition started this morning when you got here. Let's see here. What else did we learn today? Invest in yourself. Investing in yourself is beneficial. I like this. Invest in yourself in order to elevate yourself. How many of you understand why you should invest in yourself? Do you understand yes or yes in the comments? It's so important. You're not going through enough pain to make a choice. You have to have more. That's so good, Zamara, right? Sometimes you really have to be in pain to make a choice. I know for me, before I started working with VIP Ignite, I was in a lot of pain. I loved what I did. I was really good at it, but you know what? I was not happy. I wasn't doing what I knew that I was called to do. So I had to make a change. It was the scariest thing I ever did, but you know what? Well, it's the second scariest thing. Now the scariest thing I ever did was getting propelled 390 feet into the air on 2 rubber bands, as Mike said that to me. Do you realize? Yeah. Okay. Invest in yourself. You'll be amazed at how you will grow professionally and personally doing what you love, right? If it makes you feel good to invest in yourself, right? How many of you remember that first thing that you bought when you were a kid with your own money? Raise your hands. How many of you remember that? Like, I remember I thought I was the cat's pajamas when I was able to ride my little bike to the store to go buy a pack of gum or something like that. And it sounds crazy. I also remember my first car. I remember writing out the check for the down payment of my first car. I felt like, hey, you know what? I'm a full-on adult now, right? And that's what investing in yourself is supposed to feel like. It's going to be a little bit scary, but you know what the thing is that when you do that, something amazing always happens on the other side of it. Something amazing always happens on the other side of it. I bought the daggone lemon. Well, Wanda, maybe you need help picking out cars. I don't know what to tell you. It's like for every happy thing I say, Wanda's like, well, it's okay, Wanda. We still love you. Okay, hold on, one more. If you live check for check, you are content if you're not taking action to make a difference, right? That's so true, right? So many times I talk to people, oh yeah, how are you doing? Well, I'm surviving. please, if I ever tell you I'm surviving, slap the sense into me. I don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. I know I don't want to, I'm surviving. No, I want to thrive. And that's what happens when you invest in yourself. All right. So in a couple of minutes, Alicia and I are going to talk about how to be our next success story. Who wants to be our next success story? Type success in the comments. Yeah, you have to step out on faith. Okay, awesome. With that thought in mind, I'm going to add one thing. I'm going to add one comment, and then we're going to bring on one of our amazing inner circle talent that Mike talked about this morning. How many of you have ever seen the movie The Wizard of Oz? Say yes in the comments. How many of you have ever seen the movie The Wizard of Oz? How many of you? Oh, I'll have to see the Wizard of Oz. I'm not going to sing for you guys because I do love you. Poor Alicia went deaf yesterday when I sang happy birthday to her on Instagram. All right. So how many of you realized that when Dorothy decided to go see the wizard, there was no yellow brick road? What? She had to take her first step in order for the yellow brick road to be made. And then she had to take the next step and the next step. How many of you are looking to go to Oz right now? Whatever your dream is, whatever your goal is, how many of you are looking to go to Oz? Well, I have good news for you and I have bad news for you. The good news is you can get there. The bad news is you have to take the first step before the path becomes clear. Wow. We saved the best for last, people. We saved the best for last. Okay. So with that thought, let's bring on Miss Sid Sana Rasul. Here we go. I'm going to pin you. And we're going to unmute you. It's like my first day on Zoom. Like literally. Hold on, Sid. I promise you, I'm going to unmute you. Alicia, can you help me unmute her? I can't see the unmute button. Oh, there you go. Hold on. Unmute. It's almost like Zoom changed in the middle of the day. Hi, Sid. How are you?
It's the
I'm
same.
good. I'm good.
Awesome.
Alicia and Deneen. And thank you so much once again for allowing me a moment to speak to everyone.
Well, thank you for taking the opportunity to say yes. So, Sid, Mike told everyone a little bit about your story this morning, but can you talk about where you were in your career, not necessarily modeling or acting, but when we first met you, you were kind of in a transitional period of your life.
Yes, absolutely. My journey excuse me, I get so excited. My journey began before I was signed with VIP and Truth. I worked in the transportation industry for 35 years, and I knew there was something else for me to do. That was suppressed inside of me. So, I never let go of that. I would get up in the morning and go to work, and I would say, oh, I have to go to work today. But on the other side, I would say, but I get to wear this to work today. I always loved fashion, wellness, and beauty. So when I became close to retirement, I said to myself, you've worked all your life. It's time for you to do and pursue the dreams that you want to pursue. At that time, I had no idea how things were going to unfold. I just kept moving forward. And one thing led to another. I got, as Alicia talked about, and Deneen and Michael tells us, and our coaches, I had photos taken. So after I got my photos taken, then I was like, okay, so what's next? So then after that, as the universe would have it, I connected with VIP and Truth. And so it went from just having photos taken at a photography studio to going to a photo shoot.
And that photo shoot, okay, so let me tell you a story about Sid, because she's way too humble to tell you this part. So Sid signed with us, and 2 weeks later was our shoot in New York City. And most people would be like, yeah, how about I catch the next one? I need to be prepared. Not Sid. Sid, I forget who it was. Brandon said, he jumped off the diving board. He was like, okay, whether I hit water or sand, at least I jumped off the diving board. Like, she literally dove in head first. And she, like, I did a call with her. She's like, hi, Denise. So, yeah, so I'm coming to New York. And like, I was like, in 2 weeks? She was like, yeah. And let me tell you something. She showed up fully prepared. I would have been sweating from every pore, but Sid showed up completely poised. And she showed up, and her photos that she took were absolutely incredible. But, you know, that's not the way we do things. So she thought she was coming for a photo shoot and that she would go home and like, whatever. 2 days later, what happened to you, Sid?
Well, 2 days later, I came to New York and I had my photos taken, and it was glam. And Ryan, he will put you in the game, and he will help you to put your wardrobe together. And there's the hairstylist and the makeup person and all. But most of all, in addition to that, I got a chance to meet the VIP and Truth team. And that was phenomenal because there was so much support. It was fertile ground to grow, even from the beginning. Nobody's judging. You're just there for your creative spirit to flow. And so when I went to the photo shoot, I had no idea that, because it was my first photo shoot, I had no idea that the makeup artists and the photographers were as well known as they were. So it made a difference. It made a difference in my whole perspective of doing a photo shoot and being in the entertainment industry.
Okay. Let me interrupt really quickly. So the man who did her makeup was Prince's makeup artist. How many of you want Prince's makeup artist doing your makeup? Type yes in the comments. That was pretty cool. Speaking of purple, Prince's makeup artist. And then the man who took her photos has done some of the biggest campaigns, worked with the biggest celebrities, not only in New York, but in modeling, worked for some of the biggest magazines. So do you think that that might accelerate your career? Yes or yes in the comments. So not only that, okay, yes, Prince's makeup artist. I have photographic evidence to prove this. Not only this, okay, but then Sid thought she was just coming for the photo shoot. And then, what was it, the next day or 2 days later, you had the opportunity to come back to a workshop that we did. And who were a couple of the people that you worked with at the workshop?
Well, when I was asked to come back by Michael, I was like, okay, what should I prepare to do? He said, just show up and be yourself. So I did, and I came back the next day, and I had an opportunity to meet Vaughn Stewart, who is the editor of Cool America magazine, the artistic director, I believe, for Beyonce.
Yeah, Jerome Lamar,
Robert Galinsky, and his brother.
Coach, you guys will meet him tomorrow.
Yes, and Phil Sullivan was there, America's Next Top Model. He was also there.
And Santino Fontana, the voice of Hans the Prince in Frozen.
Yes, he was there.
And he won the Tony for Best Actor.
Yep.
Yes.
Patrick Quagliano, who's the head of Stella Adler in New York City.
He's also the head of all of J.J. Abrams Productions, and he's Ryan Gosling's personal acting coach. That was all within 24 hours.
Yes. And so, I mean, when I left the photo shoot and when I left attending our workshop the next day, I can't explain how I felt. I knew I was where I was supposed to be. We had to do a runway fashion show. That wasn't my first time, but anyway, I can be long-winded. I'm going to get to the point. I just have so much to say. As a matter of fact, there is a backstory before the transportation industry that led me to where I am today. Maybe that story is for another time. So anyway, I just felt at home, and like, I can't, it's one thing as the information that our coaches give us, but as your fellow talent, you will know. That's the best thing I can tell you, is you will know if this industry is for you or not.
Yeah.
VIP and Truth are there to help us. we have to give 50%, they will give their 50%, or sometimes the scales might be imbalanced, but only you know within inside yourself if this is where you are supposed to be after the photo shoot, when the work begins. The photo shoot is phenomenal because each time that you go to a photo shoot, when you go to the next one, you should see something different.
Yeah, there should always be growth. So let me ask you a question though, Sid. So I'll give the brief backstory before the transportation industry. So when Sid was a child, she wanted to be in fashion and she told her mom was like, you know what, that's nice, but why don't you do something that you can actually put food on the table? That's totally my interpretation of what she said, because I've been told the same thing. And Sid was like, okay, and that made sense. So Sid knew she wanted to do this her whole life, but her mom was pragmatic, which is normal. We have, how many of you have parents that are looking out for you and they're like, you know what, why don't you do something sane? That sounds a little crazy, because we are a little crazy because you know what, we're chasing our dreams. So Sid, when you were going through the transition of, okay, you know, it's time for me to retire. I know I need to start living my life because you know what, I've been living my life, other people's dreams for my life, my whole life. What was the obstacle that was holding you back from moving forward in the entertainment industry? Because I know you went somewhere else and you had photos done and that whole thing, but what was the obstacle that held you back? What was something you were facing that kept you from progressing?
Fear. But I stepped out on faith because I knew it was now or never. And I knew it was something that I wanted to do, and stepping outside of my comfort zone. And that's the best decision I could have ever made. And, you know, as fellow talent, you know, I just want you to know that when you make those kinds of decisions in your life and you move forward, yes, we grow professionally, but we also grow personally.
Yes, we do. All right,
And-
Alicia. Alicia's like, hold on, put me in, coach.
What's happening? Oh, okay. So I wanted to show you guys. I have some photos that I pulled up. I'm like the queen of paparazzi.
She
when it comes
really
to
is.
photos.
If anyone needs a paparazzi, she
I'm
is
right
the
there
person.
with you. I'm the best wingman ever. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to share my screen because I think this stuff is important, just because I like to show like a little bit more imagery. So this is Santino Fontana when he won the Tony for Best Actor. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this is Santino at our workshop. How many of you guys would love to get advice from somebody who just won the Tony? Oh, and by the way, he's also the voice of Prince Hans in Frozen. So like when you're getting a chance to network, how much would this change your life, right? Having access to this, scale 1 to 10, and being able to talk face to face, having conversations. Like, again, he won the Tony for Best Actor. Now, we were talking about Jerome Lamar, and you can see like I'm doing a video as Michael is doing a video of me interviewing him. But this is Jerome Lamar, and he was at our event, and he's super awesome. But this is him. He used to run Baby Fat with Morley Simmons, and now he runs Beyonce's styling team. So for Sid, who wants to get into fashion or wanted to at an early age, does anybody here think that like by going to a workshop and meeting just these two people, right? He is the head of Beyonce's team, right? From Baby Fat to Beyonce. Do you understand why we have to pre-screen talent and why we make them sit on a 2-day boot camp? If you understand, type, I get it now. Because Deneen, you know, there's so many people that want to work with Jerome Lamar. He styled Rihanna before he came to us. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, holy shit. Like
We literally had to change our whole event day around because he was running late because he was styling her.
But I was okay with that. I was like, you just come when you're able to, right? But he literally runs Beyonce's team now. This is huge, right? And then he's hanging out with us all day. Like, and it was so crazy because I was like, hey, remember we tried to feed him? I was like, what do you like to eat? You know, what does Beyonce get for you? You know, like, how do you do this? And so like when you're working with companies, and I know, you know, Michael's presentation was brilliant because I see these like fake ass casting directors selling classes. And, you know, I know my talent have been through the ringer, but by the time they come to us, it's like the bad boyfriend syndrome. I don't care if you've been lied to, cheated on, scammed. I care about what we do because nobody else would ever get him. Do you understand that? And that's from Mike and I investing $1 million just in Broadway, getting to this level where somebody of this type of magnitude feels comfortable representing my brand. You know how Mark Schonfeld talked about stapling your resume on top of theirs? His resume, I'm not worthy, right? How many of you guys understand that? Or Santino Fontana, who's a really good friend of ours. He comes out to events. We even have the head writer for Saturday Night Live, by the way, Deneen, he just texted me, happy birthday. But having somebody of this type of magnitude hanging out with our talent all day, they don't teach workshops, but they love us, especially him, because I invest in his shows. And that's how we get to this level. So, you know, and that's why we're very privileged to do what we do, but we're also very selective about who gets into. Wouldn't you guys protect the circle like it was your job? Because it is our job, right? It is our job to protect the network. So this is a free call, you know, and it's fun and it's informative. And Sid, I'm so proud of you because, you know, and I'll type in your name here. Sid, you've been so amazing. And I love seeing you. And this is such a great way of, you know, seeing all the pictures that we do together. Oh, there's Sid. That's you.
Yeah.
That's you. But I love seeing the growth, Sid. This makes me so excited. And what was great was we were having lunch with Mike and Deneen, and you got booked on another job right next to us. I was like,
Yes.
it's happening.
It's just amazing. It's amazing.
So
amazing.
that's what we do, and we're really good at it. And so face to face is everything. But I'm so proud of you because we're only as good as our success stories.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you know, I always, whenever you ask me to speak, there's so much I want to say. But the thing is, if I may, when you know your why, you have to know why you're doing this. You know, because that's going to make all the difference in the world when, as Michael talked about, when you have your ups and lows, as long as you have more ups than downs. But anyway, it keeps the momentum going, you know, and your trajectory might change. You know, like my why is to make the world a better place. And as I continue to grow with VIP and Truth, whatever venue that I'm in, that's still my focus, is to make the world a better place, whether it's in movies, films, commercial print, lifestyle. So when you know your why, it takes you to a place that you never knew you could go to, because you have the love and the passion for what you do as being a part of it. And the investment piece goes with that as well.
Awesome.
It's true. Let me ask you guys a question. Which way do you think would work better? Joining websites or getting face-to-face with the head of Beyonce's team? She also met the head publisher for Cool America, which is a magazine owned by A3, which is Abrams. They managed Meryl Streep and Dove Cameron. That it's huge. And that's what we do. And that's why, you know, any company can sell photos, any company can put you up on a website, but not here. And that's why we want you. This is all about transparency. You know what I mean? You guys know I curse and I had Kaden sitting on my lap. I'm a mom first and foremost, but I never want to hear you're lacking community. I never want to hear that your location's holding you back. I never want to hear that you don't have the right connections, because we bust our ass to do what we do. And every single person on this call now, I mean, you might be doing great where you are now, but you could always do better. I mean, I have a list. I was talking to Deneen about it yesterday. Like, I have a whole vision board. And now, you know, we're working on some pretty big projects, which we can't really talk about here, but things that, like, if I were to set my resolutions December 31st, there's no way in hell I would even, like, what's today, June 24th? There's no way in hell I would even be able to even think about the stuff that we're working on now. It was a figment of my imagination. It was never even planted in my mind that we could do these things. And you know what the best part is? And Deneen knows this first and foremost. When you are around super successful people, they believe in you sometimes more than you believe in yourself.
Yes.
And like the fact that we get offered these amazing opportunities, sometimes I call Deneen crying, going, we can't do it. No more. And she's like, yes, we can. So even we challenge ourselves, because our biggest thing is, how the hell are we going to do more than we did last time? And we're doing it. And the talent that are with us know.
Well, Sid, thank you so much for sharing your heart with us. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Sid.
it.
We're so
You're
proud of you.
welcome. And thank you as well. And as my purpose is to make the world a better place. That's a part of what my purpose was today, or it is my purpose for VIP in Truth and for our fellow talent. Hopefully, I shared something to make their lives better.
If Sid shared something to
read it
make your life
sometime.
better, type better in the comments. Let her know that she made,
I know
that she
Craig
made
Bruce
your life
loved
a
it.
little bit better today.
He's like this. It makes me so happy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sid.
You're welcome, Denise. Anytime, anytime. Love to all.
We love you too, Sid. You know what? The thing I love the most about what we do, and I'm not going to cry, so don't even say it. The thing I love the most about what we do is like seeing the growth in people. And like we could define how to become our next success story. But I think you guys have an idea of the caliber of people that we consider our success stories. Like you heard earlier from Brandon Dermond, like literally when I met him at New York Fashion Week, like I had met him a couple times. And is he still on? I don't think he's still on. I didn't remember that I had met him. I was like, oh my God, Brandon, I finally got to meet you. He's like, Deneen, you've met me twice. I was like, I'm so embarrassed right now. You're right. I'm sorry. Like literally, I said that to him. But in my defense, one of the times I met him was not a great time in my life. But anyway, but now let me tell you something. He's memorable. He's grown. How do you become a success story with VIP Ignite? You have to be committed to your own growth. Like Sid, when she first started working with us, the only thing she wanted to do was model. Like she was like, I want to make a difference. I want to make the world better, but I want to be a model. The first job she got was an acting job. What? Oh yeah. You know why? Because Alicia said this just a moment ago. Our job is to see something in you that maybe you can't see in yourself yet. Because I can tell you something, Alicia and Mike, they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And I feel like every day they still do the same thing. If they're challenging me, how much more do you think they're going to challenge you? So how do you become a success story with VIP Ignite? You have to be coachable. How many of you are coachable? Type coachable in the comments right now. Type coachable in the comments.
And you know what I love about that, Deneen? This is like a new drinking game every time I say, you know what I love about that? Or can I piggyback off of that? Everybody do a shot. But I love that we have people on here like Marilee. Hi, Marilee. She's been on Disney, y'all. I mean, we met her through like the head of like ABC Milan. Like we literally have some of the most amazing people, but everybody's on different levels. Some people are brand new and some people have been in the business for a long time, but they need to level up, right? And that's why they're here.
Yeah, because you know what we want to do? We want to help create even more success. So for some of you, success is being here today. And you know what? I applaud you. That's success. For some of you, success is booking your first job because you've been here for a minute. I applaud you. For some of you, success is getting that contract with someone bigger than Disney. I applaud you. But the thing is we want you to create your own success. You have to define that. That's why when I was talking at the beginning of the day about earning 6 figures, for some of you, that's unfathomable. You can't even imagine earning 6 figures in a year, and that's fine. So you know what? We'll meet you where you are and we'll get you where you want to go. Some people, like literally, I feel like I pull them by the hair, but you know what? The way to be a success with us is you have to I can't want this more than you do. Alicia can't want this more than you do. So you have to be coachable. You have to have a work ethic. Because you know what? Sometimes people think they'll show up to the event. They'll show up to one of these calls. They'll get discovered. And that's that. That's not the way it works. The people that we work with, they're used to seeing people that are extremely talented. They're used to seeing people that are already at a certain level of success. It's our job to help you present like that. So the question I have for you is, it's 5:46 Eastern here. You guys have been on all day long. Do you think that you have a good work ethic? Yes or yes in the comments. Are you coachable? Yes or yes in the comments. How many of you took so many notes your hands hurt and you're like, Deneen, are you going to come give me a hand? Like, oh, I need a hand massage here.
Hi,
What?
Nadia.
Nadia,
Abby
I
was an
hope
actress
that
and
you,
model in Peru, and then she came on our call, and now she's on boot camp. This is how it's done.
Nadia, I hope that you were inspired today.
She has a whole
I mean, come
notebook.
on now.
If I were in college, I would pay for your notes because I saw you working the whole time. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Who was that?
Not a good note taker.
No, but here we want you to be successful. But do you want to be successful? No. Danielle said, no, I don't want to be successful. I'm done with you today. Just joking.
Well, here's my question, and maybe this is just me sounding like me, but what if you really want success and your friends and family around you, they don't understand this business? How many of you guys are strong enough to say, back off? Type back off. Let's see. How many of you guys are strong enough to say back off? Because I don't know about you, but if you're old enough to, fight for our country, you're old enough to fight for your dreams. And nothing pisses me off more than an Olympic swimmer with weights on their back. And it's the truth. I don't care if you're married. I don't care if you're a priest, your pimp, anybody in your life telling you you can't do this. If you're serious about getting into show business, it's like falling in love. It's nobody's business but your own. Do you understand? No one's ever going to understand what's it like to have a kid? What's it like to win a Tony? What's it like to, it's effing awesome, right? But you can never explain, or why would you even take advice from people that aren't in this business, tell you what you should or shouldn't do? That's like Deneen, when you and I got a chance to fly on that private plane, which I hate to fly, I was sitting up front with the co-pilot. True story. Deneen, was I in tears the entire time, freaking out, going, I don't want to get on the plane?
She got on the plane. She started crying. Like I posted a
hate
picture
flying.
yesterday of us getting on the plane. She's all smiles. She got on the plane. Whoosh. I was like, come on, come sit with me.
Well, no, it looked good on Facebook. Here we are, like ballers getting on a private plane. That's pretty dope. But then actually getting on the plane and hearing the propeller, I was like, no, my friends, I'm out of here. I will drive, I will walk, I'll see you later. But remember, you said go sit up front with the captain, and he let me, and I sat there. I was thinking to myself, he would never listen to my opinion on how to fly this damn plane, ever. So why would you ever, anybody on here, why would you ever let somebody take you off your path? Like your trajectory path. Think of where you were last night. Oh, should I come on this call? I don't know. Is it real? Like, oh, it's 2 full days. Oh, it's so much time. I could be doing so many other things. Deneen, true or false? We have a woman by the name of Maria earned $30,000 in one day. That's her going rate now. She didn't even earn $30,000 a year.
Yeah,
Her going rate right now is 30 grand. Thank God she came on a 2-day Zoom. This is her entire life now. She could book one job a month and be golden.
Yeah.
That's $500,000 a year. Do you guys understand that? One day a month. So work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we do these calls. This is why we do 8 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow, because sometimes it's what it takes to kind of reprogram minds. Sometimes it takes this long. I don't want you dipping your toe in the water. F that. We're going full submersion. I mean, and I hate to use that example with that submarine, but we're going big or going home,
We're diving in head first. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Because that's what it takes. There are people that have been doing this since they were 4 years old. 4 years old. Poor Nadia. I'm going to keep using you as an example. It's only because I love you and I know
She's
you can
okay
be
with
successful.
that. She's good.
She was
She's
like,
good.
I'm 40 years old. I'm so old. I'm like, first of all, I'm older than you. So pipe down there, little camper. But not only that, like Jamie Lee Curtis just won her first Oscar. Granted, she's been doing this since she was a child, but you know what the thing is? And she also had really cool parents that could introduce her to people. Okay. So I don't know why it took her so long, but that's a whole nother story. But with you guys, you're here and you're going to have these amazing connections. You're going to have the opportunity to really move forward and kick butt, but you have to choose. You have to make the choice. The yellow brick road is there waiting to be created. You just need to take that step. And that's what we're going to talk about. But first, before we do this, we would like to call on a very special guest we have here. Marilee, what we would love for you to do is, hold on. I didn't even realize you were here. I am like the world's worst host. How are you?
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm good. How are you? This is unexpected.
Well, Alicia, you're muted.
Am I on mute? Oh,
No, you're not.
it's my first time using Zoom today.
Hello,
So you're in
Smile.
Atlanta and you've been working nonstop. Do you want to just tell a little background about yourself real quick?
Yeah, I've been again unexpected. I've been in the industry.
You're on a Zoom call. You know, this is like, oh, it's so unexpected. You're here.
I know it. I just
Come on.
didn't. This is my first time doing this, so it's very. I didn't
Oh,
know.
it's good.
I thought there was going to be like hundreds of people. I didn't know what to expect. Anyway,
I'll spotlight you. There you go. Even better.
no, so yeah, I've been acting now for gosh, almost 20 years. I started out, I wanted to be a hip hop dancer and a pop dancer, you know, dance with Beyonce and Britney Spears and Janet Jackson, the whole bit. But I started that a little bit late. It didn't quite work out. So it sort of segued into acting, went to college, put myself through college. I didn't
What
go
did
to
you study in college?
not theater. I studied communication studies and research.
Okay. So you went to college and then what?
Yeah, and then just throughout the time of being in college, I took classes outside university settings. So I would do like Meisner and mainly Meisner for a very long time, and just sort of actor workshops around. And I met Gigi, who is how I met you guys.
The head of ABC Models in Milan. Yeah.
Who is the head of ABC Models in Milan. At the time, she had an agency, and she became my agent, and we just really clicked. And I've been with her since I was 16, and I got a lot of I hate using the word grooming because it has like a negative connotation to it, but Gigi taught me a lot about the business side of the industry.
We'll call it development.
Because
every time I hear grooming, I think of like the creepy.
Yes, I think it just
grooming.
Yeah,
she put the lotion on.
Developed me. She was like a mentor. She still is. She's like a sage in my life. Anyway, so through her, I got a lot of print jobs. I used to live in Baltimore, just outside of Baltimore, Maryland, and was born in the Bronx, grew up between both areas, and I just got a lot of commercials, commercial print, a lot of industrial films. Eventually, it got to the point where it would just my resume would get so full, thankfully, that my team was like, "Hey, I got a Southeast agent." She was like, "Why don't you move down to Atlanta?" New York was hard for me to break. I couldn't really break into the New York market. I had an agent there, but it just wasn't going well. I just was lost in the sauce. LA was too far, and I didn't know anybody out there. So I figured, okay, Atlanta's the next best place. And so I moved here in February of 2019. 6 months after I moved here, I landed the biggest, in my opinion, the biggest gig that I've booked, which was Safety, which is a film that's on Disney Plus right now. It was directed by Reginald Hudlin, and I played the public defender in the film. My hair is straight. And I thought, wow, 6 months after moving to Atlanta, I'm on the roll. And sure enough, things went silent. And that's just the way of the world, it's the way of the industry. Is like it's feast or famine. And you'll get maybe 1 or 2 big bookings a year. I mean, I think it also depends on your agents as well, and their pool and their connections. But and then there'll be times where you just don't get anything, and it humbles you. And I say this, and this is the wise words of Gigi, is that you're only as good as the job that you're in. After that, you're out looking for the next one. You're waiting for the next one. So you have to be financially independent, as Mike talked about earlier. You have to keep your finances, you have to be able to sustain yourself and maintain a lifestyle, because it could take a long time to live off your art. I haven't been able to, but I've had some really, really great experiences that I'm grateful for. I will eventually get to that point. But I still have a day job too. I'm trying to get multiple streams of income and just be smart in that area. But so Safety on Disney Plus, Public Defender is what I played, and tons of other independent films that you can see on Prime Video, Apple TV or Apple Plus, a lot of streaming platforms. You can catch some films that I've been in. Are
you SAG yet?
I'm not SAG yet.
Because tomorrow we're going to go over Screen Actors Guild, and it's going to be.
I'm excited about that. I would love to learn more about that, because that is the next. I feel like that's the next step for me and my experience. So I haven't really delved into it because I was told to stay non-union for as long as I could.
Yeah, and we'll go over again for anybody here that's SAG eligible, or they're like, what is SAG? Or some of us may be SAG. We'll do a full intensive breakdown, but today was more about like, what do you qualify for? And it's like clearing the forest. Tomorrow we build. what do you feel? So you, New York, LA, Atlanta. So with you especially, I mean, you put in a lot of time and money into this so far. What do
yeah.
you think is your number one obstacle?
My number one obstacle is getting seen. I feel
Getting
like.
seen.
Getting
Okay.
seen, getting eyes on me. I get submitted a lot. I just don't get called in for a lot of the jobs that I feel like I would have liked to have had my first co-star, at least one co-star by now, being 4 years here in Atlanta. There's so much work here. And I rarely get auditions for those. And my agents are very satisfied with me. They're satisfied with my training. They're satisfied with my performances. So I don't really know what happened. I mean, all I can do is audition and submit, and that's it. I don't know what happens after that. So it gets a little frustrating when you get submitted, but you don't get called in. And so you
It's
start
like
to think,
getting
oh,
broken up with via text. What did I do? And
Yeah,
no
you
one's gonna
start to-
tell you.
you
Yeah.
start to self-direct and think that, have this, enter this shame dance, as Brene Brown would talk about, say that, something's wrong with you. And it's just like, you don't really know what the issue is. But yeah, I wonder if that's possible though. Like if I can get more auditions for these co-stars and things like that, and eventually reoccurring, I just wonder if that's something that's possible,
It is. Of course it is. I mean, you're at the right place. You know that. That's why you're here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's nice to see you.
Thank
And
you.
for you especially, it was funny because you were like, oh, I play the public defender and my hair is straight. I can only imagine like with headshots, curly hair and straight, you probably get like submitted out for 2 totally different roles using those different types of photos, right?
That's what they say. Yeah, I like to ask my agent, what photo did you submit? And they're like, oh, well, we submitted the one with the straight hair. I'm like, gosh, my hair's curly. I just washed it. I just put new product in it. Do I want to? They're like, it's okay, it's fine. They can see you with 2 different looks. Go ahead and audition with the curly hair. So I'm like, okay, so not a big deal. But yeah, apparently they're 2 very different essences.
I think of it as like an alter ego. Who are you? I want everybody to think about your alter ego, who you are, right? Because I think it's so important, especially if you're doing self-tapes from home. You're like, oh shit, do I wear the straight hair? Do I wear the curly hair? What are they looking for? And that's kind of, thank God you had Meisner training. I mean, that's pretty intense. And we could go over that tomorrow too. I don't want to overwhelm people going Meisner and trying to Google, breathe. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. What was your favorite part so far today? Since you've been in the industry for a while, what was your favorite part today?
Forgive me if is it Mark Schoenfeld?
Yeah.
His name. He dropped a lot of gems. It's good to hear from someone who was very well connected. It's kind of like the plug, I guess you can say, just sort of talk about. There was a bit of mindset talk in there. He was talking about the build of a star, the it factor, and things like that. And I liked when it was said that some people are born with the it factor, whatever that is. I think people can't really put that into words. It's just like a knowing without really knowing. And then he also said that you can create the it factor too. It just depends on how much of an investment you give yourself, how much you put into yourself, and what's your why, which is what Sid mentioned. What's your why, and then how you just develop yourself with that. It all comes back to what you put in, and
Exactly.
that's more than any place, any work in life and effort. So
you've been in this industry for 20 years now, and you've done Disney, and you've done training with Meisner, you've done all this stuff, but you're not giving up.
Oh, no. I'm in this. I'm in there way too deep.
And guys, so many people give up before they even start. Oh, I don't even know why I would try. What do you mean? If this is your passion, don't ever take it to the grave. I mean, for real. There's so many people that never follow their dreams out of fear. Why would you at least have to try? Don't ever accept mediocrity, ever. People that take risks gain. I mean, it's a gamble. Everything you do every day is considered a gamble.
I think so.
And I want you guys to think about it. It's worth it.
Should remember is that don't fear rejection, fear regret.
That's true. Saba, love that. Saba's clapping. Okay. Well, it was nice to see you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Send me over. Did you send me over both headshots? I want to see both headshots now.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Public defense. Okay. Text me. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Marilee. That was awesome.
But Deneen, I love her because when I met her through Gigi, she was like, oh my God, she's been on Disney, and we go back and forth, like we text. But I want people to see, like, it doesn't matter what level you're at, whether you're SAG eligible, this is your very first time, and you're like, what is acting? Like, it doesn't matter where you are on this journey, because today, think about it. You all were on camera, you all had equal opportunities. Tomorrow is going to be, you know, a horse of a different color. Tomorrow it's going to get a little bit more real, you know, as far as like, okay, well, we again, we built the foundation. Tomorrow we build on that. But even coming on, how many of you guys feel the growth today? Anybody here feel the growth? Some of you guys
Type
are brand
yes in
new.
the
some of you-
comments.
You feel the growth. If you want to be great, the trick is to surround yourself with great people. And I mean, this is fun. It's on Zoom. It's great. But we all know that in order to do these types of things, we don't want to do what everybody else is doing. Because if that's the case, you're going to get the same results everybody else in the world is getting, and you're better than that.
You want to be
So we
one
just
in a
take it
million,
up a
not one
notch.
of a million. Awesome. All right. Well, today has been awesome. I have to give you guys a challenge. I wouldn't be me without giving you a challenge. And you're going to thank me for this challenge. Are you ready? I want to see your yeses in the comments, because like, today we've been on Zoom since 11 a.m. What? Yes. All right. So here's your challenge. I want you to go into the Facebook group, and Jemima's going to share the Facebook community with us in the comments. And what I want you to do is I want you to take a selfie of yourself. So you all can everyone handle taking a selfie? Yes. Okay, good. I know you can. I've seen your social medias. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a selfie of yourself. And then I want you to write, where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you want to be in 5 years? It could be one word, one sentence, one paragraph, or a complete novel. I don't care.
You're putting it out in the universe, guys. This is it. Ask and you shall receive.
We talked about this morning. You have to visualize where you are, where you want to be. So it's the future self challenge. Hashtag future self challenge. Or no, hold on. I'm sorry. Take action, not future self. Hashtag take action. Here, put that in the comments. Hashtag take action. Okay, that's the challenge. So again, super simple. Take a selfie of yourself. Write one word, one sentence, one paragraph, one novel. Where do you want to be in 5 years? Because you have to visualize where you want to be in order to get there. Okay. Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see everyone's posts on Facebook. I can't wait to see where you guys are going. Also, when you do that, tag myself, tag Alicia, tag Michael, tag VIP Ignite, tag all of us so we can see. Because part of you being our next success story is letting us know where you want to go so we can guide you on the journey. Because that's what we do. Oh, Caden's like, Mommy, is Zoom done? I've had enough fun for one day.
Caden fell today. I don't know if you see, but he fell today at Chuck E. Cheese, and Caden. Yeah, bye-bye. It's time to go bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
He messed up his money maker today, Antonine.
Oh,
Oh, he's
no.
gonna be so mad. But it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, one more. I'm just writing down our names. VIP Ignite. Okay. There you go. They're the names I want you to tag on your post. Okay. Kendria, do you have a question? If you do, can you just type it in the comments? Would that be cool? Are you able to do that? Awesome. All right, guys. So this has been an amazing day one. Tomorrow is day two. We start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like Sava said, make sure you're here early so you can be one of the people I get to see all day long. But guys, this has been awesome. I'm really proud of you for showing up for your success. Let me just give you a brief overview of what we're going to be doing tomorrow also. So tomorrow we're going to talk about how to get yourself supplied to become an actor, a model. Like, what is it that you need in order to get there? We're going to have Bobby Finaro, one of the cast members of The Sopranos. He's going to be coming on. He's going to be talking to us about what it takes to be a working actor in 2023. We have Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. How many of you have ever seen any of the Power shows? Raise your hands. Okay. Robert Galinsky coached 50 Cent to get him from where he was as a musician into TV and film. Every time I see Power, I don't do this, but I always want to text Galinsky and say thank you. We're gonna talk about millionaire mindset. We're gonna talk about why you need the mindset for success. It's gonna be a very informative talk that's going to help to shift some things for each and every one of you. Again, whether you've heard it before or not, come with open ears. We are also going to have Randy Goodwin on tomorrow. His story is tremendous. He went from literally being homeless, sleeping in a car with water dripping on his head, to booking a huge role, to now he's opening up a film studio in Omaha, Nebraska. Talk about a tremendous success story. We're going to give you guys the opportunity tomorrow to get signed by Truth Management. We're going to give you the opportunity to start working with us so that we can help you be our next success story. And we're also going to have the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby coming back for a cameo appearance or two. So you want to make sure you're here tomorrow. Today was day one. Today we laid the foundation. Tomorrow is transformation day. You want to be here tomorrow. Got it? Everyone type 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the comments, because I expect to see you here. I expect to see you guys here tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know I'll be here. Alicia will be here. I'm pretty sure Saba will be here. Sid will be here. Michael will be here. All the gang's going to be here. You're going to be here with us. I know Roxanne's going to be here. She's also always one of the first people that signs on. We're going to have
It's the
Jemima
same
here.
link
Everyone,
from today, by the way, same link.
link. And everyone give Jemima a round of applause for being here and keeping us all in order, because I couldn't do this without her. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, guys, that's it. Take Action
say bye-bye?
Challenge. I cannot wait to see your photos and to see your where you want to be in 5 years. Black Kato, where do you want to be in 5 years?
Where do you want to be, bud? You never know.
Never know. The world is
He already
your
has an
oyster.
agent in Hollywood that wants him. I mean, Ryan Colby's booking him, Uncle Colby. You never know. This kid's going to be bi-coastal. Let's do it. I know some
Let's
people's
do it.
kids. Stick with me.
Okay, so I'm going to, if you requested to be a part of the group, I am hosting the event. Give me a couple minutes and I promise you I'll let you in, okay? All right, guys, this is awesome. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. All right, have a great night. You guys are amazing. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, guys. I can't wait to see all your challenges. Make sure you tag us, Kaden.
Caden's like,
He
I'm
runs
out.
the show, just in case anybody's wondering. He runs the show. Ow.
He's
Kaden.
almost 3. Of course he does. All right, guys, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Good night. Thank you for hosting, Deneen.
Of course. Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Bye. Bye, Nadia. Bye, Sid. Bye, everybody.
Bye.